are live.
We here.
It is
Hello,
time.
everybody in the chat. How are you all doing? Blackbird, Cora, Razor259, Mr. Circuit. Hello, everyone. Is the chat even working?
It is working, thank
Yes,
God.
excellent. Welcome, everyone, to week number 5 of the second season of the Robot Rampage League. Things are starting to get a little serious now. This is the 1/3 of the way through the season point right now. So
Starting to see some trends.
yeah, we're starting to see the point. This is the point where we really start to understand how all the teams match up with each other.
Yeah.
And what are we seeing so far?
We're seeing some interesting stats popping up, some interesting robots doing well. And one of the main things people were talking about was the power creep going into the season, because there's obviously more builders than just you and I this season.
Yeah, and builders that are trying to do well versus just trying to balance a league out. Like we.
Yet, despite this power creep, 3 of the 4 division leaders are returning teams.
Yeah.
And 3 of the 4 overall teams are returning teams.
We didn't even
Interesting.
change much.
Not really, no. Like, especially like Pink Chaos, who's 4th overall. Like, they're all returning teams. They're all returning robots.
All returning robots. Like Heavy Metal is like
Almost
you
entirely
changed
unchanged.
2 components on Vacuity and it's winning now. Like
Yeah, it's weird.
we expected a power creep, and the power creep is not really
Happening yet.
manifesting itself yet.
We'll see if that changes over the next 2/3 of the league, but I don't know.
Hey, you have a super chat on your face.
I did anyway.
Who's that from? That's Midnight McLeod. I'm on and ready for robot death.
Yes.
Robots will die, sparks will fly.
Glitches
No,
will happen.
It was the other way around, I think. Sparks will fly and robots will die.
It doesn't matter.
That's how classic BattleBots worked.
I think so.
Welcome, Midnight McLeod. Thank you for the $10 super chat. We appreciate the support because that helps us keep the league running.
Indeed.
What else do you have to look forward to this week?
So our featured match of the stream, which is going to be 2 very high-end teams, is going to be the Levantine Alliance taking on the Pinwheel Pulsars. Both teams are number 2 in their divisions. They're both doing very well this season.
Yeah, for as well as the returning teams are doing, there's a lot of really good new teams.
Definitely.
So, which match is that?
That's going to be match 8, so it's going to be right before our break.
Right before the break, so it's about 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
And even
into
then,
the
like,
stream.
Levantine's 3rd overall and Pinwheel's 10th overall. They're still doing really good.
Yeah. And, you know, we're early in the season and everything's real close, so
Yeah, so.
there's still a lot that things can change, unless it's Division 4.
Unless it's Division
So let's
4.
get to what
Jeez.
happened last week. We had relatively few judges' decisions. Dainsleaf and Nightmare Fuel was one of the most interesting ones that we've ever had.
Yeah, and I also think it's the most one-sided.
Yeah, if you missed last week's stream, eventually we're going to have highlights.
Yes,
Eventually
that'll
when I have
happen.
time. But if you missed last week's stream, Nightmare Fuel has these kind of pinball flipper-like side axes, and it trapped Dainsleaf, and they couldn't get apart for the whole fight.
Yeah.
And so, 47-3.
47-3.
That wasn't the only fucked up.
No, not even
Match.
close.
How about Tots Wisdom and Quasar?
Yes, that was, I believe, the first time, either in the league or at least this season, where we had a judge's decision for a match that did not go the full 3 minutes.
Definitely the first time this season. We might have had one last season. We did. It was the 2 sit-and spinners.
Oh, right. Sorry, I blocked that out of my brain.
Yeah, me too. Tots Wisdom, the rammer, ramped over Quasar, got stuck on the wall, and took out Quasar's last wheel at the same time.
So both were immobilized at the same time.
Double TKO, and we had a 155-second judge's decision instead of 180 seconds.
Very weird putting something other than 180 in a fight total. for
Yes,
that.
and like we had to mark it as a double TKO on our notes.
Weird.
Weird stuff. Standings time. So, as you noticed, Pinwheel Pulsars, Levantine
Second.
Alliance, number 2.
Well, number 2.
In their respective divisions. Heavy Metal is dominating.
Yeah, they are steaming ahead of everybody for reasons of I don't even know.
Yep. 4 matches, 4 wins,
Most KOs in the league with 12.
13 fight wins, so only one of them was not a KO.
Yeah.
Doing really well for themselves. Second half of the standings, in divisions 3 and 4, Sinister and Moscow, returning teams.
All staying at the top.
Both of them doing pretty good, especially Moscow and Pink Chaos in the top 4 overall.
Yeah, they're doing really good.
So, I was saying there's a lot of room for things to move around still, like you see with Division 3, but Division 4...
They didn't move at all.
Division 4 has
Stayed
already
still.
solidified itself into their spots, so we could be looking at the order for the playoffs already.
I mean, maybe despite not really moving, there's still only a handful of points between each team. So it'll take some big weeks, but they can definitely shake that up to go into the playoffs.
Yeah, and especially when some of these big teams face each other.
Yes, 100%.
We're going to see some of them drop. So, well, I'm going to pop on over to this screen to thank our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring the Robot Rampage League. This is a tier over on the Mr. Psycho 2 Patreon, which is linked down in the description. For $10 a month, you can be a sponsor of the Robot Rampage League and get your name here. I think the top tier is $15 a month, where you get all of our robot build progress, which is listed in gold here. All of this money goes towards helping us build robots and keep the league running and literally keeping the lights on. We pay the internet bill and such with that. Massive thank you to everybody who supports on Patreon. $10 a month is roughly $2.50 a stream.
Yep.
Just less than a lot of people paying super chats. So if you're looking to support the league, this is a great option for you. Of course, we do love our super chats.
Of course, if you would like.
We love shouting out our supporters. So before we get into the fights, I'm going to read some of the chat because I've kind of been skipping over it here. Steve-O says, Power Creep, is that a band that covers Radiohead songs in the style of Iron Maiden? We have a heavy metal team, but none of the songs are named after, or none of the robots are named after Iron Maiden songs. We should change that.
I should change that at some point, yeah.
Maybe next season. Hey, Razor's finally gotten over COVID. Good job,
Good
Razor.
shit.
Glad to hear you're on the mend. Mighty Hydra, Heavy Metal has lost only 3 fights, and all 3 of those bots were undefeated.
Yeah, Heavy Metal is surprisingly good this season.
There's not a lot of undefeated robots remaining. There's what, like, I think there's 4 lightweights, 4 middleweights, there's like 2 super heavyweights.
Yeah, and luckily we actually have 2 undefeated matchups happening this week too.
Ooh.
One of them will be in our first match.
Cool. Yes, we are slowly whittling down the number of robots that are
Yes.
still undefeated.
We'll see if anyone can pull out what the hell Creighton and Explicit Equation did last season.
Oh my goodness.
That would be insane.
13 straight wins to start the season. Robert Bull is here. Welcome. Be in and out of the stream. Yes, pop in and out of the stream as necessary. We know everybody has lives. A 5-hour live stream is a long time to dedicate to watching anything, any sport.
Anything in general.
Even
that's a
baseball
long...
games don't go 5 hours.
Yeah, that's fucking awful. For
So,
baseball games, so.
You know, if we know you have stuff to do, go do your things, come back when you have time. We will still be here. Rexamillion is actually watching live. Welcome. Liam has a local air show going on. It's okay, we'll talk louder.
Yeah, there you go. That's all we'll do.
Because that'll totally work. Alright, are we ready for our first fights?
I think we are ready for our first match and to get into this.
Alright, let's get the game fired up.
See what shenanigans this week befalls upon us.
Get everything selected here.
So, our first match, we start, as always, with the Tennessean Syndicate. And they get to take on the Halifax Supernovas this week.
Ooh, Halifax versus Franklin, Tennessee. Ooh, super chat.
Ooh, there's a super chat.
From Tamabris. Once again, thank you, Tamabris, for your £5 super chat. He's heading out for a darts league in 1.5 hours, so there's multiple leagues going on today.
Hell yeah, I like that.
Darts is fun. I suck at it, but it's fun.
It is very fun, yes.
We used to make up our own games because we're bad at actual darts.
Yeah, didn't we just play like 21 or something?
Yeah, we played 21 mostly, which was basically just like blackjack, but with darts.
Yeah.
17 darts teams. That sounds exciting. Don't drink too much, because we know that tends to be what people who play darts do.
Yes.
All right, so our first fight of the stream is between Whammy, representing the Tennessean Syndicate. It is a sit-and-spin black bot with these spikes out on long extenders. It's got a lot of reach. It's invertible. It's facing Tycho from the Halifax Supernovas. It is a front-hinged flipper with a damaging spiked flipping arm. Chats, how are we predicting Whammy versus Tycho to go?
I see one big problem with Tycho here, and that's its chassis shape. Because what's probably going to happen is Whammy's going to get that spike caught right in that corner in front of the wheel, and then just microwave the entire fight, just spinning it around and putting it away the whole time.
That could happen. If Whammy gets up to speed, I think it could just knock Tycho away with that nice flat side, and Tycho won't be able to get deep enough under it.
The only thing is, if Tycho is able to get under there, that extender on Whammy's very exposed.
Yes, it's lost those extenders on a few occasions already. Rex asked, have you ever seen Robot Combat League from Sci-Fi Channel?
I have not.
I watched it when it came out. It was bad. The only reason I watched it was because Mark Satrakian made the robots and Chris Jericho was hosting it, and it was clear nobody directing the show knew what they were doing because it was so horribly overproduced and overdramatic. The robots were cool. They were obviously doing like special effects damage. It wasn't real damage. I figured, okay, as kind of like a game show type of a thing, this could be neat, but it was just, the directing was awful, and like they didn't even use Chris Jericho well.
Okay.
So, tragic. So, first fight, let's get it underway. Oh, the tentative coming out. Ooh. Whammy didn't get up to speed in time, but it is knocking away Tycho.
Doing a lot of damage to the right side corner of Tycho for sure.
Yeah, Tycho is not having... It doesn't have the drive speed to get in underneath Whammy.
Ooh, but now it's gotten under it a little bit.
It's gotten Whammy up in the air. It's using that overpowered drive that these sit-and spinners have to keep it off balance and bounce it around, but now it's trying to keep it against the wall so it can't spin up. I think Whammy's getting hits to that right side wheel on Tycho.
But Tycho's going in right at the point of the extender where it attaches to the chassis.
Trying to get that extender work off of Whammy and unbalance it some more. Whammy escapes. And Tycho, does it have the drive power? It does not. It's taking too much damage.
That is the KO.
And Whammy is going to get a nice KO in 51 seconds.
Just about what we expected. Tycho gave it a good shot. It was able to get Whammy pinned, but
didn't have the drive power to keep it pinned.
Nah, not quite.
And that is a quick 3 points for the Tennessean Syndicate. Whammy putting in the work for the Franklin, Tennessee team.
Whammy's put in a ton of work for the Syndicate so far.
Yeah, it's a robot that's doing pretty well.
Yeah, that's its third straight knockout. That's pretty good.
One of the reasons why we do the points for the victories, and it's the same in every weight class, is because we want the lightweights and the middleweights to be just as important as the heavyweights.
Yeah.
And some teams are showing that. Their lightweights are their strong suit or whatnot. So it's not just about the heavies here. It's all the robots are important to a team.
Definitely.
Speaking of robots that are important to a team, both of these robots are on a tear this season.
Both of them are undefeated. This is one of our undefeated matchups.
Undefeated. One of these robots is leaving with a loss.
It is indeed.
We have exceptionally gifted for the Tennessean Syndicate. Four-wheel drive rammer, battering ram of axe heads on the front. It's facing the Supernovas Kepler, which is a side-hinged flipper with a bunch of spiked flipping arms that come outwards like this. It is very destructive.
It's been on a tear.
Both of them are 4-0, undefeated. Who's going to be 5-0 after this?
Well...
Chat, who do you think is going to be 5-0?
Also noteworthy here, Exceptionally Gifted is the most damaging middleweight by points scored. It's done a ton of damage to everything it's faced. And that's largely due to its battering ram of axes. The main thing with it is, I believe Exceptionally was built very similarly to Blood Eagle from last season, and Blood Eagle tended to block wedges from getting underneath it. So I think Kepler might actually struggle getting underneath it here.
Yeah, we've seen side flippers against Blood Eagle not have a very good time.
Yeah, that wasn't very fun. I don't think the same could really happen here. I don't think Exceptionally has that much power, but if they stalemate and just get into a pushing war, Kepler's chassis is just going to melt.
Yes, yes. Those chassis flippers are vulnerable. Most of chat is on Kepler's side.
We'll see if we can do it.
So let's see if Kepler can back up that support from the audience.
Ooh, it did get under it. Wow.
Exceptionally Gifted did a big flip through the air, but now Kepler struggling to get under that battering ram and taking damage to the tip of that pontoon wedge on the front.
Might actually be a problem that Exceptionally's inverted, because I actually wonder if the axe hits are lower now. Because
Quite possibly.
Yeah, because they stalemated again.
So, Exceptionally Gifted, different upside down when it's right side up, and now Kepler cannot get underneath.
It's taking a ton of damage to those pontoon wedges for sure.
Yes, and Exceptionally Gifted just wants to grind away at that front end, mess up those wedges.
Pure DPS.
There's a lot of smoke coming out of the front of Kepler now, which means that those flipping arms are not going to be as powerful.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Kepler took a control board hit, but it took the entire rack off of Exceptionally?
Wow! All at once.
That's
and now
a quick
Exceptionally
turnaround.
Gifted is so off balance without that weight on the front. It's just falling over.
Kepler's
And
just throwing it around now. That
it
was
doesn't,
very close.
It can't push anymore because
It doesn't have a battering ram.
it's just not low enough without that battering ram.
Kepler
and Kepler is
got
going to
control
tear
board
it
hits.
open. If it can keep its...
If it can even fire, its weapons have taken so much damage.
Yeah, but keep the weapons running. It's gotten Exceptionally Gifted over to one of the grinders.
Oh,
There
that
it
is
is.
the knockout.
140 left.
80
so that's
seconds.
80 seconds.
Wow.
What a comeback.
That was a huge, double twist in the fight there. Right when Kepler takes a control board hit, it's able to take the entire rack off of Exceptionally. Well then.
Both of them put up similar damage numbers, but the result was very different.
I will note that for potential fight of the week. That was a very nice turnaround.
Yes. And crucially, that comeback for Kepler tied the match at 3 apiece.
It does indeed. Kepler is still undefeated at 5-0.
Kepler taking a big hit to deal a blow back. Yes, absolutely. Kamikaze move.
Yes.
Get in there and snipe the weapon.
You had to get in. You had to get in there and take the hit to get the weapon off.
So, Kepler, first robot at 5-0.
Mm-hmm.
There's one fewer undefeated robot now.
Indeed. But we have another undefeated one popping up right now.
Which one's that?
That would be Relentless Heartburn, the dual vertical spinner for the Syndicate. 4-wheel drive, 2 big vertical discs with some nice burst-mounted wedges in the front. Very simple, clean, and effective.
Yes.
Been kind of the staple for the Syndicate so far.
Yes, fast KOs as well.
100%, yeah.
Progenitor, not so fast with its wins.
No, not really.
Or not as many wins.
And not exactly winning all of the times it's actually winning.
Yeah, Progenitor, 4 flipping arms. Very powerful flipper. It's what we call pure flipper. There's no damaging flipping arms in there. Certainly outgunned in terms of weapon power here.
100%.
But it has that ring out potential.
It definitely does. They got one last week.
So, what do we think, chat? Can Relentless Heartburn remain undefeated, or can Progenitor take advantage of the arena and another robot's undefeated streak?
Well, not only is Progenitor outgunned in terms of weapon power, it's outgunned in drive power as well.
Yes.
And I feel like that's going to be to Relentless Heartburn's advantage. We'll see. If Progenitor's going to win, it's got to be a fast ring out.
Yeah, most of chat's on Relentless Heartburn's side here.
We'll see what happens.
Generally speaking, the more damaging robot tends to be favored. But as we've seen borne out in the stats so far to this point, the most damaging robots aren't always the winningest robots.
Not at all, no.
Especially in the heavyweights.
Oh, yeah. Poor Fire Prince. I think it's 1 damage in every fight, and it's 0-4.
Yeah.
Like, no luck. We'll see.
KJ predicting Heartburn to trip over in the box rush.
I mean, that would be actually to Relentless Heartburn's favor. Because then the vert just goes straight into the front of Pretender. Who knows?
Yeah, we've seen that work too. Let's see if that's what happens, or if it just glides over Progenitor.
Ooh,
So
Progenitor was
it
able to win the ground game at the
bounced
start.
on top of Progenitor,
But now...
got away and got under it though, and now Progenitor is getting ripped up from underneath and not able to self-right.
Now with Relentless Heartburn in the way.
Ended up right back on top of those
yeah.
wedgelets, and so Relentless Heartburn is just keeping it upside down and tearing into the underside of that chassis.
Mistiming those flips really exposed the bottom of Progenitor to the vert.
Yeah,
There was
wheel
one
guards.
and a wheel. Now.
Relentless Heartburn is just ripping Progenitor apart piece by piece here.
And it looks like that is the knockout.
Yep. 37 seconds. Progenitor had an opportunity and then lost it just as quickly.
So that is now a 6-3 lead for the Syndicate.
Yes, they cannot be defeated.
Yes, and Supernovas are going to have to pull a KO out to tie the match.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that.
Pulling out a KO to draw in the super heavyweights is not always the easiest thing to do.
And especially with this type matchup, a little weird.
Prague somehow messed it up. That's not the first time that Progenitor's messed up an advantage.
Yeah, it's screwed a lot of wins just by being dumb.
Mighty Hydra, the team owner for the Tennessee and Syndicate, the dawn of the Syndicate. One Father, please win for once in your life. It's got a chance.
It does have a chance for sure.
So, the Syndicate fields One Father in the super heavyweights. It is a double horizontal spinner, kind of like Rotator, one up high, one down low. Lots of armor panels around the side.
Yes, very defensive robot.
Defensive, offensive. It is a good balance between the two. Not doing so well this season yet, though. The Supernovas bring Event Horizon. It is a piston flipper.
Yes.
This is a weapon type in Robot Arena 2 that doesn't follow all the rules of physics.
Not quite.
The way that pistons work in the game is they don't have a whole lot of power extending, but they have a tremendous amount of power retracting. It doesn't make any sense, but that's the way that the game works. And so we classify them differently to the burst motor flippers. So Event Horizon, big tall robot, has flipped robots over, has flipped them out of the ring.
Yeah, it's gotten 2 ring outs in the season. It can definitely throw stuff out of the arena. However, that's only 2 points.
Yes.
It's going to have to focus on getting a KO here.
Yeah, if we get a TKO or a ring out, then the Syndicate win the match. And they get a crucial bonus point for winning the match. Chat. I see a few going for One Father here. Possibly predicting that upper disc to take out the flipping arms.
It definitely could. I think it's at the right height.
Some are predicting Event Horizon to get another ring out.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because One Father is a very large robot, and both of the Udas that Event Horizon's gotten were very large robots.
Yes. Well, super heavyweights are big bots.
Yeah. Just Event Horizon's flipper setup is really good for tossing bigger stuff out of the arena.
Yes. Well, chat's on Event Horizon's side by a little bit, so let's see if that is what's borne out in this fight. Big toss, but it didn't get One Father over, but it has it upside down now.
Over. Although Event Horizon has lost at least one of its flipping arms.
Yes, One Father with those
Two of
spinning
its flipping
discs.
arms.
No matter which way it's thrown, it's got a spinning disc up high and down low. And so Event Horizon, look at the chassis damage to the front
yeah,
of
it's
it.
taking a ton on the pontoons.
And all the flipping arms have come off of Event
have.
Horizon now. So this is One Father's fight to win if it can get those weapons into play.
Looks like that top disc is just high enough to catch the top of Event Horizon.
Yes.
Helps that it's a very large robot.
Tall robots getting hit by tall weapons. One Father's going to try and get some space and get up to speed.
Event Horizon is going to shove it into the wall. Oh, there's a control board hit.
Yes, the lower weapon getting into play. Wedge under One Father at your own peril.
Another control board hit.
And it looks like this is going to be Event Horizon's downfall here, as those dual weapons, no matter which way it attacked, it suffered damage.
That's a 63-second knockout for One Father. I believe that's actually One Father's first victory.
Yes, and it gets 3 points and the win for the Tennessee Syndicate.
Very impressive. Interesting indeed.
So that's a 9-3 win for the team from Tennessee.
Yeah. They're sitting tied for fourth or third in Division 2 right now at 31 points. That's going to put them up to 40 now.
That's a good points day.
Yeah.
9 points is a good points day. What was it? The cutoff for the playoff last season was like 6-ish points per match?
Yeah.
So anything higher than that, and you're going to move up in the standings. Yeah. Mighty Hydra excited by the win for his team.
That was a very impressive win for the Syndicate.
So we move on to our next matchup. The Orlando Commandos and second place Robotics.
Oh boy.
So, Orlando brings into the lightweights more airtime. It's another piston flipper.
It was another piston flipper.
Got its first win of the season last week.
It did indeed.
A bit of a meme.
It's a big meme. It's a huge meme.
But, hey, if it gets some wins, it might turn its season around here.
Yeah, and if it faces robots that can't self-right, who knows?
Yeah, second place Robotics brings Unknown X. It's kind of an overhead claw stabber kind of robot. A little bit like a Crusher and an Axe combined. Has a good wedge on the front. Been kind of unlucky taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Airtime doesn't do damage.
It's not.
So, I'm not sure if I've ever seen if Unknown X can self-right or not.
It's always lost its Crusher like immediately.
Yeah. So, we might see that here. Or we might see more airtime get crushed.
We'll see.
Chat, what are we expecting out of more airtime versus Unknown X?
Bammy, airtime does emotional damage.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, for having to sit through microwave fights, the airtime does. Yeah, you know.
Well, there is a fair amount of split between the chat here. I think they're leaning in favor of more airtime. That might be a first.
I think this might be the first time anyone's gone, yeah, airtime's going to win.
At least the majority of chat.
Yeah.
Although I'm seeing a lot more Unknown X predictions coming up. Reactor Gamer says microwave. Always a possibility.
Definitely a possibility,
Especially in the lightweights. So, let's find out how Orlando and Zionsville, Indiana do. Ooh.
Unknown X wins the ground game to start.
Yeah, and got a big pop onto
But airtime is
chassis.
now flipped it over.
And the bottom of Unknown X says, oh no, which I think speaks to their ability to self-right. More airtime trying to flip them over to get some aggression points in there.
And now they have both flipped over.
We've seen more airtime self-right, though.
Yeah, more airtime can self-right if it gets the right angle on here. But Unknown X appears to just be stuck.
Yeah, and it's got a TKO count going. Will it break it? No.
No, it does not.
Ladies and gentlemen, 33-second TKO. 2 wins in a row for more airtime.
Consecutive fights where more airtime flips over a robot. That's can't get up, and it's uninvertible.
Is that the first time a robot has won a fight with 0 points?
No.
Okay. Is it the first time this season?
Yes.
I thought so.
Because I'm pretty sure there was one, last season, when Sludge barrel rolled over Explicit Equation. Yes. There was 0 damage points across the board for both of them, so that was technically a win.
Well, as Nitro in the chat points out, this is officially a winning streak for more airtime. I wish Dadu John John was in chat to see this,
so
to
happy.
witness this moment.
See his boy doing well.
So that is a 2-0 lead for Orlando. And we go to the middleweights.
Interesting note, Orlando, well, they're only sitting 5th and at 15 points. They're not doing like the greatest this season. They're one of 2 teams to not have a single KO on the season.
Airtime's not doing them any favors, are they?
Airtime, I mean, like, I'm not surprised Airtime because it's more of a pure flipper of sorts.
Yes.
But considering who they have here in the middleweights, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah, so in the middleweights, the Orlando Commandos have Barbecue. It is a sit-and-spin robot. It has spikes for damage. It has ram plates for defense. The issue that this robot has, even though it can dish out a lot of damage, is because it sits and spins in one place to attack, it can't go after a robot that's disabled to get a KO. It has to rely on the other robot coming to that.
Yes.
And so, not always reliable on getting points. Second place robotics brings Yeetus. It is a rear hinge flipper with 4 spiked flipping arms. Powerful flipper, does a lot of damage. Flippers kind of hurt Q last season.
Yes.
It sort of beat some of them and sort of didn't.
Well, bit of a flashback in the playoffs. The original Q took on a flipper called Creighton, which is very similar to Yeetus, and Q was able to take off both of its wheels with a little bit of assistance from the grinder. I think that could be Barbecue's strat here, honestly, is if it's able to work Yeetus to a grinder and just clip the wheels off.
Yeah, its strategy so far this season has been to go for wheels. Getting TKOs versus KOs. So we could see more of that here with Yeetus and its exposed wheels. Chat, what are you expecting? I see split predictions in chat so far. Mobber says barbecue because the weather is good for that.
It is here, honestly. It's been really nice weather over here for a bit.
Nitro says if Q loses this, will Airtime have a better record than that?
I think if Q loses, they'd both be at 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So, even. But that's still insane considering how good Barbecue can be.
Especially how good it was last season. Sean says typing on a phone is annoying. Yes, I fat finger my phone all the time. Here we go. Let's get this middleweight fight underway. Ooh, Yeetus got
Huge
right
toss
under
from
Q
Yeetus.
before it could even get up to speed and sent it flying through the air. Q not phased by going up the wedge at all. It's just going to keep spinning away.
Keep spinning. Gotten quite a few hits on Yeetus' chassis already.
Yeah, that
doing a lot of damage to that right corner.
Taking a lot of damage here, and Yeetus not able to get those flipping arms underneath Q as much anymore.
Ooh.
Physics happened.
That was physics, yeah, that's definitely a
That was a
restart,
physics
unfortunately.
collision.
Interesting. I'm curious how that one happened, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If you're new to Robot Rampage League, the physics engine is a little bit unstable at times, and when things get thrown around and it affects in a way that affects the fight and is not realistic at all, we'll restart the fight because this physics engine is not fair.
And in that take, Yeetus got flipped over
Yeah.
unfairly,
So, wow.
Ooh.
Q got spun around like a coin by Yeetus. And it's trying to keep spinning, but Yeetus is getting it over. Oh, onto the grinder.
Onto the grinder, definitely taking damage to those armor panels.
Yes, and trying to keep Q stalled.
Q is unfazed.
Q landing blows to the top of the wedge, to the side of the chassis, as Yeetus tries to push it back over to the grinder, but Q gets it into
got
the
it in
grinder.
now. And took
Got
the
a
off.
wheel. Is it going to get the other wheel with the grinder?
It
is. It's a carbon
Wow.
copy of the Creighton fight
carbon
from last
copy.
season. What an excellent strategy by Q.
Is backing off and is taking the TKO.
Gonna take a nice TKO here.
Fantastic.
What a mirror match that was. 11 seconds to go. Or 2:11 to go.
49 seconds. Wow. I've seen that fight happen before, my goodness. Yeah, that is now Barbecue's third win, and all 3 of them have been TKOs.
You
I
know,
mean, if you can get a fight like that against a robot that's throwing you around, and you're just able to take a win, just take it. Don't risk more damage.
yeah, KOs, chassis, knockouts are worth more points, but they're riskier.
Yes.
And if you can consistently get the 2 points, why not?
Yeah, you can take it.
You know, take the 2 points.
Especially when they're already up in the match.
Yeah, like second place has to get knockouts from here on out to win. So that was a fantastic win by Q. So, heavyweight time. I don't even know what to predict for this one. Holy cow.
Oh, yeah, I just looked. Okay.
In the heavyweights, the Orlando Commandos have Hot Mess, which is a hot mess. It's kind of a little bit of a stilt bot and has kind of full body drum setup. It's got 2 drums that rotate around the chassis of the robot. Very tall robot Hot Mess is. It's facing Rumblebee from second place robotics, which is kind of these axy front hinge flippers.
Yes.
Unlike the photo here, it does have wheel protection with ram plates. So, chat, what are we expecting between Rumblebee and Hot Mess here? I'm expecting a mess, to be honest. Did the person who entered second place buy Creighton and name it Ydas? No, it's just very heavily based on Creighton.
Yeah, they're very similar designs.
Inspired by is the best way to describe it.
So I see an interesting problem Hot Mess might have right here. I have a feeling it's going to stalemate with Rumblebee's wedgelets in the front, which is going to tip Hot Mess forward. And with how high its chassis is, Rumblebee's going to get a straight shot right in there. And now while the drum is there and could potentially ward off that hit, it could also just take a direct chassis shot right away.
Well, we see it take direct chassis shot down the middle.
100%, yeah.
But Rumblebee's weapons are offset from the center. So will those just go into the drum?
They could, but if the timing's right, it's just straight to the chassis. It does a lot of damage.
And that assumes that Hot Mess falls over.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Both of these robots play a big ground game.
Yeah, and they're both known for getting kind of messy wins.
Yeah.
So, Mighty Hydra predicting the game to crash after this fight.
Yeah, we've always seemed to have the first crash of the stream after the second heavyweight match.
Yes.
Really weird.
Another reason why the lightweights are better.
Yes, because they don't crash our game.
Let's go! Hot Mess up to speed.
Does fall over right away, but
Completely flips.
Rumblebee did not take advantage. Now it is.
Rumblebee going after the
Right
wheels and the drive motors.
Although now Hot Mess is climbing up the top of it to self-right.
Yes, it's got those spinning weapons on the floor.
It did a ton of damage to the top of Rumblebee, but now they're kind of stalemated.
Yeah, so Hot Mess is on top of the front end of Rumblebee, but I don't think Rumblebee's got the power to drive fully under Hot Mess, who had to break a TKO count. Hot Mess just bouncing over the top of those spike strips on the front of Rumblebee. And they're going to kind of wedge stalemate here. Because Hot Mess is deliberately not driving over the top of Rumblebee. And they're aware of that being a weakness.
But now Hot Mess has gotten under Rumblebee.
Yes, and so landing those drums into the front end of Rumblebee, I think they're hitting the spike strips as one goes flying.
Although I did see part of Hot Mess's drum laying on the floor.
Yes, one of the razor tip spikes has come off of, I think, the right side drum on Hot Mess, and you can see the robot bouncing from the misbalance.
Actually very clever, because Hot Mess has those iron spikes on the wedgelets, and it's holding Rumblebee at a distance.
Yes, and now it's completely flipped Rumblebee over after Rumblebee tried to attack, and now Hot Mess is going to attack the top end of Rumblebee as it's stranded against the wall.
Ooh, but a huge hit on
control
Rumblebee.
board hit on Hot Mess. Took a big shot from the Axie flipping arm from Rumblebee. So both of these robots have taken a ton of damage, but Hot Mess has taken more.
Rumblebee's probably not far away from getting to control board hits too.
Yes,
there's
there's
another one.
2 control board hits.
And
no,
I think
that's
Hot
the
Mess got
knockout.
it. Wow.
Just got under the lip of the chassis and landed the blows.
It was a very close fight.
How many seconds?
100 seconds, exactly.
100 seconds.
Hot Mess with a massive damage total. My goodness. Over 10,000.
Have not seen a whole lot of 5-digit damage totals this season so far. It's usually only like 2 or 3 per stream.
Yeah. Oh, very tight match.
And that wins Orlando the match.
Yes, that is a 7-point lead.
7-0 right now, and only 3 points remain.
Second place is not in second place in the standings, unfortunately.
They are rapidly approaching second to last.
Yes.
Yeah,
shutout watch.
The last Indiana team, the Indiana Robotics Alliance from Indianapolis, did okay.
Yeah, they just squeaked into the playoffs, 4th seed.
Replaced by this team from the suburbs of Indy, not as good.
Not quite as good, no.
They need that support of the main city, I think.
You see, you know what it really is? It's the lack of X Factor right here.
Yeah.
X Factor carried Indiana last season, my goodness.
Speaking of robots that carried teams, and are not anymore.
Yeah, they had really not.
The Orlando Commandos have King Drillosaurus in the super heavyweights. It is 3 horizontal drills on top of the robot. The second place robotics has a horizontal spinner called Supernova with that low slung undercutting disc spinner. King Drillosaurus is really struggling to get its weapons into play this season.
Yeah, that front wedge is not quite as up to par as they might have expected it to be.
Yeah, and it gets knocked over a lot. Supernova really doesn't knock things over. It doesn't have the wedging ability, it doesn't have the ground game.
It's a bit more of a defensive robot.
Very defensive. Chat, what do we expect out of King Drillosaurus versus Supernova? Can second place get some points back?
See, I think the main thing for Supernova here is getting that undercutter into the exposed wheels and the drive motors of King Drillosaurus.
Yes.
But that also means getting to the side of King Drillosaurus, which is a tall order when it has faster drive power.
Yeah, Supernova's not that fast. So, as Nitro points out, Hot Mess got Orlando's first KO of the season.
That was indeed Orlando's. All we had to do, it's commentator's curse. All we had to do is talk about it.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Nitro points out that X Factor carried Indiana last season, but with how 1 o'clock a similar robot's doing, maybe not.
I don't know, because the thing with 1 o'clock is it has very little battery power in comparison. Like, they are very similar builds, but I feel like X Factor had what it needed to push that design a little bit further. Or maybe 1 o'clock's about to go on a tear, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe 1 o'clock's just been getting unlucky.
Yeah,
well,
first for sure.
Chat's a little bit split on this one, but let's see if we get a shutout out of this, or if second place gets some points. Well, King Drillosaurus using its drive power to stall the disc on Supernova, excuse me, getting underneath it. It's actually getting
the weapon into play.
Into the weapon, finally.
It's taken Supernova's undercutter off.
Yes, so the disc off of Supernova, getting those drills into play underneath it.
Definitely going to town on the left side wheel assembly work, and it's also taking the wheel off now.
Yes, so King Drillosaurus finally getting that weapon into play, taking the left side of Supernova apart, pushing it into the grinder now with its superior drive power. Taking full control of this fight. Supernova's got to break a count here, which it does.
Ooh, and a huge ram from King Drillosaurus.
King Drillosaurus almost knocked itself totally over.
That would have been very bad.
Because it doesn't really self-right.
Not really.
So knocking itself over is not a good call.
Ooh, I hear a TKO
There's a count happening, and Supernova's caught on King Drillosaurus here. And then physics decided that we needed to restart. I think that was the weapon motor came out of Supernova.
That's what it looked like, yeah. Maybe actually, I think Supernova might have been caught on the motor, looking at it.
Yeah, that's probably what happened here. So we restart, and King Drillosaurus comes in and pins that weapon and Supernova to the wall.
Actually, looks like Supernova's weapon was over the wedge, but it looks like the undercutter came off. It's not spinning anymore.
Yeah, it's totally come off, and
Supernova's wedged on it.
Tripping over it, trying to get free.
Gonna break the count. Ooh, it just did.
King Drillosaurus backed into the wall, trying to get away from it, and is kind of come back in. Trying to wedge underneath Supernova here, and not really finding much success with it.
Now Supernova kind of pushing King Drillosaurus back.
Yeah, a little bit of a push of war stalemate going on here. I think they're going to have to break a count here sooner or later. And King Drillosaurus backs away. Supernova turns and exposes its side.
And it's now off the ground, and King Drillosaurus is taking it over to a grinder.
but backed away, and that's allowed Supernova to land a hit to its wheels with those front spikes.
Now King Drillosaurus is all the way under Supernova and is carving up the underside.
Yes, got those drills into play finally. Finally got Supernova up the wedge.
Taking one of the wheels off despite the wheel guards.
Yes, the wheel guards don't matter in Robot Rampage League apparently. As King Drillosaurus takes it to another grinder, and Supernova officially has no wheels left. And I think that right side wheel guards come off and it's parked it on top of the grinder, I believe.
Very close if it's not. Yes, it is now on top of the grinder for sure.
King Drillosaurus is going to back off and leave it for a TKO, I believe.
What it's looking like.
Going to celebrate in the center of the arena with its clear victory.
Do a little dance.
Yep, that is going to be a shutout.
And a shutout, yes. Orlando finally getting a shutout. 119 seconds.
Yes. And once again, not a KO.
KO. That's three TKOs in the match for Orlando, but I mean, hey, it's a little different than what they did last season, where they just KO'd everything after airtime loss.
Yeah. So 9-0. Not the biggest shutout, but 9 points is 9 points.
Big. I mean, with that extra bonus point thrown in there, it's going to put them at 10.
Yeah.
And that would actually vault them like right underneath Halifax and the Pulsars for right now. We'll see what they do in their matches, but I think it's going to put them back in the running. At least put them in the top 4.
Yeah, like I said, 6 points per match is kind of the cutoff for the playoffs. So anything better than that is a good day.
We're now on to our third match.
Maz says Drillosaurus has white hot-itis.
Yeah, white hot was a spinner that didn't really use its spinner.
Pretty much.
That's okay. That's why it's in the sun.
Oh, it wasn't after the heavyweight match. The heavyweight fight. It was after the super heavyweights.
Hilarious.
We got through 2 whole matches.
I just noticed Nitro. Hey, no game crash. Well, commentator's curse.
It wasn't the commentator. It was the chat that cursed it.
Curse.
Good job, Nitro. Thank you, Patreon stream sponsors, for sponsoring this crash of Robot Arena 2. Eventually, we will make enough money to pay somebody to fix this broken game.
We're just going to go bother Geese in 09 and see if they can do something about it.
Nightmare 27. Damn it, Nitro. Yep. Zester's gotten every single fight prediction wrong so far. That is unfortunate.
Especially unfortunate considering whose team is popping up in this next match.
Yeah. Better start getting those predictions right.
Well, our first team to pop up is the Meme Team. The memes have arrived.
Yes. From England?
Yes, that was actually what I'm looking for.
From
they're out of Lancaster.
Lancaster, England. And they're facing the Pelagic Wanderers, who are from the Atlantic Ocean.
Indeed. Not
far from England. So, the Meme Team in the lightweights brings demagnetized internet. It is a rammer with some spikes on the front. Not invertible.
It's not invertible.
Probably not going to matter this fight. The Pelagic Wanderers bring Carcinized. It's got 2 side axes with different weapons on them. Does a surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, I believe it's, I'll have to check, but it's one of the higher DPS lightweights we have.
Yes. Able to get around robots and damage them from the sides and get those exposed chassis. In this case, with demagnetized internet, they might be able to go around the spikes and get to the wheels.
Indeed.
Chats, what are we predicting between demagnetized internet and carcinized? Well, chat says crab.
You know, I wouldn't entirely be surprised. Considering, I would say Carcinized has the weapon power advantage here. But the main issue is that demagnetized internet's very wide. So that might make it a little hard to not only hit the chassis, but that could also break Carcinized weapon.
Yeah, it's got to go around demagnetized weapons, otherwise it's going to lose its own probably. Let's see how this turns out between these 2 lightweights. Demagnetized internet bounced and didn't quite get a good charge.
Now it's getting in there.
It's gotten underneath the front protective spikes of Carcinized.
That did give Carcinized a chance to hit the chassis from above, though.
Yes. And you can see the damage.
It managed to catch the right side wheel of the internet.
Yes. Demagnetized internet losing spikes, losing wheels on that right side of demagnetized internet. And Carsonized is zeroing in on that spot to just attack it more.
Carsonized has lost its spike strip on the right side.
Yes, lost the right side spiked axe thing on the weapons of demagnetized internet, but it's not the right side one that it is using to its advantage. It's the left side. It's demagnetized.
Just trying to stay alive right now.
Trying to stay alive. Trying to shuffle away and not really having the drive power to do so. Carsonized is finally getting them down to control board hits with that left side axe.
Another big hit, wow.
That left side sword and just cutting away at the side of demagnetized internet.
That is the KO.
So
66 seconds.
Carsonized getting the 3 points early for the Pelagic Wanderers. Fair amount of damage for a lightweight fight.
That's actually a lot of damage for Carsonized. I think it's one of the only lightweights with over 10,000 damage points right now, so that's going to put it up there now.
Yeah. Bammy saying the RA2 crowd going wild for Crab. Yes. RA2 sound effects go wild for anything that damages more than 50 points, I think.
Like I say, in the first season we went nuts for Sludge, and now it's all about crabs.
We really need some Zoidberg memes this season with all the crabs.
Yes.
Well, we move to the middleweights. The meme team has On Your Own, named for Your Own Leverloo, of many Dutch Robot Wars and BattleBots teams. It is an undercutter spinner with big wheels on the side, ram plates protecting the front end. It's facing Breach from the Pelagic Wanderers. It is a rear hinge flipper. It's got 2 flipping panels and a flipping spike.
Yes, it does.
And well-protected wheels. Very beautiful robot. Chat, what do we expect between On Your Own and Breach? I expect that On Your Own's not going to play much of a ground game here.
Yeah, I'm thinking On Your Own's going to be Air Your Own in this one. The only thing is, Breach obviously doesn't do a whole lot of damage with those 2 flipping panels, more so they're more pure flippers. And with On Your Own spinner still being active most likely, I think it could do damage landing on top of Breach pretty easily.
Yeah, there's always the risk of losing those flipping panels to the spinner.
Yeah.
So this is I feel like the longer this fight goes on, the less likely Breach is to win it.
However, not only On Your Own is also massive, it could easily go out of the arena, but it is invertible, so like being flipped over is not really going to matter to it.
Yes. Chat is wholly on Breach's side.
I believe it's reasonable. Breach has been pretty impressive for being a relatively pure flipper.
So let's see what Breach can do here, or if On Your Own can get a win here. Whoa!
That's an interesting way to get under it.
Kind of tripped On Your Own over running into the disc. We've seen discs be better than wedges sometimes. Now it's got On Your Own upside down, and that disc is up top.
Briefly caught the grinder.
Yeah, Breach is keeping On Your Own over by the wheel.
Ooh, it managed to use the spike strip to get one of On Your Own's wheels off, huh?
Okay, so that single spike strip flipper taking wheels off.
And On Your Own just tipped over the wall.
Parked it on the wall and out. So, Breach took full advantage of the lack of ground game and kept On Your Own tumbling around and took the win.
That is a ring out victory.
That is officially the 20th ring out, which means Razor259 gets a bingo square.
Yes, indeed. That was also the first ring out for Breach this season. Considering it's one of the more powerful middleweight flippers, that's nice to see.
Yeah, good to see some ring outs.
Flippers are actually doing pretty good this season compared to last season. Like last season, the flippers were very top heavy between how good or bad they were doing.
Yeah, they were feast or famine, and this season the flippers are showing that they've got their stuff. Every type of flipper, even the piston flippers.
Even the piston flippers are impressive.
So, Breach getting that first ring out of the season. We go to the heavyweights. What does On Your Own's name have to do with the bot? Nothing. It's just Jim Dramatic making fun of our friend Your Own Lieberlu.
And it's a bit of a wordplay, too.
Yes. So, in the heavyweights, we have the meme team fielding a multi-bot pair called 4-Pound 90. 4-Pound has the vertical spinner, 90 has side axes. They've been surprisingly good at swarming other robots and keeping them from doing anything of use. The Pelagic Wanderers bring Twin Gyre to the heavyweights. It's undefeated.
It's undefeated.
Is it one of the... I think it's one of a few robots that it has nothing but KOs.
Yes, and it's also number 2 in damage points in the heavyweights.
Yes, Twin Gyre has been an absolute monster so far. It's got the 2 angled spinners that face upwards somewhat. And it kind of swings them back and forth so that it gets both of them into play all the time.
Yes.
It's beaten a multi-bot already.
It has beaten a multi-bot, and I feel like a very similar strategy is going to be in play here against 4-Pound 90.
Yeah, we've seen it's important to not get swarmed by the multi-bot. You got to pick one and go for it. We saw Transfusion do that before. Twin Gyre has kind of the weapon power that it can just kind of keep swinging the weapon around.
Yes, and it also has some rear protection. So even if they do get to the back, they have to go through the rear protection first.
Yeah. So, chat, what are we expecting? Well, chat's expecting Twin Gyre, to be honest.
I think it's reasonable, but you never know. The multi-bots could just clip a wheel.
We've seen Twin Gyre lose wheels.
Yeah, so even though Twin Gyre was pretty good when it has lost a wheel, like that would be to the multi-bot's advantage to cripple its mobility.
Yes. The multi-bot, if it can swarm, it can keep Twin Gyre from getting its weapon into play. Let's see what happens. So Twin Gyre, not really sure which one to go for.
Oh, hello!
Hugged 4-Pound's weapon.
4-Pound has jammed up the weapon of Twin Gyre, and 90 is now going to town on the backside.
Yes, so 90 teed up to come in and attack from behind. The disc has come off of 4-Pound, but Twin Gyre is still stranded on it.
Now it's stuck on the top of 4-Pound.
Yes, going over the top of 4-Pound, trying to attack it and do damage, and the multi-bot swarming from 2 different directions at once. Thank you. Mysterious Blue Liquid delivered mid-fight as Twin Gyre KOs 4-Pound upside down against the grinder.
Now 90's caught in the corner.
And now 90's trapped between 2 extremely damaging discs of doom. And Twin Gyre... Oh, now it's KO'd 4-Pound.
Now 4-Pound's dead.
And if it gets the KO on 90 as well, it'll get the full 3 points here. Which I believe it just did.
54 seconds to take out the 2 multi-bots.
All right. And Twin Gyre keeps that perfect run going. We mentioned that it was important that it single out one of the robots, and that is exactly what it did.
Yeah, so that's as a 5-0 record for Twin Gyre with 5 KOs. It is perfect thus far.
Do we have our explicit equation of Season 2?
That would be very interesting. I mean, we were surprised to see Explicit Equation do so well with its weaponry, so Twin Gyre is another interesting one.
Yeah. You never know what to expect in the league.
Nothing but shenanigans.
So, I would just like to point out Quora predicted Twin Gyre KO within a minute.
That was within a minute.
Just.
Very just. It was only 56 seconds, but still.
So... Oh, we get another multi-bot. 2 fights with multi-bots, but not against each other.
I have to look up when our next multi-bot match is, just for the chaos.
Multi-bot versus multi-bot. It's gonna happen. But not in the super heavyweights. Sam asking if they've missed Angry Penguins. No, they're coming up in a couple of matches.
Yeah, I think they're in 2 matches from now.
Twin Gyre's mini Berserker, but way better. Everything was better than the Berserker
Everything's
robots.
better than the Berserkers, to be honest.
Oh, Nitro, don't do the baby shark nonsense.
Hate it.
Your Roan does this to me all the time, and I hate it. Which is why your Roan has a robot named after him now.
Yes.
So, the meme team looking like a potential victim of a shutout here. They have Monk Eat Banan in the super heavyweights. It's a rear hinge flipper. It's got some defense around the sides, which will be important because it is facing a multi-bot from Pelagic Wanderers called Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose. 2 shark robots, both of them with overhead axes. One is kind of a spike strip sword axe. The other is a war pick axe. They've been very good this season at swarming.
They have.
Getting a shark feeding frenzy going. So, chat, what are we expecting between Monk and Sharks? Sounds like an episode of Animal Face Off.
It does, honestly.
What would win, a gorilla or a great white shark? And then watch them try to concoct a scenario where that fight takes place. There we go, got my mysterious blue liquid.
Yeah, I have mysterious blue too.
Razor says there's a short Argent Metal cover of Baby Shark.
And I'm not going to listen to it.
Correct. That is the correct way to approach that song. Well, chat is on the Sharks' side. They really like the water-themed robots.
Yeah, the Sharks have been very impressive. The
Sharks
whole
and the
Pelagic
Crabs
team has been really good.
So let's see how this goes. Can Monk get some points here? Ooh, Sharp Snout getting under Monk, and now they're swarming and pressing it back into the wall.
Monk's not able to get under them, so it's just taking straight damage to the chassis.
It's knocked
The Blunt Nose fell over briefly.
Blunt Nose over, and it's self-righted.
Fell on top of its shark brother.
Yes, so now the sharks are tangled in each other, and
Ooh, it looks like Sharp Snout lost its axe.
yes, Sharp Snout's active weapon has come off, but we've seen those spikes out the front of it be extremely useful.
Yeah, Sharp Snout's been a very impressive rammer
And
on
it's
its own.
pushing the 4-wheel drive super heavyweight sideways with its little 2-wheel drive. Although,
Ooh,
physics.
That was physics. Yep.
That was physics,
Unfortunate.
unfortunately. That's a restart. The game does not like when spikes get jammed between each other. So, the Sharks rush in, and Sharp Snout gets underneath Monk Eat Banan as Blunt Nose attacks it from the right front corner. Are the spike flippers coming off of Monk? No, they were just
Not
stalled.
yet. Gotta break it.
Both of the Sharks ran into each other trying to... Ooh, a nice flip.
Cinematic toss there.
As
Blunt Nose.
Blunt Nose came charging in and is now attacking Monk from behind. Monk really doesn't have the drive power to, or the speed
Not
to
quite.
face them, although Blunt Nose has
Blunt Nose
fallen
has fallen
over.
over.
So,
Well, the
Sharp
wheel guard's
Snout
now off of
breaking through the side armor of Monk Eat Banana as it pins it to the wall here. Can Monk even get free?
I believe it is. I think it might be stuck.
I think
like
it's
very
stuck on the
slightly high
front end
center.
of Sharp Snout.
Yeah, I think it is.
And there,
Ooh, I
it's
think it
just gotten
got
free of the count.
Blunt Nose, I believe, has now been counted out.
Blunt Nose out of this fight. TKO'd. And Sharp Snout's going to push Monk into the grinder. It's got those spikes on the snout that are just
Going right in.
crushing into the side of Monk Eats Banan, taking parts off, and Monk is
Control
struggling to
points.
get free here.
It does.
It's gotten out of the
Just.
corner. And Sharp Snout's going to push it right back to the grinder again. The lack of drive power really hurting Monk Eat Banan here. Monk has eaten too many bananas.
Yeah, despite being 4-wheel drive, it does not have as much drive power as the little 2-wheel drive multi-bot.
Yes. And Sharp
Sharp-
Snout, once again, just using those ramming spikes on the front to its
Yeah,
advantage.
Sharp Snout's Sharp Snout is a very good wedge, as it turns out. Well, I believe it's now crawled up.
Ooh, it's gone right up the flipping arms of Monk Eat Banana, but it's suffered far too much damage
Yeah.
to make use of
It doesn't
those
have
weapons.
any power to actually flip them.
So, Monk Eat Banana running out of battery power, taking too much internal chassis damage. It's trying to break a count here, and has
It
done
just
so.
did.
Less than a minute to go. Monk Eat Banana is on control board hits, but Sharp Snout's not been able to put it away.
Well, I do believe now that they're out of the corner and away from the immobilized Blunt Nose, Sharp Snout might have a better chance to get a better angle.
Possibly, but it's got 30 seconds,
Got
to
30 seconds to do
make
it.
something happen here. As Monk,
Well, it just keeps going head on.
yeah, I think it's just stalling it out. Going to a judge's decision might not be the best long-term strategy here for this team. It's backed away from a TKO count. Does Monk have the battery power to get free? It does.
Just was able to face Sharpsnot to propel that attack.
And Sharpsnot's going to go in and exercise a little more aggression before time runs out.
That is our first judge's decision of the stream.
Yes. I think we know which way it's going to go, but technically we need judges' scores for that. Let me get some damage totals here. The multibot scored a lot of damage.
Indeed. That is a possible shutout right there. We shall see how the scores go.
Yeah, we will get with the judges during the week. They all have lives and things to do, so we don't expect them to watch the whole stream. We will get with the judges during the week and see what the judges' decisions are. We will post those to the Twitter and the Discord during the week. We were a little busy this week and didn't get to it, but we will do it next week.
Yes.
So, Pelagic have won. We don't know if it's a shutout yet. Probably will be.
We'll see. That's going to be huge for them because they're currently third in the Division 2 standings, and with Syndicate getting a 10-point win,
Yep.
they're going to need those 10 points to keep up. Well, even with the shutout there, Collegic's not going to catch the #1 team in Division 2.
Yeah. We're going to move on to our next match.
Oh, yes.
Zester says a win is a win, and that's probably a win. Most likely.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So, the next match is between the West Elizabeth Warbears and the Kinetic Creatures. West Elizabeth bringing in Ursa Minor, an asymmetric horizontal spinner. Able to get a lot of weapon bite. A little bit slow because of all the weight on the weapon. The Kinetic Creatures have Network. It is a Sawblade spinner. And we classify these different to other kinds of spinners because the Sawblade components do slow, steady damage over time. Not really massive amounts of damage at once. And it's got those two Sawblades in the front end, which act well as a wedge.
Yes,
for some reasons. But it's facing a big spinner here. So, chat, what do we expect is going to happen between these two?
Well, Network had a very similar match earlier this season against Voidwalker, which is a very similar robot to Ursa Minor. And its weapons just came right off. It was at the right height to just cleave those motors off. So I feel like Ursa Minor's probably got the same thing going for it, but it only has one spike, whereas Voidwalker had 3.
Yes.
So that could potentially, if it's able to deflect the spinner, give it an opening to get in there with the saw blades.
We've seen issues with the asymmetric spinners in the league where once that spike comes off, they're massively down on weapon power. So Ursa Minor needs to protect that weapon in this fight. Chat is on Ursa's side, though.
I believe it's reasonable.
So
yes, Razor pointing out that Network is one of the most damaging lightweights for reasons.
Yes. Didn't expect a Sawblade spinner to be the most damaging, but here we are. So, Ursa Minor gets up to speed and gets a hit on the chassis of Network. Got deep in there with that asymmetrical spinner. That's what it's designed to do, is get that reach.
Ooh, but Network's managed to get under it briefly.
Taking damage to that motor on the right side weapon. Ursa Minor just kind of skipping off the front end of Network as it's finally taken
one of the motors.
One of those saw blades off and landing hits to the chassis of Network. That reach is really coming into play here.
And there goes the second saw blade
Ursa Minor. And now Network weaponless, taking shots directly to the chassis now. Gotta hope for possibly flipping Ursa Minor over.
Maybe getting it over towards the grinder over there.
Yeah, getting into the grinder could be really helpful, but it's running out of time to do that and running out of chassis armor.
Second hit.
Yep, one more in Network is KO'd, and I think that's going to come soon as Ursa Minor lands hits.
And there it is.
Yes.
In a very nice 69-second KO.
Very nice. Warbears have been on a bit of a skid lately. Could they be turning it around here?
Yeah, they've dropped one position in their division each week since their perfect week in week 1, so we'll see if they can bounce back here, get some more points. They're going to need it with Orlando getting a big week.
Well, that's a 3-point lead for the Warbears as we move on to the middleweights.
Ooh. A little bit of a rematch here, almost.
Yeah, this seems to be a rematch. In the middleweights, the West Elizabeth Warbears bring Grismo, based on Gizmo from last season. 4-wheel drive, extremely fast and aggressive rammer, known for being way too fast and aggressive, getting itself into trouble. It's facing Siege, the vertical bar spinner from the Kinetic creatures. Siege has gotten some ring outs over similar robots to Grismo in the past. So, chat, what are we predicting is going to happen between Grismo and Siege here?
I believe the main key here is going to be Siege's weapon durability. Because if Grismo goes straight into that weapon, it's going to do a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, I think they both have the same number of weapon components. Actually, I think Grismo has slightly more. So, the thing is, Siege is not really going to be able to get to the extenders on Grismo.
No, not really.
And Grismo could do that to Siege and just knock the whole weapon assembly off.
And also, Grismo, obviously, with its superior speed, if it lines up a good hit, could just go right at Siege's wheels, no problem.
Yes, we've seen Siege take wheel shots before. The chat is definitely on Siege's side. It says, did this end in a Sludge Fest last year? No, that was against Sludge that it ended in a Sludge Fest.
Did that. I don't remember how Siege's fight with Gizmo went.
I think Gizmo ran to the side in that one.
Yeah, just I'm 90% sure Siege probably won that, but Gizmo had different power to Grismo.
Well, the chat thinks Siege has the advantage here, so let's see what goes on.
Huge opening charge from Grismo.
Grismo knocked itself over. It's rammed Siege into the top of the wall and almost knocked it over. And now Siege is struggling to self-right as Grismo uses its superior drive power to get it near the grinder.
I believe Siege's wheel was in the grinder briefly there.
It's throwing its wheels at the floor trying to right itself.
To get over.
Grismo's knocked itself over.
Doing flips.
Trying to exercise some aggression against Siege, who has
tried
to self-right.
Well-timed ram right there.
Wow. Siege tried to self-right, got it up on its side, and Grismo's like, thank you.
That was a perfectly timed ram from Grismo. Fantastic.
That was a fantastic rammer ring out.
Well, now.
The Warbears.
A reverse Sludge Fest.
The Warbears have a 5-0 lead. Grismo saying, okay, Siege, how do you like being thrown out?
I believe that's the second time Siege has been thrown out of the arena this season, too. Yeah, Siege is not having a great time with the new competitors here.
Yeah. Well, Kinetic's down by 5.
Leafeon pointing out, first ever ring out in RRL history, question mark. Technically no. Well, Sludge actually got a ring out last season.
We've had a few rammer ring outs.
And technically Spearmint was a rammer. And that led the ring outs last year with 5, so technically no, but I believe it's the first one we've had this season, though.
Yeah, the rammers were pretty efficient at getting ring outs last season, surprisingly. Pretty efficient at suffering from ring outs as well.
Yeah, Sludge.
So, the heavyweights. The Warbears have Warbear. It is a wedge bot, 2-wheel drive, big side axes. Does damage pretty quickly if it can keep robots in front of it. Kinetic creatures have a multi-bot, so they're not necessarily going to be in front of it all the time. Ooh. 2 horizontal spinners, very similar to each other, Dunning and Kruger, the overhead horizontals. Are they low enough to hit Warbear?
I'm pretty sure they should be low enough to hit at least the top of Warbear's chassis. However, given Warbear's weapon power with those dual axes, if it singles out one of the multibots, they're just straight dead.
Yeah.
And while Warbear doesn't quite have the same like durability around the chassis or anything, I'm not really sure it's going to matter.
I think this is going to come down to drive speed.
Yeah.
Because if Warbear's not fast enough, then they're going to get around to the side and the back.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if the weapons on the multibots are low enough to effectively do damage. Like, they can probably get a couple of hits, but I'm not sure it's going to be meaningful.
Well, chat is split. They don't know how it's going to go either, so let's get this fight started and see if Dunning and Kruger can get some points back for Kinetic. Warbear going for Kruger in the pink.
Doesn't quite have the reach with the multibots.
Yeah, stalling out the wedges as Dunning attacks from the rear.
And it's gotten a couple of spikes off of Warbear's Bear Claw.
Yes, but now Warbear's getting both of the multibots together in front of the grinder.
Ooh, it's gone up Dunning's wedge. It's definitely doing damage.
Kruger not able to take advantage because it's off balance.
Yeah. Although it looks like the entirety of the left side axe of Warbear. Ooh, and the sledgehammers come off of Warbear now too.
Yes, so the
spinners are getting in there.
Spinners doing damage, but losing their damaging components in the process. And look at the chassis shape of Warbear. It is definitely taking big hits.
Dunning is now out of weapon components on its spinner, however. And Kruger, while it has some, is also off balance and on top of Warbear's wedge.
Yes, Warbear trying to get that remaining side action to play, and it's done so. There's
definitely doing
massive damage being done to Kruger here.
Getting those pulse spikes into play on the
And I think Kruger is done, and so it's down to just Dunning, who's lost a wheel now. Warbear's finally been able to single them out like it wanted to.
Kind of using the smaller axe there with the damage on it to just control them a little bit better.
Yes, and now it's gone up the little wedgelets, but it's going to press those spike wedges.
Those spike wedges are doing a ton of damage to it. Wow.
Yes, look at the smoke coming out of the chassis of Dunning, but
there's a TKO count.
I think we've got a TKO count here.
Yeah, and it's not going to be able to break it with the drive damage it's taken.
Or with Warbear sitting on it, so that's a pin.
That is unfortunately a pin and a restart.
So we've seen what Warbear needs to do. Can it do it? As it's singled out.
Been able to get under
Kruger quite well, but it's taking hits from behind by Dunning, who has that horizontal spinner going. Trying to go for that wheel as Warbear's taken the wheel off of Kruger, and it's got it to control board hits already. Warbear can dish out a lot of damage quickly.
Although Dunning's done quite a lot of damage to the rear end of Warbear, and is now, at least momentarily, underneath it.
Yes, and now it's Dunning is the one suffering from Warbear's attack.
Both of the multibots are crippled.
Well, one of them's dead.
Now dead.
And now Warbear's going after Dunning. He's going to shove Dunning across the arena. Not able to get under it from this side just yet.
Still exercising great control. Getting over to a grinder now.
Yes, and now Dunning's over by the grinder. Warbear's lost that left side axe for the most part. Oh, but it's driven into the grinder itself.
Yeah, Dunning was able to do a bit of a spin move and get out of there.
Warbear using its superior pushing power here now that Dunning has lost drive on one side.
Even for Dunning's lack of maneuverability, its weapon is still at full power. It's only just now started losing any of it.
Yeah, it's broken part of its weapon on its dead teammate. And so Dunning trying to stay alive here as Warbear continues to push it around.
Oh, but now all of the damaging components are off of Warbear's axe.
Oh no, so Warbear's just down to two-wheel drive and pushing, and it's going to try and use the grinder to its advantage.
It's using the grinder. And
it
got a KO.
That's the knockout. Fantastic change in strategy for Warbear.
106 seconds. And crucially, because both of the multibots were destroyed, that is 3 points for Warbear.
Yes, that is a full 3-point KO. Yeah, we said they needed to single out one of them. That was exactly what Warbear did.
Ooh boy. So don't look now, but we are on shutout watch at the moment. And any idea what happened to Kinetic last week?
What happened to Kinetic last week?
I got shut out.
Yeah.
Staring in the face of another one.
Well,
KJ pointing out this was a much-needed win for the Warbears. Yeah, they've been having a tough time.
Yep, they've been slumping since week 1. Kinetic currently in a slump.
Yep. See if the super heavyweights bring them anything possible.
Well, they're facing a robot that's been on a tear.
Mm-hmm.
So, the West Elizabeth Warbears have Smashy McSmashface 2 in the super heavyweights. Last season it was a bit of a meme, didn't do well.
It was indeed.
How many KOs does it have this season?
Let me verify. It currently has 2 KOs and 3 wins. It's been very impressive. And it also has the second highest DPS in the super heavyweights with 166.
Smashy's been smashing stuff this season. The upgrades it's gotten have been very effective. It's facing the Kinetic Creatures super heavyweight death penalty. It is a very wide super heavyweight sit and spin flail thwack bot. If it gets up to speed, it does a tremendous amount of damage very quickly.
Yes.
If it gets up to speed.
If it gets up to speed.
Any robot that can get it pushed against the wall and stopped can fully take advantage and put death penalty down. So chat, Smashy McSmashface 2 or death penalty, who you got?
So as I mentioned, Smashy has a DPS of 166. Death penalty's DPS is 154, not far behind it. So like both of these robots can be very damaging when they get their weapons into play.
Yes.
That's going to be mostly crucial, I think, for Smashy here because it can only do damage when obviously death penalty's on top of it, whereas death penalty, as long as it's spinning, it's doing damage the whole time.
Yes.
So
KJ says this fight is going to be quick and violent, which I agree with.
yes.
Snowing Steak I see in the chat. Welcome, Snowing Steak. Here we go. Chat's on death penalty side.
It's all about speed to keep death penalty stopped.
Yeah, Smashy's not known for its speed. Has that chassis up front. Death penalty hitting the wheel armor.
Actually, I think it got one of Smashy's axes right away.
Yes, it's
and a
knocking
sledgehammer already off.
the weaponry off of Smashy. It's knocking that right front corner in. Smashy
Losing all of its weaponry
coming
really
to pieces here.
That's all of its axes off at once.
The flail's coming off of death penalty, and Smashy's trying to get it into the corner.
Death penalty does still have static spikes.
Yeah, and it's getting those into play.
Taking off the wheel armor on Smashy and killing it.
Yep, 32-second knockout. So Kinetic avoids the shutout.
Just barely. Almost took 8 losses in a row.
But 9-3 is not a great time.
They were hoping to make some ground up in their division because they were 8 points down on the Tennessee and Syndicate, who got a shutout this week. So
yeah, not doing great.
Yeah.
They're in a tough division anyway.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time keep catching up with these guys.
8.4 thousand damage in 32 seconds.
Yep, and Death Penalty already had 28,000 damage on the season. So
yeah, we said if it gets up to speed, it has a pretty high DPS, and we saw it there.
Does it really quick.
So now our next match.
Match number 5.
Yeah, what do we got?
It's going to be the Robot Rebel Ranch. They will be taking on the Angry Penguin Robotics.
Didn't know penguins existed on ranches, but that's what we got. So, the Robot Rebels from Detroit bring in Overclock in the lightweights. It is a piston poker with a rack of spikes on the front. Angry Penguin Robotics has the Rammer PogChamp in the lightweights, fast and invertible. Both of these robots kind of been struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you expect out of this fight, chat?
The Rebels have been down bad this season. They took consecutive shutouts to start the year and almost took another one last week.
Yeah.
They
need some points.
Bottom of the barrel. Although despite this, they do have more points scored than Angry Penguin at the moment. So
both teams in desperate need of points. Which one will get them?
It's a true tank bowl.
Well, the chat seems to be favoring Overclock quite heavily. It is a veteran from last season, so let's see how things go. PogChamp not coming into attack from the front, and that's allowed Overclock to come in and just stab away underneath those spikes.
Yeah, Overclock's weaponry.
Getting PogChamp back into the corner grinder zone and just crushing the front end of the chassis on PogChamp. Wow, that was a fast KO.
Very quick. 20 seconds for Overclock. Well, fortunately, PogChamp's weaponry wasn't quite up to par for defending against Overclock.
Yeah, Overclock has the reach with that piston poker.
Indeed.
And the Rebels have 3 points. They have a 3-0 lead.
The Rebels leading?
I know.
In this economy?
Razor, 3 control point hits in 1. Yeah, that can happen.
Happens when you get just the right angle with all that.
So, middleweight time. See if another 2 robots that are kind of struggling.
We'll see.
See which one gets some points here. The Rebels bring Woodrow Kilson. It is a hammer saw, literal hammer saw. Saw blades on a hammer.
Indeed.
Named after Jevin Woodrow of the World of Woodrow YouTube channel because he hates hammer saws. And then the Angry Penguin Robotics team has Stanley. It's a vertical spinner in the center, 2 big disc wheels. It's very reminiscent of Huge from BattleBots.
Indeed.
Both of them with a lot of exposed chassis. Both of them kind of tall and top heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Chats, what do we think out of Woodrow Kilson and Stanley?
Just spotted Team Super Bad Robotics saying fight robots fight. We're getting some properly good fights this stream already.
Yeah, welcome Team Super Bad. I think that was the guys that streamed.
Yeah, they streamed the
Windy City Showdown that we got to fight our actual robot in. So welcome to our virtual event.
Yes.
Most of chat, I think, is on... Well, it's kind of split. A lot of people are saying Stanley. Most of them saying Woodrow Kilson. So let's see how this one turns out. Woodrow Kilson been surprisingly good with the saw blades. Getting some hits
away at Stanley.
To Stanley's chassis, but being swatted away. And now Stanley can...
Taking a lot of damage to the front of the chassis already.
Yeah, Stanley trying to get that vertical spinner into play.
But unfortunately, Woodrow was right at the right height to kill it.
Yeah, Woodrow tall enough to get that saw blade hammer in play. See how many seconds?
16.
Not a lot of seconds.
Yeah, when that hammer saw is able to get into play, it can do a lot of damage at once. Just it runs low on power quickly and obviously can fall over very easily.
Yep. So the Rebels cannot lose.
They cannot lose. They are
6-0 right now. As we go to the heavyweights. So, Team Superbad says, I ran the event, but this is much more entertaining.
I mean,
I found Windy City Showdown to be very entertaining, but I can see how Robot Rampage League would be more entertaining than running the event, rather than watching it.
Because this you can actually watch and don't have to fret about everything going on.
Yes. So, heavyweight time. The Robot Rebels have Jaws of Death with the side axes. It also has some armor up front and a little bit of a wedge game on the front. It's facing E-Girl Power from Angry Penguin Robotics. It is a rear-hinged flipper. Jaws of Death is invertible.
It is invertible.
But it's not had a great time against wedges so far.
Not really. The only difference I see here is that Jaws is invertible, so E-Girl is going to have to... Like, if the longer the fight goes, E-Girl is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, E-Girl Power really does not have the weapon power to bear here. There's E-Girl Power, but E-Girl are not weapons, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Sam FM52 says Angry Penguins are coming back next season even better. I certainly hope so. Chat's kind of split between these two. Let's see how this one goes. Can the Rebels keep this fight-winning streak going? Whoa, okay.
Ooh, E-Girl mistimed the flippers and it let Jaws get underneath.
Yes, and E-Girl power has driven over the top of Jaws of Death, who's swinging those spiked clubs into the bottom side of E-Girl's chassis. As E-Girl power is struggling to get off of the front end of Jaws of Death, who's gotten behind and is now attacking the rear.
Oh, but this time E-Girl's been able to get underneath.
Yes, Jaws of Death ended up on top. It's kind of flipped over trying to get free of those flippers, and now it's upside down.
E-Girl's using those iron spikes on the flippers to keep Jaws at bay.
As Jaws of Death swings away, trying to knock the flipping arm off, I believe.
Getting some good hits on it for sure.
It's taken the one flipping arm off, but E-Girl power still has the other one underneath Jaws of Death. Kind of keeping it from getting to E-Girl's chassis, but now Jaws underneath the other one, hitting the chassis.
It did take the other flipper off, but E-Girl is fully underneath Jaws.
Yes.
And can drive it pretty easily.
It's going to run Jaws into the other grinder.
E-Girl's got to be very careful, though, because it only has one control board hit left before it's taken out.
Yeah, and as long as E-Girl power stays where it's at, it's more or less okay, but Jaws of Death is swinging those clubs to try to get free.
We have a robot hat.
And E-Girl is going to try and circle around, but I think Jaws of Death is going to get a weapon into play here.
Got it caught on
hitting the wheels.
Oh, and took one of the wheels off.
And the
that is a
KO
knockout.
with 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
And the Rebels getting a lot of points. They are 9-0 right now.
This is kind of what they do. So, the Rebels took 2 shutouts. Almost shut out, I believe it was the meme team. And now... Yeah, and then almost got shut out again, and now they're on the verge of another shutout. They are really all or nothing, huh?
Is this not the most Detroit team ever?
This is very, very Detroit. They're messing up their glorious tank.
Fortunately, the Robot Rampage League, you don't get better draft picks for losing more.
Nope. Go for that draft pick all you want. You're not going to get it. They're just going to draft airtime with it anyway.
All right, one fight remaining in this match, and the Robot Rebels have Heart Attack, the 6-wheel drive rammer, the wedge, and kind of the scoop shape of the weapons. It's facing Pingu's Death Machine with the horizontal spinner low slung against the floor on the front end, and the 2 battle axes over the top that it's done most of its damage with. What do we expect out of Heart Attack and Pingu's Death Machine, chat? Racer259 says the Rebels are the most polarizing team in the league. They're certainly the most bipolar in terms of points scored.
See an interesting problem here for Pingu because it does have those nice long battle axes, but Heart Attack's spike setup is pointed upwards specifically to deflect axes.
Yes, it's designed to protect against overhead attacks like that.
Gotta be very careful. If it wants to get those axes into play, it's got to get on the side of Heart Attack, get those wheels.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of robots, especially axe robots, get to the side of Heart Attack and get the wheels. It's not particularly difficult to do.
Sam, if this was DSL IRL, I'd be destroying all of you right now.
And that is why it is not DSL IRL.
Yeah, I've taken too many L's to you, bud.
Because it's no fun when you put in a lot of time and effort making a good DSL robot and then it loses in 15 seconds to somebody who's been playing for 30 years.
Yep.
Chat is on Heart Attack's side, so let's see if the Rebels get this shutout.
If Angry Penny can salvage some points.
Heart Attack with
Huge
a big
opening
ram to shove Pingu's Death Machine into the wall. Smoke coming out of that spinner motor. As Heart Attack gets around to the side with that superior drive power.
I've gotten Pingu over to the grinder already.
Yeah, getting Pingu to the grinder, using those spikes to deflect those axe blows as the spinner motor has come off now.
I believe that also means the axes now have better range for Pingu's Death Machine.
Yeah, they can get kind of to the wheels. All Heart Attack has just crushed Pingu against the wall.
I can't tell if Pingu's on the grinder or not. It could be taking damage here.
It's taking damage from the spikes of Heart Attack, certainly. Is Heart Attack going to break away from this pin? It
does, but Pingu's Death Machine is wedged.
Wheels are off of the floor, but Heart Attack goes in for another shove.
Trying to get it off of there.
Ooh. Trying to get the KO.
Did it? I think it did.
That is a perfect shutout from the Robot Rebels.
Okay.
Heart Attack, just a rammer, using the grinders for their intended purpose to get those precious damage points.
Yeah. And we've seen Heart Attack do that before, just wedging robots into the grinder and killing them. Yeah, so the Rebels are really all or nothing.
Wow, a perfect 12-0 shutout from the Rebels, who started with 8 straight fight losses.
Also noting, that is the second perfect week that Angry Penguin has been a victim of.
Ooh.
Unfortunate, because Penguin had a decent chance there, but that was a very impressive win from Heart Attack, getting it wedged on the grinder.
Yeah, I was very impressed by Heart Attack there. That was kind of what it's specifically intended to do, is to take control and use the grinders.
Bipolar ass team.
Yep, and it is now on to our next match between the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs and the Avalon Resurrectionists.
It's going to be big for Jubilife. They are the only non-returning team to be leading a division at the moment.
Yes. And they are against a team that's kind of struggling for points at the moment.
Yeah.
So they could extend that lead. All right. The Jigglypuffs in the lightweights have Y2K. It's kind of an axy front hinge flipper. Damaging weapons on that weapon for Y2K. It's facing Dainsleaf, a little two-wheel drive rammer with 2 spikes pointing out on an angle. Invertible, crucially. So chat, what are we predicting for Y2K and Dainsleaf in this fight? Quora asks how Aaron is feeling. Aaron is feeling much better this week.
Yes. The issue I'm seeing here for Dainsleaf is that that Y connector for the spikes is right at a spot where Y2K's sword could go right into it.
Yeah, and the other issue I'm seeing is Dainsleaf is far underweight, and it's against the flip.
Yes, the team owner at Seropax for Avalon did not realize the weight limit for the lightweight was 250, not 200.
Yes. So, chat is definitely on Y2K's side here, and I think they see the same issues that we do as Y2K comes in. This big sword. Oh, Dainsleaf just skipped off the front of Y2K and tried to get some space. Y2K is going to throw it into the grinder. So now Dainsleaf struggling to get off of this front wedge of Y2K, and Y2K's
right
swinging away with that sword flipper. Using it more of an axe than anything.
There goes the entire assembly off Dainsleaf.
The whole weapon off Dainsleaf, the wheel off of Dainsleaf. Y2K is going to go for the other wheel.
Although given how small Dainsleaf is, it's actually going to be hard to get those hits on with the weapon.
Yeah, it's a small target, and it's moving erratically with that wheel missing. Y2K is kind of just content on keeping it in the grinder zone. Maybe looking for a grinder KO for a bingo card or something. He's going to scoop under Dainsleaf some more. Dainsleaf doing a
good job of just lasting.
Yeah,
not getting taken out.
Doing a good job to delay this and ruin Y2K's DPS numbers.
Yeah. Well, also, like, should this go another, minute and 40 seconds, that would limit the Jubilife only get 1 point.
Yep.
So
judge's decision's only worth 1 point.
Just being a dick and going to 3 minutes can work out.
Absolutely.
See, this is what I'm noticing is because Dainsleaf is so small, like, Y2K is not quite able to get the reach to actually fire its weapon.
Yep, and Dainsleaf is able to just spin away off of that wedge.
Yeah, it still has the drive power. It hasn't taken too much drive damage yet.
Aside from losing half of it.
Shush.
Yeah, Y2K struggling to get a hold of this smaller damaged robot here as it's pushed Dainsleaf into the wall. It's got it up on the wedge now, but not able to make use of that weapon yet. Now it's going to push Dainsleaf over to the grinder, and Dainsleaf is going to try to skirt away, but
it has lost its other wheel.
There goes the other wheel. Y2K was definitely trying to get that grinder kill. Okay, so the grinder threw it, and that was a physics problem. We're going to let this run out.
Yeah, because there wasn't, like, unless Y2K specifically went in, it wasn't going to get KO'd sitting there. So.
Yeah.
Dainsleaf
was not going to suffer a KO. It's
was
not going
not
to suffer a KO here because Y2K is just waiting for a TKO count.
I'd say that physics was alright.
That did not affect the outcome of the fight. So we're going to leave that be as a TKO for the Jigglypuffs. Not a lot of damage put up, but you don't need a lot of damage to win fights in the Robot Rampage League.
A lot of Y2K's damage there was the grinder.
Yeah.
Don't need to use your weapon, you can use the arena hazards, you know?
Well, before we get to the next fight, we get to thank our Patreon stream sponsors once again as Robot Arena 2 has crashed.
Yes.
So thank you to all of these people for supporting the league and making it possible for us to keep doing this with their $10 a month Patreon support. Check out the link in the description if you would like to support the league as well. There's also a link to the merch store there. You can buy Robot Rampage League merch. Shirts, mugs, stickers, etc. Would be awesome to go to another robot fighting event and people have RRL stickers on their toolboxes.
That would be hilarious. Speaking of, we should probably throw one of those on ours.
Yeah, I should get some.
I'm not sure we did or not. I know we decorated the Hit and Run's containment box with a couple of your stickers.
We have a ton of stickers on our toolbox for the events. I had so many BattleBot stickers just laying on my desk for years, and then I was like, I could finally use them, put them whole toolbox covered in this. All right. In the middleweights, the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs have Polybius. It is a fast scooping rammer with spikes up top. It kind of traps the opponent on top of the spikes and just grinds away at their armor points. Very controlling robot, mostly. The Avalon Resurrectionists have Trishula. Piston poker, 4-wheel drive, 2 spikes pointing up, 2 spikes pointing down, so no matter which way it gets flipped, it still does damage to wedges. Trishula has been surprisingly good this season.
Trishula's been, like, given its weapon power, it's not quite the same damage power as we've seen from other Pistons, but it's really good about forcing opponents into the grinder and kind of double teaming them.
Yeah, Trishula has been the big point scorer for Avalon this season so far, and that might continue here. Chat, what are we expecting out of Polybius versus Trishula? Blackbird says he already has an MS2 t-shirt. I have an MS2 t-shirt. I have an RRL t-shirt. I'm just not wearing it right now because I'm supporting heavy metal this week.
Trishula's also been really good about taking it to opponents that, like, it has no right beating. Like, it beat Vika last week, which was insane.
Vika had literally 3 times the weapon power in terms of component number, and Trishula just KO'd it.
Yeah, just took it to a grinder, get a wheel, KO it slowly.
Yeah, and a lot of chat is siding with Trishula and its supernatural ability to KO things. So, let's see how it goes here. Polybius falls victim to that, or if it can take control. Oh,
Polybius fell over.
Flipped over on impact, and Trishula is attacking the top side of Polybius with those spikes.
Sure. And getting it wedged into the grinder.
It's pushed Polybius into the grinder. The grinder has not done a tremendous amount of damage, but now Polybius getting those spikes underneath Trishula, and you can
slowly
see
doing a lot of damage to the underside.
The grinding damage to the underside, to the chassis of Trishula, as that chassis deforms. Polybius is going to try to get Trishula into the grinder, although
half of its piston has come off now.
Half the weapon power has broken free. Polybius just holds Trishula in place to exercise control.
It's gotten a wheel off of Trishula now.
Yeah, it's just the front end of Trishula coming apart here as Polybius just presses away with those spikes.
And now Trishula's lost its entire weapon.
There goes the remainder of Trishula's weapon power. So, how much longer can Trishula hold out here as we pass a minute into the fight?
Polybius is not known for ending fights especially quickly, so there is a chance Trishula could drag this one out, although it is now pinned over by a grinder.
Yeah, the grinder in play now. Polybius taking advantage of both its own weapons and the arena hazards.
Although I believe we do have a pin situation right now.
Yeah, we've got a count, and Polybius is not letting Trishula break it. So, This is going to be a restart.
Unfortunate.
Take 2. Try it again. Ooh, Trishula was the one that bounced off of that collision, and it's ended up right on top of Polybius.
And Polybius takes it straight to a grinder.
Polybius
and gets a wheel.
Taking advantage of the arena grinders to disable part of Trishula's drive system here and damage its chassis, and now Trishula's got to break free from this TKO count, which it does.
Polybius goes right back in.
Polybius goes right back to where it was before and is just going to press it into that wall. This is Polybius's bread and butter game here, is to just press robots into the wall and hold them pinned there.
Yep. Got at least one KO board shot there on Trishula.
Yep. Gotten through all of those armor points by just grinding away.
Just very slowly and steadily pressing those spikes in there to do damage and just to shove them around.
Yep. Trishula just has not had any opportunity to get back into this fight.
And not quite able to get that piston effectively into Polybius' front wedge.
Nope. Polybius playing to its strengths. Backs away from the pin. Lets Trishula free. Runs under it and knocks some spikes off again. Interesting. Polybius trying to jiggle those spikes into play.
Interesting tactic.
Trishula just kind of stuck vertically against the wall, though.
Polybius does move. Is Trishula stuck? Can it actually get free from sticking on its end?
I think Trishula is stuck. It's taken too much damage. It's lost too much drive power from those motors. And that's a TKO.
99-second TKO. Yeah, with only one wheel drive there, Trishula was not able to move.
Yep. So Polybius with the grind away until they can't continue strategy to get a 2-point TKO. So Jubilife up 4-0.
Jubilife very slowly extending their lead in their division.
Yep. Again, if you can take consistent TKOs, why not?
May as well.
Okay, heavyweight time. The Jubilife City Jigglypuffs have I Love You. Big, tall, vertical spinner, double vertical spinner. Long pontoon wedges out the front. Very powerful robots. It's facing Phalanx from the Avalon Resurrectionists with the double spiked rear hinged flippers. I Love You can self-right.
It can.
But it's shown that it takes some time.
It does take a little time.
And robots have taken advantage of that time. So chat, what do we expect out of Phalanx and I Love You?
There could be an interesting problem here for I Love You because Phalanx kind of has almost an H-shaped chassis. And I Love You's weaponry's down the middle, so it's going to have to really get in there to hit Phalanx's chassis, which I think it can. But that could also mean the fight just lasts longer.
Yeah, it could. I Love You could really struggle to get Phalanx high enough to get to that weapon. Yes, I love you too, chat. KJ, so far, the only one I see predicting Phalanx, so...
It's possible, you know, depending on how it flips I Love You over.
Yeah, the ground game's going to matter here.
Just see which ground game is superior.
So Phalanx goes right up and is turned vertically, and I Love You is getting...
It is able to just get into the chassis of Phalanx.
Getting into the underside by flipping Phalanx over. And now it has Phalanx trapped against the grinder.
Oh, it was wedged under the grinder so it couldn't move at all. Wow.
Yep, a very fast KO with that grinder damage.
Well, that seals the match for Jubilife, really trying to extend their lead now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the other teams to catch them. And they still have one more fight to go.
And it's arguably one of their best robots.
Razor259 says, where's the love, KJ?
I'd rather not love an email coding scam thing that hacks into things.
Yeah, I don't love 14-second fights.
Yeah, they're not great.
Hopefully this one lasts a little longer. It's between Hello World for the Jigglypuffs. It is a horizontal spinner. In the old days, it would be called a juggler. Robots scoop up the wedge and on top of the spinners and does grinding damage from underneath. The Avalon Resurrectionists have the vertical spinner Excalibur with the 2 vertical spinning bladed discs on either end. It looks so much like Heavy Metal Noise from BattleBots.
Like
I love it. It does surprisingly well.
Yeah, it can be pretty good. Like the kind of the spikes they have on the bottom to like just stabilize it act as a pretty effective wedge at times.
Yeah, and it gets knocked around a lot, but no matter how it gets knocked around, it always seems to have its weapons in play. So, chat, Hello World or Excalibur, who you got?
I see one specific issue for Excalibur here, and that's when it goes up Hello World's wedge, I believe the discs on Hello World are far enough forward to catch its wheels.
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility here. And Hello World's known for its ground game, so I think that's why chat has predicted Hello World for this one. Let's see if we have another shutout in a row here. As Excalibur goes right up Hello World's weapons and is getting thrown around.
Really getting shoved around. Still getting those blades into play for sure. But
getting the blades into play, but taking chassis damage in the process.
One of the caster wheels has come off now.
And Hello World has a wheel off of it now using the grinder.
Yep. Already control board hits on it. Yep.
And there we go. 25 seconds.
That was a very Game Tech Mods kind of win right there.
Yep. It's a very classic Robot Arena 2 strategy of win the opening exchange and then kill it before it has a chance to get down.
Yep.
Or 25-second wins are kind of the Game Tech Mods way.
It is, yeah. Alright, so that is an 11-0 win technically, with a bonus point for Jubilife, so they are very much in the lead of their division now.
Yeah, taking advantage of their position on top.
That puts them up to 40 points on the season.
And speaking of teams that are on top, our next match has Heavy Metal Robotics taking on the Anthracite Colliers. This is Nashville taking on Alberta, Canada?
Anthracite.
Alberta,
Canada, yes.
Coal mining town in Alberta, Canada. International matchup. So, Heavy Metal Robotics, which I am repping today with my metal shirt. Fields Voidwalker in the lightweights. It is a 360-degree tri-bar spinner. Hits pretty hard. What band wrote the song Voidwalker?
It's the band Singularity, which
Oh,
looks
look,
like it's your shirt.
I'm repping Singularity today.
It's almost like we like that band or something.
In the Anthracite Colliers team, their lightweight is Quick Pick. It is an overhead axe with kind of a dustpan shape to the chassis. Good at scooping robots around, has struggled with taking damage to those corners.
Yes.
And that's kind of where Voidwalker hits. So chat, where do we think this fight's going to go? Nitro saying the Colliers are the unluckiest team in the league by far.
The Colliers have had the just most brutal opening schedule. Like, they're all teams at the top. They're facing the #1 team right now. And you know who they get next week? Jubilife.
Yeah.
Like, they're not getting a break for a while, and it sucks. But, I mean, they have a decent chance, because Voidwalker takes time to spin up, and Quick Pick could easily use its pontoons to push it around. It just depends on how much damage Quick Pick takes in that time.
Yeah, it certainly has the potential to snipe the spikes off of Voidwalker if it gets it into the dustpan.
Yeah.
Chat doesn't think that, though. They're thinking Voidwalker for this one.
It is a relentless KOing machine, so...
Let's see if Quick Pick is quick enough. Voidwalker up to speed, and Quick Pick has stopped it immediately.
Ooh,
and it's spiking the chassis.
And kind of with the shape of Voidwalker's chassis, it can't back out of the dustpan.
The pontoons are perfectly sized to fit around Voidwalker, stall the weapon, and Quick Pick is just stabbing away at the front end of Voidwalker, although it's ended up on top of Voidwalker here. So Voidwalker's trying to get around
in the air.
The side a little bit. Quick Pick swinging that axe to break a TKO count.
But there's a TKO count, though, so...
I think this is going to end up being a pin because they're stuck together here.
Yeah, that's a pin, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, a pin, and we have to restart. Very unusual collision there
Very
to start.
promising for the Colliers, though.
We'll see what happens this second attempt. As Voidwalker bounces and turns in the weapon in the dustpan of
Quick Pick is still going to town and shoving Voidwalker around, no problem.
Controlling Voidwalker with that dustpan shape quite well.
Quite a few hits on the chassis now.
Yes, getting that quick pick into play and caving in the top end of Voidwalker and keeping its weapon stalled. It is literally the perfect size and shape.
Absolutely perfect for
to hold Voidwalker stationary. And now smoke pouring from the motors of Voidwalker.
Okay, now on control board hits.
We could have a huge upset in the making if the Colliers start putting up 3-point knockouts against Heavy Metal, who's the league-leading team.
Yes. Voidwalker's been one of the main point scorers.
Yes, and it is stranded here in the dustpan of Quick Pick, who just needs to get that pick into play a couple more times.
Probably wedge Voidwalker on the wall here,
and it's going to use the wall to push Voidwalker back far enough. Voidwalker's twisted in place, but
it has been knocked out.
That's the knockout.
A 68-second knockout for the Colliers.
And that is the last remaining team with no knockouts.
Yep.
Getting their first knockout of the season.
Not, no.
Oh, there's another.
No, it wasn't because the Colliers had Big Boar getting a couple.
Okay.
Plan Z's the one that's
Plan Z's the other one. That's right.
But we'll get there eventually. It's okay.
They're coming up later in the stream. So that was 64?
68.
68 seconds.
So that was an undefeated robot meeting its end to a winless robot.
By a 3-point knockout.
Quick Pick getting its first win over one of the best lightweights in the league already. Huh.
Upset alert.
Upset alert indeed. The number one team in the league is suddenly down 3 points. Could be another upset in the making here.
Yes. So, middleweight time. Heavy Metal Robotics brings in Immortal Corruptor, a giant vertical disc spinner. What's Immortal Corruptor named after?
It's named after Gwar.
It's a Gwar
which
song.
are horrific and an abomination, and that embodies it very well.
Yes, Immortal Corruptor certainly looks that way. The Anthracite Colliers bring in Tumbler. It is kind of a tuna can full-body spinner. Armor plates for protection, spikes for damage.
Yep.
What do we expect out of these two, chat? Didn't do so well against a vertical... Well, it did great, and then it didn't do great against a vertical spinner.
Yeah, Tumbler very nearly got a win over a similar robot, but got a very unfortunate loss in the end. The difference here is Immortal Corruptor is rather unstable. Like, when it gets flipped over, it's just done. So, the main thing is Tumbler needs to be as stable and as level as possible. Don't Mauler Dance. And try to chip away at those corners on Immortal Corruptor, see what happens.
Yeah, I think Immortal Corruptor certainly has the drive speed advantage here, and that could be to its disadvantage.
Yes.
If it tips itself over because it's a top-heavy robot.
But also, given the reach that Immortal Corruptor has, it might just be able to snipe that tuna can disc right off.
Yeah, it's possible. Chat is actually predicting mostly Tumbler.
Well, we'll see. It's honestly pretty even.
We'll see if Tumbler has what it takes to get through the front end of Immortal Corruptor. Both robots get up to speed. Immortal Corruptor comes out and exposes its wheels right away.
Interesting.
Interesting strategy that I would not have expected. And Tumbler bouncing off of those front wedges.
Right into Immortal Corruptor's disc, which are definitely getting a couple of hits on Tumbler.
Yeah, Immortal Corruptor is lifting Tumbler up into the air and stalling it. So Tumbler not landing the biggest hits here.
But Tumbler is getting hits on those front wedgelets, which are needed to stabilize Immortal Corruptor for sure.
Yeah, if it knocks those off, Immortal Corruptor could have a bad time.
Oh,
but it's managed to flip
over.
Tumbler over with that giant vertical spinner. And I don't think Immortal Corruptor is going to have what it takes to get through here and get a knockout. But
not sure.
If it holds it here, that's not a pin because Tumbler can't
Tumbler
get up.
cannot move and won't be able to spin away. So
it looks like this is a TKO win for Heavy Metal.
55 seconds.
And crucially, that's only 2 points.
Yes.
which means the Colliers are still leading 3-2.
They are. Oh boy, now we are on to an interesting matchup.
Yes, very interesting. All offense and all defense. Okay, chat. What do we think is going to happen here? Heavy Metal Robotics has Vacuity, very heavily defended, kind of pontoon shape chassis with a vertical axe in the middle. It has been brutal this season.
Yeah, the axe upgrade has been paying off in spades. It's been getting KOs.
The Anthracite Colliers bring in Jackhammer, which has 2 sets of piston poking spikes on the corners in the front, and some protective spikes in the center. Jackhammer certainly has more reach than Vacuity, but it has to go through the front of Vacuity. What do we expect to happen here, chat?
That's the cousin of my bot, the Immortal Crixus. Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, is Crixus corrupted? Just saying. Be interesting because Vacuity is actually very similar to Quick Pick in its pontoon setup, just it's much more heavily armored and better weaponry. And it's also a Fight of the Week winner of all things that won last week's vote, so very interesting turnaround from where it was last season.
Wolby senses shenanigans, which is always possible.
They're like a bit shenanigans.
Especially with pistons. So let's see how it goes. Oh, Superbad says that Crixus is corrupted.
Alright, well.
The immortally corrupted Crixus.
Love that.
Here we go as the two make contact and...
Jackhammer's pistons are going right in at the edge of the pontoon, so that's doing chassis damage to Vacuity.
And Vacuity does not have the reach to get to the chassis of Jackhammer, but it has pushed Jackhammer back to the wall.
It's definitely getting those front spikes off of Jackhammer, but it's not going to help.
Vacuity has to break free of the count. Oh, is Jackhammer stalled on debris?
Oh yeah, Jackhammer's stuck under one of the spikes that came off.
Oh no! Vacuity's losing parts of its axe here as Jackhammer stabs away at those corners of the pontoons, and Vacuity breaks off more parts of that front plow. And
part of
Jackhammer's losing the spikes on its left side piston, but it's getting that one spike down the center of Vacuity, who's lost the axe altogether now.
Vacuity doing a good job pushing and controlling the fight, but Jackhammer still does have the weaponry to possibly get through those defensive features.
Well, Vacuity known for pushing judges' decisions this way. It has the control so far, pushing Jackhammer around. And Jackhammer has a lot of defense to deal with here, even though it has the weapon power advantage.
Yeah.
Vacuity backs its way towards one of the grinders, and Jackhammer just continues poking away, losing the last of the components off that left side piston. So just the right side of Jackhammer's weapon remains, and Vacuity using its wheel armor to absorb a hit quite well.
Yeah, only got a minute and 15 left, but Vacuity is in the position to actually last the fight. It looks like part of the right side piston on Jackhammer's coming off now.
It's losing those spikes, but Vacuity's lost the protective armor on that left side pontoon. Excuse me. And it's still knocking components off of Jackhammer. It was a single spike left.
Kind of using those wheel guards to slap at the pistons a little bit.
Yes, so Jackhammer might lose its weapon here with less than a minute to go as Vacuity wedges it into the wall once again.
Still shoving it around, no problem.
So Jackhammer getting the chassis damage, but not enough. As Vacuity shoves it into a grinder zone and into the grinder. There's the last of the spikes off of Jackhammer. So now it's down to Vacuity with its spiked armor and its wedge against Jackhammer, who's just the box. And it does not have the drive power that Vacuity has.
Not quite, no.
20 seconds to go. And Vacuity's going to shove Jackhammer back into the grinder.
Really going to be a control match here.
Yes, this is going to be another classic Vacuity judge's decision as it shoves Jackhammer into the wall one final time.
That is a decision.
Both of them put up big damage numbers.
For sure.
And both of them lost their weapons. And so now we wait the judges' results later in the week.
Yes. And that could honestly go either way, depending on how you look at the damage from Jackhammer.
Yeah.
Because it had obviously high damage. It had fairly decent aggression, I would say. So, pretty even.
Acuity had the control. So, and it had the strategic use of the arena hazards.
It does indeed.
All important factors for the judges. One fight remaining in this match, and it is between Aqua Dementia for Heavy Metal Robotics, the side hinge flipper with all the spiked flipping arms, against the Colliers Big Bore with the rotary drill device, with the drills on drills.
Yes. Interesting setup.
Chats, what are we expecting between Big Bore and Aqua Dementia? I'm expecting Big Bore to win the ground game here because it has burst wedges.
It definitely can. The only difference, and I see Cora pointed out, it will be decided on the first charge 100%. So pretty much if one of them ends up bouncing up on top of the other, that's more or less it.
Yeah, the floor of the arena, not known for being perfectly flat.
Not really, no. But as we've also seen with Aqua Dementia, who is undefeated right now, if it gets under you, you just kind of lose.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage very quickly. And this is a very close match.
Yeah, like obviously with the impending judge's decision, it could either be a 3-3 tie or a 4-2 Colliers lead. So,
yep.
Ideally, Heavy Metal needs a KO here to stay in the fight.
To be realistic, both of them really need a KO.
Yeah.
Chat is on Aqua Dementia's side. They would like to see Big Bore win.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Let's see the exciting conclusion to this match. And now that I say that, it's going to be a microwave.
Ooh.
Nobody gets under anybody.
But it does look like Big Bore's drill is in contact with Aqua Dementia's chassis.
Yes, the drill is sort of making contact with Aqua Dementia as they wedge stalemate for the time being. Although Aqua Dementia appears to have the slight edge in drive power.
It's not able to get under the front of Big Bore at all.
No, but it is taking a little bit of scraping damage from those spikes on that drill. Neither of them willing to give up the ground game here by backing away. Although Aqua's gone up the wedge now, and Big Bore is drilling away at the top of that wedge.
It's definitely in Big Bore's favor. It's able to just keep Aqua Dementia stalemated because Big Bore's weapon can get into play here and there.
Yep.
Aqua Dementia's is totally useless right now.
That is exactly the case, as Aqua Dementia is trying to shuffle its way under Big Bore and is not able to do so. Wedge stalemate continues. Superbad says, "I love this. It's like a turret gun."
Yeah, it looks like a fucking Gatling gun.
Yeah, it's designed to be similar to the rotary drills on like drilling equipment.
Oh, hello.
And it's drilling right through the front end of Aqua Dementia for the KO.
It has KO'd it. 83 seconds. So don't look now, but that is a match win for the Colliers over the #1 team in the league.
Yes. That gives the Colliers 6 points.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy Metal had at least 2, but there's only 1 point for a judge's decision, which means that the Colliers win.
Interesting. The #1 team in the league against the last place team in the league, and the last place team won.
Yep.
Just out of tenacity and weapon type matchups. I think if they made it work.
And that is why we say you cannot predict how the Robot Rampage League will go.
You never know.
Zester says the Colliers are the heroes we needed.
Yeah, this is kind of like, a little bit like when the Armature Engineers got their first win. Just, I don't know, not quite the same, but it's still pretty big for the Colliers.
Yeah, this is a huge win for the Colliers. Because Heavy Metal had a big lead, and they only got 3 points out of this, maybe.
Yeah, I think Voya just pointed out they're only 3 points ahead of Syndicate now.
Yeah.
And we still have one of the Division 2 teams to go coming up next.
So, Nightmare27 says that the Colliers were digging for coal but struck gold.
They have struck gold.
All right, 1 match remaining in this half of the stream for our break between the Levantine Alliance somewhere.
12.
And
It's going to be the Pinwheel Pulsars. This is our feature matchup. Both these teams sitting number 2 at the moment.
yes,
Pulsars are going to need a lot of points to catch up to Jubilife, though. And that's going to be really hard against Levantine.
yeah, both of these teams put up a lot of numbers. So, and as we've seen, robots that focus on KOs tend to be feast or famine.
Yep.
So, in the lightweights, the Levantine Alliance has VSSV, the angled vertical spinner. Very efficient.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't care about putting on a spectacle or having great fights or going back and forth. It's just get in, win, leave.
Yes, that's what VSSV does. By contrast, the Pinwheel Pulsars have Nightmare Fuel, which is a side axe with the axis swinging outwards from the center. It's been pretty destructive, but it has those front corners way out front.
Yeah, I actually just checked the stats. Nightmare Fuel is actually the leading lightweight in damage points right now.
Yes.
Thought it was somebody different, but it's actually Nightmare Fuel after last week.
So, what does chat think between the efficient vertical spinner and the nightmarish Nightmare Fuel?
I have a feeling VSSV stabilizers might be wide enough to actually repel Nightmare Fuel.
So,
They might be.
VSSV's weapon has to go down the center of Nightmare Fuel.
It does, and there's no center to go down.
There's no
really.
center, it's a U-shaped chassis.
Yeah, and especially if for any reason VSSV does get in the center there, Nightmare Fuel is just going to have plenty of time to just hit it back and forth. So
Chat is leaning towards VSSV, but kind of going back and forth on it, so let's find out what happens. Two very powerful lightweights here.
they do meet up in the
And
middle.
they meet up and stalemate because they're exactly as wide as the other. Nightmare Fuel's swinging the weapon.
I'm not sure if those spikes are low enough to hit the stabilizers on VSSV, possibly?
No, doesn't look like it. Nightmare Fuel's swinging its weapon, but not hitting anything.
Back up. Ooh, and they've repositioned.
So now they've repositioned, and Nightmare Fuel's trying to get its weapons into play, but it's taking shots from VSSV.
One of the
Taking
spikes has come off.
the left side axe off, and Nightmare Fuel's swinging away with that right side axe. I can see chassis damage to
Just a little bit.
VSSV.
Well, VSSV's doing a good job of keeping that remaining
it's
spike away.
Grinding away at that left corner of Nightmare Fuel, and it's going to rotate Nightmare Fuel's
Into the grinder.
chassis into the grinder here. But one of the stabilizers is off of VSSV now, so it's going to become more unstable here.
I think Nightmare Fuel might have lost its other spike because it's not really. Oh, it is swinging now. There's
Oh, it
damage
is swinging,
there.
and it's got chassis hits on VSSV once it got that extender
And it was
off.
able to hit it. 64 seconds on a knockout.
Sneaking that side axe into play.
Nightmare Fuel really had to sit in there and take hits in order to get that damage.
Yes, that was absolutely just sitting there and taking the blows to the face to get its weapon into play. But the Pulsars take the early 3-point
Able to
lead.
get a 3-point knockout over what was the most damaging and efficient lightweight by far.
Yes.
Just it was 4-0, like all KOs within like 35 seconds. Very interesting.
And we move to the middleweights. The Levantine Alliance comes in with Rosewater, which is an incredibly surprisingly effective rear hinge flipper and piston poking spike combo. Using the wedge and the flipper to get the opponents off balance and then stabbing away at them while they're trying to recover.
Indeed.
The Pinwheel Pulsars bring Vika. It is a weapon type that we call a whipper, which is a type of AI that this game uses where the robot has stationary weapons and it turns the entire robot back and forth to bring those weapons to bear. Very unique. It's the only whipper in the league.
Yes.
Has a lot of weapon power to bear. No ground game.
Yes, not at all.
So chat, Vika or Rosewater, who you got this one?
The only issue I'm seeing for Rosewater here, even though it definitely has the ground game advantage over Vika, which Reach did when it beat Vika, the problem is Rosewater's wheels are very exposed and they're massive.
Yes.
So all Vika has to do is get just slightly put to one side, and those stationary arms could just take it right off.
Yeah, Vika's strategy is going for the wheels, is to turn and scoop around the side and get the wheels, and Rosewaters are very exposed. KD was extremely excited before the last fight and has basically just stopped chatting.
That's what happens when you lose.
That's how it goes. Chat is, I think they're leaning towards Rosewater a little bit here. It's pretty split. Mr. Circuit says Rosewater has pulled off surprising victories. Could surprise us again here.
Rosewater's been very efficient.
Vika has taken surprising losses to Piston Pokers as it's thrown in the air by Rosewater and now
put over to the wall for sure.
Put over to the wall and propped up on top of it.
Rosewater's definitely poking away with that iron spike.
Yeah, Rosewater's taking full advantage of its wedge and its flippers here to keep...
Ooh, it took the center spikes off of Vika. Now the chassis is fully exposed in the front.
Yes, Rosewater controlling this fight. Vika trying to get those weapons into play.
Part of one of Vika's arms came off at the grinder, too.
Vika too wide to turn, and Rosewater puts it upside down. And pushing Vika back to the grinder once again. Vika struggling against another flipper here. And Rosewater
persistent with that piston.
Doing damage with that piston as it tosses Vika around.
There's control board hits now on Vika.
Yes, this is going to be a knockout here pretty soon.
And there it is. Wow.
53
seconds. This very interesting combination of a pure flipper and a piston is very efficient at getting KOs. Keeping robots off balance and just stabbing when the opportunity is there.
Yep, and once again, as kind of is a trend this season, the robot with the most damage points loses the fight.
Also interesting there, Rosewater is now 5-0 with 4 KOs.
That is interesting.
Another undefeated robot remains undefeated. And that ties the match.
I might have just spotted a possible undefeated matchup to come soon.
Neat.
Because Rosewater and Kepler are both undefeated still.
Well, we have Multibot Mayhem.
Oh, Multibots, I love those. Oh, but it's facing the vacuity of Season 2.
Yes. So, in this tied matchup, the Levantine Alliance brings Almudamir, the overhead horizontal spinner with the wedge on the front, very similar to Hazard or Perfect Phoenix. Pushing a lot of judges' decisions this season.
Yeah, so Levantine has won 3 consecutive matches, and all 3 of them, Almudamir lost a judge's decision to limit their opponent to 1 point.
Yes. And in doing so, won the match. Well, it's going to have trouble doing that against Leslie and Gale for the Pinwheel Pulsars, the multi-bot pair. Gale, the front-hinged flipper, and Leslie, the 360-degree spinner. Even if Almudamir keeps one of them stalled, the other one's going to attack from the side.
Yeah, for sure.
So, chat, Leslie and Gale or Almudamir, what do you got?
Sleepy Moon, kind of like what match is this? We are on match 8.
Yes,
already
right.
Halfway
2 more
through.
fights, and then we have our midstream break.
Yes.
Which I'm going to need. So far, it looks like mostly Leslie and Gale being predicted. So let's see how that goes. Chat has been back and forth on whether or not they're predicting correctly or not. So Gale and Almudamir stall, and Leslie comes in and knocks Almudamir into the air. And that's given Gale the opportunity to attack from below. But Leslie once again attacking its teammate.
He's attacking the grinder now.
Leslie attacking everything that moves as Gale is being pressed on by Almudamir. Kind of swarmed the larger robot here. Nobody really getting an advantage over the other.
Multibots appear to have a bit of a drive advantage against Almudamir's side, but not able to make much of it. Especially
Leslie
with,
got
Leslie
knocked away.
Huge hits.
Gale's tossed Leslie away. And Almudamir going up the wedge.
Yeah.
But Gale doesn't have the drive power to get fully under there, as
Leslie's
Leslie's whole weapon is lopped off. So Almudamir saying, come on, bring it on. I'll just knock you away, and doing so.
But Leslie getting a hit there has put Almudamir up Gale's wedge again.
And Gale just doesn't have the drive power to get under there.
Looks like Leslie has been KO'd now, so it's a 1v1.
Yep, 1v1 here, and Almudamir stalemating the wedge with Gale. Mr. Circus says finally Ludamir's weapon does something. Yes. But the wedge is not doing the thing.
Wolvie, how's the larger robot losing the drive? It's because Gale actually has more powerful drive motors than the 4 that Ludamir uses, so it's pretty even, actually.
Yes. Blackbird says, why Leslie? Well, Leslie helped get Ludamir onto the wedge, but Gale just wasn't able to take advantage.
Yeah. Leslie's bloodlust got the best of it.
Yeah, Leslie is just wild. And Gale, it's taken a lot of damage, and it just doesn't have the drive power to get underneath Ludamir here.
Especially not going head-on with the wedges.
Have a minute remaining. Both of them break the stalemate and then return to it. Well, Ludamir certainly exercising control here. Holding Gale against the wall.
Just keeping it steady, whittling down time.
Yep.
Even though, whoever ends up winning this would-be decision would be leading the match at this point. It's really putting it in the hands of the super heavies now.
Yeah, whoever wins this upcoming judge's decision, it looks like it is going to go to the judges. It's just going to be a 1-point lead.
Yeah.
So the super heavyweights are going to decide this match win.
And Levantine looks like they're really banking on their super heavyweight to do good, get them the points they need.
Yeah.
That is a valid strat.
Is the defensive push a decision to limit point strategy once again.
4th consecutive decision for Ludamir. I feel like a lot of Ludamir's thing is that its drive power is so low that it's not really able to get in there and attack, but that's also letting it be defensive as hell.
Yeah.
And with the 360-degree spinner, you can't really get in there without taking damage, so...
Yep.
Very, very clever design.
You either go up the wedge or you stalemate it. Mm-hmm. You have no other options against Ludamir. And we have one final fight before we take our midstream break.
Oh boy, this could get really violent.
Yes. So, the Levantine Alliance is banking on their super heavyweight Androctonus. 2 powerful side-hinged axes and a big scorpion tail axe over the top. Well-protected front end. Good ground game.
Indeed.
Anyway, Pulsars have 787B. It is a race car-looking rear-hinge flipper, 5 or 6 flipping arms in there.
Yeah, I believe it's 5.
Very strong, very fast. Whichever one wins this is probably going to win the match.
Pretty much.
So chat, predictions for Androctonus or 787B?
Well, I would say 787B probably has the drive and potentially weapon power advantage because it can throw stuff in the air. However, Androctonus has significantly more damage potential.
Yes.
Has almost 20,000 more damage points than 787B at this point. So,
well, chat's split, so we're going to get it started and see what happens. Androctonus can't really self-right if it gets flipped.
Ooh,
a big misfire
from 787.
From 787B, and now Androctonus losing that overhead axe.
But it's getting those side axes into play for sure.
Yes. 787B getting down and getting Androctonus over to the grinder.
Ooh, but that's, even though they're stalemating, that's given Androctonus the edge to use those side axes for a KO.
Yep, 19 seconds. And that wins Levantine the match. 787B drove right to where Androctonus wanted it.
Very unfortunate 787B misfire there at the start. If they were able to do that, maybe push into Androctonus a little faster, could have been a different result, but no.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
Well, once again, thank you Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring the league and making it possible for us to keep doing this. We are going to take our break. So we have 8 more matches coming your way soon. So we'll be off for about 10 minutes, and then we will be right back. So stick around, everyone. We back. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. How are you doing?
Oh boy, we get to the second half. That was a good first half so far. We had some really good fights at the start for sure.
Good fights. We had some upsets. A lot of unpredictable stuff in the RRL this week. What's up, Blackbird and Mr. Circuit? Welcome back. Liam's predicting the top 4 teams in Division 2 only separated by 5 points. Sounds about right. Especially with Heavy Metal with their big loss.
Yeah, with their big loss.
So, we took our break. I had to use the bathroom so bad. And we are ready to get started in the second half of the stream with our next 8 matches. Sleepy Moon just got off work. Good way to relax. Some robot combat to end your day. Robert Bowl, let's go. Ready to go.
Yes, we are.
All right. Let's get the game fired up.
Get into what could be a very fun matchup.
Yeah, we've got some good matchups this second half of the stream. What do we got, Steve?
So we're going to open up the second half, as always, with the Moscow Mantines. Number 1 in Division 4 at the moment.
Yes, Moscow doing great this season.
They're going to be taking on the Perth Hellrazers.
Ooh, Moscow versus Perth, Australia.
The Razors rising out of hell.
Are they going to drag Moscow down to hell with them?
I mean, how do Mantines do in hell? I don't know.
Well, these are red Mantines, so they're fire type, I guess. They'll be fine.
Yeah, instead of surfing on water, they surf on lava.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine using surf in hell? Okay, everybody, we got Moscow Mantines with the lightweight Metallica. It is a 2-wheel drive, aggressive, fast rammer with kind of a W of spikes on the front. It is very brutal.
Yes.
It is brutal speed metal. Is Metallica's game in the RRL this season. It is facing Stone Imp from the Hellrazers. It is a vertical spinner, which does a lot of damage either way up.
Yeah, Stone Imp is, I think, in the top 3 or 4 for lightweight damage, and both of these robots are undefeated. We will have an undefeated streak end today.
Mm-hmm.
I think the main key here is Stone Imp staying stable after Metallica runs into it.
Metallica has had some pretty brutal rams this season so far.
But it's also been somewhat uncontrollable and has thrown itself at the grinder a couple times, so...
We've also seen it do that AI thing where it turns too fast.
Yeah,
and it keeps oversteering back and forth, and Stone Imp could definitely take advantage of that.
100%, yeah.
Chat is, they like Metallica.
Me too.
Yeah, me 3. It's a good band. Let's see if the robot is just as good. Against the Hellrazers here. Metallica oversteering to start, and Stone Imp gets the first
Got
attack.
a huge hit on the left side of Metallica for sure.
Kind of keeping Metallica at bay. It's landed chassis blows.
Ooh, but Metallica's using that drive power to shove it back.
Oh, but Stone Imp
but they got
getting to the side. Got a hit on the wheel, but no harm, no foul at the moment. Metallica oversteering some more.
Oversteering. Yep. That's the problem.
So
it
Metallica,
looks like Stone Imp has been able to get into the chassis on the front despite the spikes in the way.
yeah, Metallica needs to get one of those giant rams in here, and
and
it
got
has.
one.
Stone Imp against the grinder
Stone
and
Imp has
losing
lost a wheel.
the left side wheel now. So Metallica using its drive advantage here to press Stone Imp into the grinder.
Oh, and physics has thrown a fit. Good, and Stone Imp has been sent back to hell. Well,
it went to the lava planet. That's a restart. So here we go. Metallica charging in and going for the corner of Stone Imp, who's struggling to turn to face it. And Metallica's going to push it back towards one of the grinder zones and
got
into the
grinder
grinder.
good again.
So Stone Imp
Stone's gotten some huge hits on the top left corner.
gotten a lot of chassis damage onto Metallica. Metallica's just going right through the front end of Stone Imp here.
Taking some of the weapons off of Stone
But the
Imp.
spikes are coming off of the disc now, and Stone Imp's against the grinder once again. So Metallica's playing a dangerous game here, trying to go through the front end of Stone Imp and control it. And Stone Imp
another
is...
big ram.
Oh, the wheel
Got a
came
wheel
off
off
on
right now.
impact. So Stone Imp is falling apart here.
Using all of its spikes on the disc. There they all go, yep.
Yep, Stone Imp has a single spike left on that weapon and one wheel drive, and Metallica with another brutal ram.
Metallica living up to its name with that speed metal.
Oh, it stumbled on approach, but knocked that last spike off of Stone Imp, who's now left with no damaging weapons anymore.
No damaging weaponry, half of its mobility, yeah, it's
And there goes
the bracket wedge.
Bracket wedge supporting the front end.
And now Stone Imp is stuck off of the ground without that bracket wedge.
Yes. But Metallica is not done with it. It wants the 3 points.
Those 3 points.
Part of what's given Moscow the lead in their division is some brutal KOs from Metallica, and it's trying to get another one here. Taking its time to line up.
Got the weapon motor off now.
It's actually allowed Stone Imp to get its wheel back on the floor.
Ooh, but we're now on to control board shots for the Stone Imp.
Yep, one more, and that is the knockout for Metallica. A steady, brutal knockout.
103 seconds right there. Metallica being surprisingly patient. Just taking its time to get those hits.
Sometimes you got to slow the tempo down just a little bit. You can still be just as brutal.
Yep, and then when the opportunity presents itself, bam, heavy riff.
Yep. Slow it down for that mosh pit breakdown. Yeah. Okay, Robot Arena 2, thank you. We were absolutely ready to look at our Patreon sponsors once again. Thank you, everyone who sponsors the Robot Rampage League with your Patreon support, including all of these fine people. The ones in gold get updates about our robot builds, which we're going to be posting new stuff soon because there's another robot in the works.
Metallica's breakdown was too heavy. The game's like, no. Forgot about heavy. Well, at least Metallica's bringing the noise since heavy metal lost.
This is true. Middleweight time.
Ooh, this could actually be a fascinating match.
Why don't you introduce this one?
So, the Mantines come into the middleweights with Falcon Punch. It is a sit and spinner with 8 iron fists all the way around it, very well guarded wheels, and is one of the most dominant middleweights right now. I believe it's only lost once, and I think it was to Overthrow. Very, very impressive, considering it's slimmed down from the super heavyweights from last season.
Yes.
The Hellrazers enter with Marauder, which is a big tri-bar horizontal spinner that's kind of propped a little bit at an angle because of how it's positioned, still very much horizontal. Problem is it has big exposed wheels.
Yeah, and a big exposed weapon motor.
The only thing I see here is, though, because of how high Marauder's weapon is, it might be able to clip the top of Falcon Punch while it's at speed. And that's something that the super heavyweight version was very susceptible to.
Yes. If it can get over the top of those fists, it can hit the chassis, it can get the wheels off.
We get a wheel, yeah.
Or Marauder could have the whole front end torn off. We don't know. We're going to find out.
What does chat think?
Chat thinks Falcon Punch is going to come out with this win.
Reasonable, it's one of the top middleweights right now.
Yeah, Marauder's not been as good as the Hellrazers were expecting. Let's see if Marauder can turn its season around here. Gets that weapon up to speed, and Falcon Punch gets up to speed. You're right, it is bouncing over the top of the fists.
But it's not quite getting into the chassis, and it's just enough to where Falcon Punch is actually stopping it by spinning the other direction.
Yeah, it's
direction.
Falcon damaging the weapon of Marauder and not the other way around. Now Marauder out of balance as it tries to come in, and
While using all the spike clubs on that tri-bar.
Falcon Punch just knocking it away. So Marauder now, without its spinning weapon, it just has the 2 spikes protecting its weapon motor left. Which means that... Oh, it actually did knock some pieces off of Falcon Punch, but it's taking damage in the process.
There's the whole weapon motor now, so...
Yep,
Front end
and
of
the
Marauder.
right side wheel.
Marauders now coming apart. However, this does not actually bode well for Falcon Punch because the Sit and Spinners have trouble finishing off opponents when they are crippled like this.
Yes, the Sit and Spinners are not able to get their weapon going and go after somebody.
Yeah.
It's just an inherent limitation of the weapon type. And so with a minute 45 left, this is could drag out quite a ways if Marauder doesn't lose that remaining wheel.
But really, Falcon Punch's only hope here is to try to clip the wheel and get a TKO. Chance of a KO is a lot slimmer now.
Yeah, Marauder's just not able to maneuver very well either. Could Marauder get TKO'd here?
It might be because I don't think it broke the count.
It hasn't yet.
I don't think it did.
Marauder took too long to break the count. And that is an official
that is a TKO.
Immobilization TKO win for Falcon Punch.
That's one way for a Sit and Spinner to win.
Yeah, Marauder didn't have the control anymore.
Yeah.
Tried to move and it just spun in circles.
Out of all the ways Falcon Punch could have won, that was definitely one of them.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
All right. We are now to the heavyweights.
Falcon Punch was a multi-bot. The other bot could be called Falcon Kick. Captain Falcon doesn't do Falcon Kicks.
Not really, no. Although honestly, Falcon Punch in a cluster would be terrifying. Just intermeshing gears.
It's like those grinding crusher videos from YouTube. They throw in like a whole car and it just chews it out. So the heavyweights, the Moscow Mantines bring 917. It's another race car flipper. It's pretty good. It's pretty destructive.
Indeed.
It's facing Revenant from the Hellrazers. It is an overhead clawed axe. Pretty destructive if it gets a hold of something, and it has those claws on the front to hold opponents stationary. So, what does chat think is going to happen between 917 and Revenant here? Mantines, they are up 5-0 right now.
I just noticed Hex popped in the chat for the first time. How did my team do? You should go check out your match.
It was a good fight. Good
match.
Series of fights.
Not going to spoil the winner, but you should definitely go see it. It was just before the break.
Yes. Not that long ago. Chat is on 917's side.
Yeah, Revenant's ground game is not great. And 917 is all ground game. So, really the only thing here is if 917 mistimes those flips, Revenant's going to just go to town.
Yes.
So, we'll see.
Especially if it ends up in those claws on the front. So, heavyweight time.
Ooh,
Revenant
goes right on
straight up the flipper, getting tossed around, unable to self-right with its axes down like this. 917 is just going to kind of leave it there, which it needs to back out of there, otherwise it's going to end up restarting for pin, which it does.
It does back off.
And that is going to be...
Yep, because Revenant's not able to get those axes
an
retracted.
Extremely fast and efficient TKO.
26 seconds. Yeah.
Yep.
Was that the record for it? I know we had a record for it.
No, I think the record is 22 seconds for a TKO.
Indeed it is.
So, the Mantines now 7 points to nothing.
That is another match win for the Mantines. Can they get another shutout?
Showing why they're leading their division.
And it's not like they've just been walking through like lower level teams. Like they had a perfect shutout over Sinister Creations, who's leading Division 3. Like,
Oh, you've got some messages to block. There you go. All right. Super heavyweight time. Moscow Mantines with the Bolshevik Barracuda with the big overhead axes. It's facing Baron of Hell from the Perth Hellrazers that have a single rear hinge flipper in there, but mainly it's a rammer. What do we expect is going to happen here, chat? I think this doesn't bode well for Baron of Hell.
Yeah, Barracuda's kind of the aberrant of the season. Once you get in those jaws, you're having a bad time.
Yeah, and the Baron of Hell is a nice flat-topped robot,
Mm-hmm.
which axes love.
Just thought the robot action was so good that the YouTube bots had to jump in and see what was up.
Yeah. That's how you know Robot Rampage League is making it, when the spam bots appear.
Mm-hmm.
Zester, that's not the kind of bot we like. No, these are the kinds of bots we like.
We'll see if Baron of Hell's able to pull anything out here. It's a tall order, but Hellrazers would like some points.
Yeah, it could happen. Let's see what happens. Oh, Baron of Hell went straight up the wedge. And Bolshevik Barracuda is going to just obliterate the front end of it here.
Yep. Going to town on the front of the Baron of Hell.
Not quite able to get into play there for a second. But it's got it against the grinder now.
Not much the Baron can do right now.
Yeah, stranded with his wheels off the floor.
Lost his flipping spike as well.
Yep. You got more messages to deal with.
Fucking goddammit.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh, the horns come off the Baron. Smoke's pouring out of it. Well, we'd expect smoke to be pouring out of a Hellraiser robot. And Bolshevik Barracuda backs away to break the TKO count. How much longer does Baron of Hell have here? Not much longer, as Bolshevik Barracuda puts it up against the wall and kills it. 52-second knockout, and that is a complete shutout from the Moscow Mantines again.
52 seconds.
Yep. Well, the Mantines, last season they missed the playoffs, and this season they are out for blood. Okay. That moves us on to our next match.
Does indeed.
What do we got? It is the C4 Circus. And New York City Pride. Captain Mantine finally being excited.
Yes, his team is actually doing him proud. So what happens when you don't enter nothing but rip-offs of real robots?
Yeah, he doesn't have any dollar store robots on the team this year, and they're winning.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
All right, chat. We have the C4 Circus with Clown Car. It's a four-wheel drive rammer. It's not wide, it is long.
Mm-hmm.
And it says honk.
Honk.
It's facing a flipper in Bicerabot with the two forks on the flipping arm. Bicerabot's not having a good time this season.
Not really, no.
And it's facing an invertible robot. What do we think is going to happen here, chat?
This could be a very long, drawn-out fight because Clown Car is invertible, so Bicerabot's weapon won't matter as much. And because of how narrow Clown Car is, it's going to be very hard to actually get a flip on it.
Yeah.
So, curious to see what actually happens.
Yeah, me too, because Clown Car is not likely to get flipped end over end, but it rolls side over side very well.
Yeah, and it almost always lands back on its wheels, no problem.
Yeah,
so.
it's not really going to matter, though. So Bicerabot can flip it till it's blue in the face, or pink in the face, or purple in the face, or whatever the bi-colors are.
I believe both of these robots are looking for their first win.
Yeah, distinctly possible.
Yeah. Yeah, both are winless on the season, so...
So we've had some undefeated matchups, and now we've had some all-defeated matchups.
Yep.
Chat's a little bit split on this one. I don't know how it's going to turn out. Neither does the chat. Let's find out. Clown Car comes in, pole vaults over the top of Bicerabot.
And are they
now
both wedged? No,
they're
Clown Car's
both
able to get
wedged.
down.
Clown Car gets down, it rights Bicerabot,
Okay.
using that ram plate on top. Bicerabot misses a lift there, and Clown Car tries to get to the side, but it's too long.
Too long to be able to get around there. It's
Bicerabot
gotten
missed
under
flipping.
Bicerabot somehow.
And there it goes up the lifting forks and over. So Bicerabot being effective as a flipper.
Not really able to do a whole lot to an invertible robot like Clown Car.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't have the drive power it needs here.
Whoop. Clown Car breaks
Clown
a
Car
count.
gets free. Ooh, Bicerabot come charging in as Clown Car second guess what to do. Oh, Bicerabot flipped itself.
Oh no.
Oh, this is not good for the Pride team. Clown Car tries to push against it, but the spikes go over the top of Bicerabot.
Yeah, that takes at least 2 of the wheels off of Clown Car from the ground, so...
Yeah, and it's so long it's unable to line up properly for these rams.
Still doing at least a little bit of damage to the back half of Bicerabot.
Yeah, it's getting some chassis shots in here as Bicerabot's struggling to self-right. Kind of working Bicerabot over near the wall and close to a grinder zone. And Bicerabot is getting a count out now. So can it shuffle enough to keep the fight going? I don't think it's going to be able to. This is a TKO for Clown Car.
104 seconds, and Clown Car has a W. There you are, I was waiting for you.
Yeah, it's just the same. Can you block them?
Yeah, I've been blocking all of them, they have multiple channels.
Yeah, that's generally how they work.
Like 3 of them now, so...
Fortunately, Erin has gone off to do other things and she cannot moderate chat.
I mean, like, I've been getting rid of them just, like, as soon as they pop up, but, like, they all have different ones, so I can't do anything.
Yeah, they'll just keep coming back. There's spam bots popping up in chat. So, middleweight time.
Oh, there's a bunch of them popping in at once, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, you'll have to watch, like, the whole time.
Okay, middleweights. We have Noise Bomb for the C4 Circus. It is a rear hinge and front hinge flipper. Kind of bitey flipper. It's a good robot, it's just not had the success.
Yeah, not really. It's gonna be kind of unlucky.
It's facing Panther in the Pan Pride colors. Lost some weight from last season, was a heavyweight, so middleweight this season. 4-wheel drive, very fast, aggressive rammer. Had a brutal KO.
Yeah, it beat remote control very quickly last week.
Yes, last week. So it's nice to see Panther get some points, but chat, what do we think's going to happen here against the wedge flipper?
Well, Noise Bomb is a wedge. Panther's a rammer. We know how that usually goes. However, Noise Bomb's front hinge swords might keep it in the ring.
Or it might extend the
Or
flight time.
launch it higher. Yeah, a 5 second maybe. I don't know.
I give this a 80% chance of a sludge fest.
I'm willing to agree.
Because there's, 20% chance Panther could steer around it. We've seen Grizmo do that. Chat is much in favor of Noise Bomb and a sludge fest. Sleepy Moon calls for a noise fest.
So Noise Bomb goes out, okay.
That would be interesting if that happened. So let's see how it goes. Are we going to get a sludge fest off of Noise Bomb? It's the right angle. And there it goes.
Oh, but it was 3 seconds this time.
That is a short sludge fest.
You know what would be the ultimate sludge fest? Is if the rammer takes the opponent with it.
I want to see that happen one day. It can happen. We have tall robots.
I know that there was somebody, their team unfortunately didn't get in, but like they had like a massive stilt bot in the middleweights. I could see that happening.
Yeah.
Just take the whole thing over.
So, the C4 Circus is up 4-0.
Boy, we are now on to our feature fight of the stream.
Yes. Heavyweight time.
Two very, very terrifying robots.
C4 Circus has random acts of violence. It has 4 spiked side axes. And it has an undercutting saw blade spinner. The only combination of saw blade spinner and side axe in the league. Very unique weapon type setup.
Indeed.
What's random acts of violence really known for?
So, random acts of violence is the #1 heavyweight by damage points scored. and the number 1 in DPS, damage
Yes.
points per second.
Ran-
However, Transfusion is number 3 in DPS. So this is actually a very kind of even matchup.
Yes, random acts of violence is a lot of violence that are not so random.
Yeah.
And Transfusion is a very efficient front hinge flipper. It's got the exposed drive motors on the rear, but it never shows the opponents the rear. It only shows them the top flipping panels. And it's had some very, very fast fights. Actually, I think the lightweight fight this week might have been the longest fight that NYC Pride has had all season.
Yeah, they've had some very quick fights.
They've had some incredibly quick matches. So, Chad, are we thinking Transfusion or are we thinking random acts of violence?
Well, as we know, saw blades are the best wedge.
This is true.
So there's a chance that random acts of violence could just hold Transfusion at bay. And it does help that the side axes are good for chassis wedges like Transfusion. But if RAV is thrown up in the air at all, it's going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
So either way, this is going to be rather one-sided and very damaging for whoever it goes for.
Yeah, I think if Transfusion does not get this over quickly, it is going to get ripped to pieces.
Yeah.
Chat's on Transfusion's side, though. They don't like to see Transfusion take random acts of violence. So let's see what happens here.
Ooh,
Right up
slides
the wedge.
right underneath it.
But overdrives, and now
And
as the side
it's
exposed
sided,
to
yes.
random acts of violence, he's caved
Taking
in the
huge
front
hits,
of
gotten some of the
Transfusion's
burst
wedge.
wedges off of it.
There's a ton of damage that Transfusion's taken. It's gotten random acts of violence up and into the corner now, and it now has the rear of random acts of violence, and is just caving in the
Ooh, it's got
chassis.
the wheel now.
Both of these robots have taken a huge amount of damage. Random acts of violence on control board hits from the grinder.
I think it's trying to get away from the TKO count, but it can't because the saw blade's on the... Oh, no, not the saw
Transfusion
blade.
comes in for another control board shot. Trying to get this fight over with, and there it is, finally.
43 seconds.
That was close for a while. Until that wheel came off, either of them could have killed the other.
Yep.
Well, what was a 4-0 match is now 4-3. So, Transfusion maintains its winning streak.
Indeed it does.
Mr. Circuit says that was indeed pretty violent. Yes, it was. And it wasn't random. It was just a lot of violence all at once.
Yeah.
So, 4-3. And now super heavyweights. Oh boy. We have a pair of four-wheel drive vertical spinners.
Yep.
But with a twist.
But in different ways.
See, the C4 Circus has Freak Show, which is fast four-wheel drive vertical drill spinner, but the drill is on a piston. It's a punching spinner.
Yep.
Has the ground game, has armor up front. NYC Pride have Friendly Fire with the double vertical disc spinner out front and some armor panels blocking the chassis. So, how do we think this one's going to go?
Well, crucially here, the Pride need at least a TKO, or at least 2 points here. They can't force a decision. And Freak Show is very good at controlling opponents and dragging things out.
Yes, Freak Show is a very slow and controlled and patient robot. Friendly Fire is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Friendly Fire is just all-out, full-on assault.
I think the big key here is that Freak Show's wedge setup is wider than Friendly Fire's, so I think it'll have a bit of an advantage in the ground game, even though it's a static and not a burst wedge.
Yes. I'm not sure if Friendly Fire can drive upside down. So
Ooh, I don't actually know either.
If
I'm not
Freak
sure.
Show gets the ground game advantage and knocks Friendly Fire over, that could be it. Or it could take a lot of damage from the vertical spinner being
Yeah.
upside down.
I don't know.
Does Friendly have burst wedges?
Yes.
I believe... Are they static or burst?
I'm pretty sure the wedges and the ram plates are all in the same burst wedge
Okay.
thing.
Yeah, chat's kind of like... Yeah, Freak Show, probably. Don't know. Freak Show's going to have to deal with a very aggressive robot. Patience doesn't always work against aggression. Or sometimes it does. Let's see what happens. Friendly Fire
Kinda met in
needs
the middle.
at least 2 points here as they... Oh, so the wedges were not helping Freak Show, but it has pushed Friendly Fire back to the grinder. A wheel's come off, and now that punching drill is taking damage. It's giving damage to the weapons of Friendly Fire. He's kind of stranded on the grinder at the moment.
It is stranded entirely.
Totally
Freak
stranded.
Show's going in for more.
Freak Show wants more points for the C4 Circus. And it's going to grind away at the underside, and Friendly Fire is going to try and drive off and leave Freak Show against the grinder.
Freak Show's lost one of his wedges now from that.
Yes, so Friendly Fire are going to try and get these
and to the
wheels,
side.
which are nicely exposed. It only has one spinner remaining.
It's definitely getting... I think it's actually getting to the chassis corner between the wheels there, too. Oh, it's gotten one of the wheels off now.
Yep, that left rear wheel is off. And now both robots struggling with a rear wheel missing. And their ground game being disrupted. Parts flying off of, I think, Freak Show's drill.
And
But
Friendly Fire's lost
Friendly
its disc.
loses the whole weapon. It loses its other rear wheel. So now it's just a pusher. And it's pushing Freak Show back towards the grinder, but it's gone up the wedge. Now Freak Show's coming in to attack some more with that, like, one remaining.
There's only one spike club remaining on the drill.
Yeah, the drill is not having a good time. Friendly Fire does have those armor plates up front to absorb the blows. Oh! The drill knocked Friendly Fire upside down, and its
And
front
its
wheels are
wedge.
off the floor. So, Friendly Fire unable to move now, and Freak Show is just going to dig at the side of it while it can. Not sure if they have what it. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the 3 points here with just one remaining spiked club.
Especially not with that spinning orientation. However, it does look like a TKO imminent.
Yeah, TKO is going to happen. Freak Show's backed off and going to take the 2 points and the match win for the C4 Circus. 42 seconds remaining.
And 38 total? That was a really good fight.
That was a really good fight. That's a 6-3 win. How many seconds?
138.
Yeah. That was a good fight.
Noting that for later.
Dang good fight, says Rook. Yeah, make sure you write that down in the thing as a potential
Fight of the week.
fight of the week.
Do you have any way to actually block those? Because I can only, like, hide them.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. See if I can block these messages.
Yeah, just straight block the channels. I don't know. Port.
Unblock user.
Oh, so they are blocked.
Yeah.
Huh. Not sure why they keep popping up then. That or they're different every time. I don't know.
Might be different every time.
Oh, and Voya says he's been reporting them too. Thank you, chat, for being on top of them too. We're doing what we can. They've just decided to terrorize our stream. I've been doing that one. It's worth it.
All right. Yeah. Report the spam bots, block the spam bots if you can. Thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors for supporting the league, because nonsense happens with YouTube and sometimes there are spammers, and who knows if we'll make money off of YouTube or not. So the money coming in from Patreon is helpful to supporting us. And HRL has to deal with them too. Yeah. Spam bots have not been that big of a problem on YouTube for a while. The first few years of YouTube, they were everywhere, all the time.
I mean, there's been a lot lately, but they're usually just ignored, especially because it's not usually live. But even then, like, I like religiously report them just to like, hey,
yep.
YouTube, like, there's a ton of these, like,
yeah,
do something, please.
The early days of YouTube, the first few years, it was just like every video, probably a third of the comments were from spam bots.
Yeah. I just try to do it because eventually, like, YouTube will find them and find a way to get them to go away. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the hope.
So, next match. What's up? What do we have?
We have the Rotterdam Invaders, which are owned by LOC, who I believe is watching live with us. And they're going to be taking on Team Permanganate, the Chemists.
Yes. The Invaders and the Chemists. Are the Invaders trying to get the chemicals from the Chemists? Is that what they're here for?
Perhaps.
We're going to find out. So, the Rotterdam Invaders bring Kang in the lightweights. It is a double war pick side axe. Pretty destructive robot if it can get something in front of it.
Definitely.
Takes a lot of damage to the chassis because it's exposed chassis.
Yes.
Team Permanganate brings Chloe the Crustacean, also a side axe. A little bit of a Spider-Man pointing at himself meme here.
Tiny bit, yeah.
Are we thinking Crustacean or Alien, chat?
The difference here is their actual spike setup. I believe Chloe's is a shorter assembly, and Kang is not only iron spikes, but also is longer and can hit the side of it.
Yes.
It's definitely going to be kind of who can get to whose chassis and who can de-weapon the other one.
Yeah, I think Kang has the greater weapon power.
Yes. Kang, I also believe, is the leading lightweight in DPS, so...
Well, chat loves their crabs, so let's see what Chloe can do for them.
Oh, hello!
Chloe's the one that snipes an axe off.
Immediately gets one of the axes. That's huge.
And is going for that exposed side of Kang and caving the chassis in there. And Kang's not able to respond.
Nope. Short axes are actually helping. Ooh, but even though Chloe lost one, that is a 20-second knockout.
Yeah. The chat was onto something. Everything returns to crab.
Everything is crab. Yeah, thank you, physics, at the end there. I appreciate that.
So, Chloe gives the Chemists of Permanganate a 3-point lead.
All hail thy crab.
And we move to the middleweights.
A couple of hard luck middleweights here.
Yeah, no kidding. So, the Rotterdam Invaders have sleeve 1 exclamation point question mark. Big asymmetric overhead spinner, similar to the lightweight ones, only heavier. Team Permanganate brings Quasar. It is a vertical drum spinner using the sword components. It's kind of a tapered drum. Yep. Quasar's aggressive, and it kind of works as a rotary lifting device.
It really does.
Sleeve, its weapon's pretty slow.
Yes.
But it can get to the side of things because it's got that reach.
And I do believe it spins clockwise, which means it'll be spinning into the motor of Quasar.
Yes.
Even though there is a spike to cover it, that could still come into play later.
Yes. So chat, what are we thinking between Sleeve and Quasar?
Yeah, both kind of hard luck robots. Both 2-2 with some okay wins. Some bad losses here and there too, so...
Quasar had that awkward loss against Toth.
Yeah, for sure.
Most of chat is on Quasar's side. Some are expecting Sleeve to win. Let's see if the Invaders can get some points back. Down by 3. Sleeve coming in and not really attacking the side and allowing Quasar to get that drum into play.
Sleeve did immediately take off the spike guard on Quasar's motor. And is able to self-right now.
And Quasar doing a good job keeping Sleeve up in the air, but Sleeve is trying to land blows to that weapon motor. So now Quasar throws Sleeve into the wall as it tries to self-right.
Ooh, Quasar briefly brushed the grinder with its wheel.
Oh,
Ooh,
the whole
there it
weapon
goes.
assembly comes off of Quasar. And now it's just a push bot, and its stabilizers have come off.
Sleeve's damage is now racking up.
So the asymmetric spinner getting the damage advantage. And Quasar throwing wheels at the ground to get traction wherever it can.
I want to get away from that spot because there is a physics bomb over there somewhere.
Yep,
Where the
I
motor
think
came
Sleeve
off.
found it there.
It's alright, didn't affect a whole lot. Control board hits now for Quasar.
Yeah, Quasar doesn't have much longer to lose as it skates across the floor into the grinder.
And Sleeve comes
what
over
a
and kills
kill
it.
shot. 151 left.
69-second knockout. Nice.
Nice. Mark that fight down in the highlights.
Yeah, that like, it was almost like a shuffleboard move that Quasar had there.
Yeah. That was fun watching Quasar just slide across the floor. Alright, that ties the matchup. Nightmare 27 calls it air hockey.
Yeah, that kind of was. That was really good. It was pretty even for a while. Quasar was doing a good job keeping Sleeve off balance, but once the motor came off, that was pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, heavyweight time in this tied matchup. We have Pathfinder for the Rotterdam Invaders. It's a front-hinged flipper with vertical spinners on the sides to drag robots up on top. Team Permanganate has Roadman. It is a vertical saw spinner. A lot of saws on the front of Roadman and some really, really low fork stabilizers on the front that it's used to great effect to push robots around. So what do we expect from Pathfinder and Roadman here? Uh-oh.
Sorry, I just want to give Roadman a little bit of help here. I'm pulling out the golden saw blade.
The last time we showed the
motivate
golden
it?
saw blade, the saw spinners did really well.
Yeah, so I'm pulling that again.
Exercising some executive bias here.
Less for Roadman to win and more for this to be a good fight, because Roadman's had some pretty fun fights for being a saw spinner.
That's true.
Pull out the golden saw blade. Provide the voodoo? I know words.
Words are hard. That's why we don't use them very often. That's why we ask chat for their words about who they think will win.
I'll keep going for Roadman.
Yeah, it's reasonably split at the moment. So we're going to start it and see how it goes. See which one has the ground game here.
It appears to be Roadman for the minute.
Has the ground game, and it's got those saws onto Pathfinder's front wedge.
And the
it's
wedge
cut
come
it
off.
right off.
Look at the damage to the front of
It's
Pathfinder
just
already.
eating up the front end of Pathfinder.
Goodness.
And now Pathfinder doesn't have that ground game. It's going to be fed
Does
right
not.
into the saws again.
I'm not sure Roadman has the power to actually get a control board hit at this point, but the damage is going to
I mean,
rack
it's
up.
got the power to turn the front end of Pathfinder into a vertical wall.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The damage that Roadman is racking up here. But this is why we classify saw blade spinners differently, is because they don't have the power to get the control board
Yeah, not
hits.
quite.
Even though they can rack up damage points quickly. So Roadman pushing Pathfinder back towards a grinder to try to get some more damage power in here.
Ooh, I think it actually did
It
get a
did
control
get
board
the
hit.
control board hits. It got 3 of the saw
Wow.
blades in at once.
58-second knockout for a saw spinner.
You biased it by showing the golden saw blade. I told you.
Lisa, sorry. I'll try not to do that next time.
Roadman putting up a big amount of damage.
Geez, 8,500 is insane. I mean, it's a saw spinner doing a lot of grinding damage, but my goodness.
Yes.
Where does that
Saw
put it?
spinners have racked up a lot of damage this season.
Yeah, that's going to put Roadman at almost 30,000 damage points for this season. That's a lot.
Yeah. Well, the Invaders are down by 3.
They're down by 3.
They have Boolean
With Boolean.
in the super heavyweights. It's a big, tall piston flipper robot with these panels on pistons. It's gotten ring outs.
It has.
It has the power to get flips. It's a big, tall, wedgy robot, but it's facing Permanganate. This is an axe robot with a lot of defense up front. Chat, are we expecting Boolean or Permanganate to come out with this win? I think Boolean's got the ground game advantage here.
Yes, however, Permanganate has those stabilizing spikes on the outer corner. I think they're long enough and are going to jam up the front of Boolean, so it's kind of going to be a stalemate. Not
yeah,
sure.
I don't think that... So the main advantage that the axes have against wedges is that they can attack the wedge.
Mm-hmm.
Boolean's covered in armor plates for its weapon.
It is, but depending on how Permanganate attacks that, it could just go through that over time.
Yeah.
But also because of how large Permanganate is, if Boolean gets under it and flips it, that could be an easy ring out.
Yeah. Or it could just leave it TKO'd.
It could, yeah, because I don't think it can self-right with the axe. Although I think those two extenders on Permanganate, I think, are on motors that could self-right it, so I think it might be able to self-right. I'm not sure.
Don't know. We'll have to find out. Lots of chat is predicting Boolean to win this one. Some predicting by ring out. Be cool to see a piston flipper get another ring out. Two purple robots facing off. It's a stalemate for the ground game. Both of them even.
Permanganate was able to... What the
flying
fuck?
We gotta watch that back to see if physics took place.
I don't think that was. I think that was sheer pistons.
I think that was just the piston physics.
It was.
Oh,
it was
no.
just the pistons that pushed it out. What? Are you high?
Boolean and Permanganate pushed each other's front ends up like this, and then Boolean's pistons threw it over the wall. Chat was predicting a Boolean and a ring out, but not
both. What the fuck? All right, so
that's going in the highlights.
Permanganate has a ring out victory to its name.
And the chemists win the match by a considerable margin. Oh no, wait. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
The fuck? Okay. Funny.
I mention every stream the way that piston flipper or the way that pistons work in this game, that they don't have all of the laws of physics. They don't have. There's three main laws of physics.
Mm-hmm.
They're missing some of them, and they don't have a whole lot of power extending, but they have a tremendous amount of power retracting. And literally, Boolean fired its pistons, and then the pistons pulled it out of the ring.
Oh, that was great.
And that's why I bring up the laws of physics with the pistons, because weird stuff happens with them.
Sheesh. Such a way to lose is LOC. Yeah, that's a cinematic way to lose, I guess.
Nitro calls that a piston fest.
Piston Fest, I like that.
We have a lot of festivals in the RRL.
Sheesh.
What's next?
All right. We're on to one of my teams next. So we are next opening up with Team Sanctuary out of San Antonio, Texas.
Yes, and they are against
Sinister Creations out of Death Valley, California.
two desert locales. Team Sanctuary has Excavator in the lightweights. It's an overhead claw crusher. Has some swords protecting its wheels that it's used to great effect sometimes. It's facing Cavity Search from Sinister Creations. It's a big drill mounted way up high. The robot kind of face plants it down into the opponent. How's Cavity Search doing this season?
It's a bit of a mixed bag. It's been able to beat up on some weaker ones, but like last week, it got a type matchup weakness against Kevin.
Yeah.
So like when it gets its weapon into play, it can do damage, but other than that, it's just a box. So yeah, I don't know.
Chat, what are we expecting between Excavator and Cavity Search here? Two robots with tall weapons up real high.
So given Excavator's wedge layout and the fork layout of Cavity Search, I feel like Excavator's going to be able to get that claw into play and into the drill. I don't know if it's tall enough to hit the motor, though.
Yeah, I think they might just feed the claws straight into the drill and lose it.
And the downside for Excavators, it has standard aluminum armor, and Cavity Search is better armor than that, so...
Yeah. Chat is a little bit back and forth at the moment, but I think they're leaning towards Cavity Search. Sinister's doing pretty well this season.
Yeah, I have been.
So let's see how it goes. To start this next match off.
Ooh.
So, both of them kind of missed each other's weapon. Cavity Search not able to get the Claw. The Claw was attacking Cavity Search's
It's now been
side,
taken off, yes.
but the Drill has taken the Claw clean off. However, Excavator still has the Wedge.
Yes, and especially in this orientation, Cavity Search can't get the drill into the chassis.
No, it's knocking that motor off the top of Excavator, but it can't get the drill down enough because it's wedged up on the wedge.
And Excavator, honestly, if this keeps up, Excavator can probably push this for a long time.
Yeah, there's a distinct possibility Excavator could push this to the judges and limit the number of points that can be scored against it here.
Like, there's not a whole lot Cavity Search can do to really get in there. Because even if they try to go into the side, there's the sword wheel guards.
Yeah.
Those are going to do damage.
And Excavator could always get lucky and flip Cavity Search over.
Yeah.
So Cavity Search not able to get the drill down into play. It's got a little bit of damage
Very
to the chassis.
slightly face planted there. That's probably going to be its key for the rest of this fight, is if it can face plant, do a little bit of damage over time.
Yeah, I think that's going to be their game plan, is to back away and then charge in and try to knock its weapon down into the wedge and just get a little bit of damage over time.
Yeah, we're halfway through the fight now. A little bit of a stalemate now.
Nightmare says Excavator's pulled wins out of nowhere before.
It definitely has.
It could do it again. Cavity Search goes right up the wedge once again.
That's not a very good wedge shape that Excavator is now.
No, it's very quickly going to be sinking into the floor.
Yeah, and honestly, with how Cavity Search is only like getting glancing blows, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to actually get control board hits with that.
Yeah, it'll be really tough, especially with less than a minute to go. Doesn't have a whole lot of time to pull it off.
Breaking a count really quick.
Excavator backing away. Ooh, took a shot to the top from Cavity Search.
Doing a great job of staying under Cavity Search, though.
Yes, very controlled defense here from Excavator. Keeping itself in the fight. Gonna drag it out as long as it can.
We only got 30 seconds left. It's gone at least 2 minutes now without its weapon.
Yes, and like we've said, drawing judges' decisions to limit points is a valuable strategy on many teams.
Definitely.
10 seconds remaining, and Cavity Search has not been able to get a single control board hit.
No, it's definitely running low on battery power now. That drill is not going very fast at all.
Yep, so this is going to go to the judges. Well then, I don't know how the judges are going to interpret that.
Yeah, for what's been really two of the more damaging teams, they're just stalemated at a judge's decision.
Because, I mean, Cavity Search had the damage, obviously, but it was so ineffective for most of that fight.
Yeah, but it was also very aggressive still going up the wedge of Excavator, so...
But Excavator had the controlled defense strategy.
Yeah,
So,
which is also much more strategic. Like,
we'll see how that one turns out with the judges later in the week. Now on to the middleweights, where Team Sanctuary has RRL. It is a front hinge flipper, rear hinge flipper. I always get it wrong.
Rear hinge.
Rear hinge flipper. Pretty damaging. It's the main point scorer on Team Sanctuary so far.
Definitely. Undefeated.
Sinister Creations has Cycloid with the two Warpix style side axes. Armor over the top. The spike down the center. Nothing protecting that underside. Chat, what do we expect out of RRL versus Cycloid?
So kind of similar when we saw Yeetus take on Barbecue earlier this week. Bit of a rematch here because RRL is very similar to Creighton in a way. And while Cycloid did give it a run, Creighton still beat Cycloid really no problem. So I think I'm willing to bet it's going to be more of the same. But if Cycloid gets a shot at anything other than the wedge, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yes. Cycloid. We've seen the side axes tear up a lot of robots this season. Cycloid was the first of the side axes in the league that did a lot of damage very quickly.
Yes.
So, chat's on RRL's side, though.
Good shout.
I mean, it's been unstoppable so far. Let's see how it goes. RRL can use that ground game to its advantage. Wow.
Definitely does. Huge toss on Cycloid.
Toss Cycloid way into the air. Getting it over into the grinder zone. Cycloid completely invertible, getting those side axes into play.
Ooh, but the flippers are mistimed on RL, so it can't get under it right now.
Yeah, and the flipping arms are taking damage.
Although Cycloid has lost a wheel to the grinder.
So Cycloid's mobility is severely hampered here. And
Still
RL's
spin
is
around.
not. And
Flips
it's going to
just on the top of the wall.
Cycloid off the top of the wall. It's going to try and get it up on top of the grinder.
He's now on the grinder.
This is the perfect spot to go for a ring out, but didn't quite get it on that first attempt.
I actually think that dismembered wheel is actually preventing Cycloid from getting into the grinder, although it is
and now
wedged
Cycloid
on its side.
stuck on its side with that right side axe missing.
And the wheel gone. Yeah,
That's a nice TKO.
Yep. 53 seconds on the TKO. Unfortunately, that breaks RAL's perfect streak. That is the first time it is not won by KO.
That is correct.
However, especially dealing with a damaging robot like Cycloid by a grinder, leave it.
If you can get the
Leave
win,
it.
you take the win sometimes.
Yeah, just take the win.
Well, that means that Sanctuary has the lead.
They do have the lead. At least 2 points over them.
Yep.
Potentially 3.
So we move on to the heavyweights.
With the hard luck robot.
Oh, man. Team Sanctuary has Fire Prince. Double vertical spinner. Forks on the front for stabilizers. Extremely aggressive. Very destructive.
It's number 3 in damage points for the heavyweights right now. Unfortunately, it's 0-4.
Yeah.
It has had some very unfortunate matchups where, like, either the better robot won, or it just couldn't finish him off or something.
Yeah, and it's not facing an easy opponent here in Omnipresence. It is a sit and spin flail thwack bot, similar to Death Penalty from earlier with those wide spikes and flails out there. If Fire Prince gets in there, it can get it stopped and it can get pieces off, but it's got to get it stopped.
Yep. As always with sit and spin.
Chats, are we looking for Fire Prince, the vertical spinner, or Omnipresence, the sit and spinner? So, last season there was a similar robot to Fire Prince called Bioshocker,
Correct.
and it absolutely dismantled a sit and spinner.
Yes, it was very destructive.
One of the best heavyweights last season.
Truly,
was
yeah, it was up
Bioshocker.
there.
And so it's a bit surprising that a very similar robot in Fire Prince is just not getting wins.
Yeah, I think it's really just been bad luck. Like, it's been very impressive in all of its losses. It just isn't able to quite get there.
It's like if the Colliers had a 5th robot on another team. Just no luck.
And unfortunately, it's facing something that could just hit it from the side. So
Chat is... I think they're leaning towards Omnipresence here. Let's see if Fire Prince gets it stopped, or if Omnipresence can make its presence known. And Omnipresence gets up to speed. Fire Prince is holding back. It's going to try and chip away at the flails, it looks like.
can't tell how much the flails are actually getting into contact with Fire Prince's chassis. Ooh,
Oh,
the
it took
entire right side.
all the stabilizers off the right side, and
now
now
it's
Fire
fallen.
Prince has fallen over.
I'm not sure Omnipresence is really going to be able to get in there and hit him. I don't even think Fire Prince can move out of there either.
Oh no, is this Fire Prince doing the thing again?
Yeah, without the stabilizer there, it's just straight wedged on the motor.
How unlucky is that? It tried to escape and make a turn, and...
Yep. 38 seconds on the TKO.
Lost to losing the stabilizers.
Oh. So I do think, even though Fire Prince is a very similar design to Bioshocker, I believe it has a slightly different chassis shape as well. Because I think even in that orientation, I think Bioshocker could still get a wheel in contact with the ground.
Yeah.
So, it's like, even though they're like very similar, there's just enough difference to doom Fire Prince in some fights.
Yeah, that's the way it seems to be so far. Tragic.
Well, disregarding the judges' decision, that is a 2-2 draw at the moment, so it's up to the Super Heavies.
Yes, there's 1 point in this. Ghost says Fire Prince is going to lose its royalty at this rate.
Isn't that the whole point with the Fire Prince? Is it was already like banished and he's trying to get his redemption? Not doing great. Doing only 5 losses now.
Tragic. So, Team Sanctuary is relying on their super heavyweight, Comatose. 6-wheel drive, fast, invertible rammer, lots of spikes on the front. They're up against the Eldritch Horror, which is a rear hinge flipper, a side hinge flipper,
Yep.
and a front hinge flipper.
Yep.
It's like a bear trap of flippers. Comatose doesn't have a ground game, does it?
Really doesn't, and it's a rammer facing a wedge.
Yeah.
However, Comatose does have the most damage points out of super heavyweights. So if it does get those spikes into play, it can do a lot.
Yeah, absolutely could. And
On another note, Eldritch is one of the top 3 in DPS for the super heavies. So both of these can get damage done one way or the other.
Are we going to see a lot of damage here? Or are we going to see what chat is saying and see a sludgefest?
It depends on how controlled Sanctuary wants to be with Comatose here.
Yeah, if they take the patient approach and come at it from the side.
And generally, Comatose has been much more patient than some of the other rammers. They'd like to use it to like kind of stall out their opponent, wait until there's an opportunity, get their armor down, and then go in for the kill.
Yes.
So
it's a lot less chargy and a lot more pushy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, chat is on the side of the Eldritch Sludgefest.
Let's see what happens. Will Comatose stay in the arena?
Flippers love these rammers. Yes, it's
It's
much more
yes.
patient, but it's up on top of the flippers and parked against the wall by the Eldritch Horror. And almost stranded on the wall. Eldritch Horror not giving Comatose the ground game back, not letting it get its wheels back on the floor, though.
Taking at least one wheel off of Comatose now. Now some of the spike assemblies coming off.
The armor's coming off, and the control board is just about done for on Comatose here. There it is.
There it is. 33 seconds.
Maybe it would have been better for Comatose to go over.
Probably, yeah.
That wins the match for Sinister Creations.
It does indeed. A relatively low-scoring match, all things considered, because it could either be 5-2 or 4-3, depending on that decision.
Low points for a match win, says Cora.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're in a division with a lot of teams putting up shutouts and winning big matches and you don't put up a lot of points,
Yeah, we'll
doesn't
have
look
to
good.
see. We'll have to see who pops up to Sinister, because NYC, did they lose this? I believe they lost. Yeah, NYC lost, and they're in second, just behind Sinister. And then the next one in line would be the Magnums, who we're coming to a little bit later.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we're on to our next match.
they're indeed.
We have 4 matches remaining with this one. So, Plan Z, the Zeds.
The Zeds.
Gonna pronounce it both ways just because I can. Plan Z has Geohash in the lightweights. It is a rear hinged flipper with a snowplow as a scoop on the front. Defensive and offensive at once. No damaging components. The lads have 1 o'clock. It is a low slung horizontal spinner. Can 1 o'clock get through that plow or around the plow? Well, chat seems to think 1 o'clock can at the moment.
The real question is how long. Like, what is Geohash going to have to do to win here? Because I would think ideally, like, Geohash's plow is not going to last 3 minutes here. Not against a spinner like 1 o'clock. So is it able to either strand 1 o'clock or get it out of the arena in that time?
I don't know if Geohash has the power to get it over the wall because it's a big awkward robot.
Yeah.
But if Geohash can get 1 o'clock into the grinder,
Or maybe get the weapon off. Yeah, that could work.
get the whole weapon off, get wheels off. We've seen the pushy robots make great use of the grinders this week so
Definitely.
far.
And Geohash is pretty good pushing when the snowplow does not get under sub.
Yes. Chad is firmly on 1 o'clock's side. We're going to get this match underway and see if Plan Z can get some points. Oh, a fantastic toss by Geohash has 1
it got
o'clock
on
over the wall.
It was able to get it up there and then push it over once it was on top.
What a fantastic ring out from little Geohash.
Just propped it up enough to get it over.
The free agent robot that didn't make any of the teams last season
Nope.
has just thrown 1 o'clock right over the wall.
And that's the second time 1 o'clock has been rung out. Very interesting.
A straight 7-second ring out.
You were also mentioning, has a robot won with getting 0 damage points? Geohash, thank you very much
Yes.
for proving it right. Don't need damage points to win here.
Yeah, this robot's got the most DPS and it's got 3rd highest damage points, and Geohash is just like, don't care.
Just go away. Away.
Away with you. See, the reason 1 o'clock didn't win is because it's 145 right now.
Yeah, it's only 145.
Okay. The Zeds have a 2-point lead heading into the middleweights.
That's like a third of their entire score total so far. They've had such a rough season already.
Oh no. Our Patreon supporters have visited us once again. Thank you for everyone who has supported us with Super Chats and with our Patreon subscriptions. This one is $10 a month for this Patreon tier, or $15 a month is the gold ones. Supports the league, helps us build silly robots.
Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. However, Plan Z is owned by one of our Patreons here, Leafeon, and the game crashed during his match, and you can see his name.
It's happened a few times
It has
during
happened a
his
few
match.
times now.
Leafeon, what are you up to?
Causing shenanigans to get that shout out. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Steve,
Yes.
what are we building with the Patreon money?
We're building our own robots.
Yes. I'm building one for RoboNerd. What do you have in mind?
I've been considering making a beat-away version of one of our RRL machines.
Yes.
Haven't really put pen to paper to get a design yet, but it's something that I want to do, and I think it could be fun.
Well, our top tier patrons will get to see that.
They will indeed.
For now in the stream, it's time for the middleweights of this match. It is Plan Z's Planetary Conqueror. Pretty powerful robot last season. Overhead spinner. Has defense on the front end.
Does.
And that is where Shock Therapy's weapon is. Shock Therapy being on the lads, it is a piston poker with racks of spikes on it. Can Planetary Conqueror get through that or over it?
I believe the spinner on Planetary Conqueror will go over it. However, pistons are generally Planetary Conqueror's weakness. Or at least anything that just goes straight through the front of it. While it does have the defense there, I'm not sure Shock Therapy's really going to care.
Yeah, this is going to be a reach game, and piston poker weapons tend to have better reach.
But I do think with the very wide front end that Shock Therapy has, Planetary Conqueror's spinner is going to go right into that corner and do a ton of damage. Just the key is, will it be able to keep it at speed to do said damage?
Yeah.
Because Shock Therapy could just overwhelm it and keep the spinner stopped while it just goes to town on it.
Distinct possibility. Chat is split at the moment. Sleepy Moon says Plan Z needs to get a lot of points before Rhino in the super heavyweights.
I don't know. Plan Z's super heavyweight has a ground game, so maybe?
Rhino didn't do great last week.
Had a bad time. Its DPS was cut into thirds.
Its DPS was over 300 and now it's down to like 100.
It's barely over 100 now.
Yeah, it had a bad time last week. Alright, chat. Split on this one. Let's see if any of these robots end up split. Planetary Conqueror up to speed. It made contact with Shock Therapy's chassis, but Shock Therapy is just pounding away at the front end of Planetary Conqueror. Got some hits to the side as
Already
well.
gone through the front armor plate on Planetary Conqueror.
Yeah, it's knocking the weapon apart. It's knocking everything apart, and Planetary
Keeping
Conqueror
it pinned to the wall.
trying to get out of there, but just can't do it. There's no weapon power left after all those hits, and that's
it's
it.
Dead. 27 seconds. Well, does look like Shock Therapy's weapon was high enough to clip those spinner extenders, so... Shock Therapy finally getting it done because they've had a bad time.
Yeah, the lads have not been as dominant as everyone thought at the beginning of the season.
That's only Shock Therapy's second win, so... But they've all been pretty quick, because those pistons can do a lot of damage very quickly.
That is true. Speaking of damage quickly, in the heavyweights, Plan Z's got Mad Train. This is another 6-wheel drive rammer. It's got the battering ram of axe heads on the front. It's facing TekonoAxe. This is a rear hinged flipper from, is it Nabi on the team build TekonoAxe?
Yes.
There's 4 different builders on the lads. The lads are literally 4 lads. The only team with multiple owners. Rear hinge flipper against rammer. How do we think that one's going to go, chat?
Well, this could be yet another sludge fest. However, TekonoAxe has kind of a spike horn almost on the top. I'm thinking that might keep Mad Train in the arena. I'm not sure. But also, it could just use its flipping arms and throw it out anyway. So
yeah, TekonoAxe's got a lot of defensive features along the wedge. So this isn't a case of just running into the wedge destroys TekonoAxe.
Yeah. Although, obviously, Mad Train has the speed advantage, it could just get an opening on the side and go right at one of the wheels. Mad Train has done that pretty well this season, actually.
Dimming Ain't Easy, one of our patrons, asked if Windy City Showdown was a one-time event. I suppose on a technicality it is, because it's the first time it's been held.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, I think Santana mentioned it might be an annual event going forward. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he said he wanted to do it more often. So it might be an annual thing. It might be more often than that. It kind of depends on arena availability more than anything.
Yeah.
Like, this was the first time they used this arena. They had built it brand new for this event.
And they were literally putting it together.
They were still putting it together at
started.
the day of the event, so...
Although it held up pretty well, all things considered in that, so...
Yeah. Hit and run didn't cut it apart.
I mean, didn't have many chances, to be fair.
Shoosh.
Step your game up, buddy.
Oh, chat is split, actually. And Blackbird has a train emoji. So, what can Mad Train do with TekonoAxe here, or vice versa? Ooh,
a little more patient this time.
Went off the side of TekonoAxe and got flipped onto the wall. And TekonoAxe's going to try and take control of Mad Train here and stop it from getting those big charges in.
It's doing a good job keeping Mad Train off balance.
Very good job. It's got Mad Train up against the wall on its end. Ooh. And now Mad Train trying to avoid going into the grinder, but TekonoAxe's going to keep it right there. Mad Train just getting flipped over and over. Now making good contact with the front end of TekonoAxe's flippers, but paying the price for it.
Ooh, another good ram there.
Another good ram's gotten TekonoAxe upside down.
I actually don't remember if TekonoAxe can get up from that position because of the horn on the top.
I don't know, and neither does Mad Train, who doesn't care and has just run them both into the grinder. I think that's done damage to Mad Train.
Yeah, because I think TekonoAxe's actually above.
Oh,
grinder.
Mad Train's lost a rear wheel trying to turn. I think it's going to lose both rear wheels.
But TekonoAxe's totally stuck on top of Mad Train at the moment.
They're both stuck together here, and this is probably going to result in a restart.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, 'cause I hear a count. Unless they can get free at the last second, which they did
That's
not.
a restart.
Unlucky.
Robots stuck together.
Interesting that a rammer manages to cause a pin.
It can happen. Mad Train with a big charge bounces off of the wall after going off the side of TekonoAxe, who's got a lot of defensive features on the front there, you can see.
Just kind of holding Mad Train still.
Just letting it struggle to get away.
Ooh.
Oh, TekonoAxe misfired its flippers.
Mad Train
just,
misses a wide open chance.
Just got down in time for Mad Train to run into the wall on its own. So Mad Train underneath those flippers, but one of them still getting Mad Train up in the air. It just bounced off the floor.
Off the wall, wow.
It's given TekonoAxe a chance to get in and get some flips in.
TekonoAxe's taking some visible chassis damage now, but It's still controlling Mad Train pretty well.
Yes, the wheel physics and TekonoAxe are keeping Mad Train off balance. That was a nice
toss.
Vertical toss from TekonoAxe. As Mad Train's trying to get big hits on those flipping panels, and it's just not working out for them as they get
bouncing around,
thrown around some more. TekonoAxe's got him on the
top
wall, and Mad Train drives back in.
Mad Train was able to drive down.
Mad Train just not able to get lined up as TekonoAxe just continuously throws it around.
The spike strip on TekonoAxe's flipper was able to get a wheel on Mad Train.
Yes, but one of the flipping panels is off of TekonoAxe, so its flipping power is cut in half now. Mad Train, however, not able to drive in a straight line with that asymmetric thrust.
I believe both of the flipping panels have come off of TekonoAxe, but it still has the spike strips on those extenders.
Yes.
Could still get damage if it gets deep enough in there.
So TekonoAxe still has the ability to flip, just severely compromised, and Mad Train's pushed it into the grinder for a control board hit.
And the axe heads are low enough to just hit the chassis of TekonoAxe and knock it out.
Yeah, so Mad Train took the long game and got the KO. That was very much a case of a robot with greater weapon power.
Yep.
Just the longer it went on, the greater chance they had. So now, the match has gone from a 3-2 lead for the lads to a 5-3 trailing for the lads.
Yep.
And there's one fight remaining.
But the lads have the robot they need to possibly get back in the match here.
The lads need a KO to win. And they have their most efficient KO machine in the super heavyweights.
I need to...
Cora rightfully pointing out that the Mad Train fight had the least violent control board hits ever.
That's what happens when you just have a battering ram of axes.
Yes.
All you gotta do is tap shit. So, you know how we mentioned Rhino is quite the KO machine, right?
Yes.
It has 3 KOs on the season, all 3 of its wins so far. And the longest one took 13 seconds.
What's its average KO time?
Like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
When it KOs things very quickly.
However, that's because it had flat-top robots to attack. Instead, Plan Z has Giant Enemy Crab, which has 2 vertical drum spinners out front away from the chassis. Rhino has long overhead spiked axes, and it holds the opponent at bay with these plows and wedges, and then reaches out and gets them from above. But are they going to be able to get to the chassis here, or are they just going to attack drum?
I think that's a pretty good chance. The only thing is, even if, say Giant Enemy Crab does get under it and rips the wedgelets off, those snowplows on Rhino are also very low and hard to get under.
Yes.
So, like, Rhino's actually pretty well built for the long game, but it could just lose the axes, who knows?
Yeah, depending on how the axes line up with those drums. Zester wants to see the crabs go undefeated.
It could. This is the only crab that has not fought yet, so...
Well, Plan Z's up by 2 points. Let's see what happens if they can get their first match win against the lads. Wedge stalemate.
Indeed.
And neither robot getting the advantage here. Rhino
Rhino
attacking
fired anyway.
the drums, and that's allowed Giant Enemy Crab underneath.
And it took at least one of the arms off, but...
Both of the axes have come off, along with one of the drums. So now Rhino is basically weaponless here against Giant Enemy Crab, who is stranded on the wedgelet.
Still has the ground game for the moment. He can push the
So
crab
can
around.
Rhino make use of this?
Ooh, that was interesting. Giant Enemy Crab was caught on one of the extenders of the axes and got perched off the ground, so
Yes.
Rhino could get under it.
Now it's gotten to the side. Rhino
He's able to
still
get under
shoved
anyway.
underneath anyway. So Rhino using this ground game to
Yeah,
its
with
advantage.
only one wedgelet there, it's able to get into the corner of the crab
And it's
and
gonna
get into
push-
the grinder.
Try and push Giant Enemy Crab around to the grinders and make use of the arena hazards, but Giant Enemy Crab's underneath Rhino and is grinding away from the underside. Rhino cannot self-right if it gets flipped.
No, it cannot now.
Especially without the axes gone. Giant Enemy Crab's just whittling away at the underside of Rhino.
Very slowly grinding it down.
Smoke is pouring out of Rhino from the damage it's taking.
It is now inverted.
Giant enemy crab holding it against the grinder and against the wall here. That was a control board shot. Can giant enemy crab get out of the corner? It can.
It does. And it gets the KO
And that
shot.
is a knockout
Hello.
from giant enemy crab.
93 seconds.
And the lads have fallen
To the lowest scoring team in the league up until this point.
The lads have fallen to a free agent team that is all robots drafted from the free agency. That's 8-3 for Plan Z.
Well, that should move Plan Z up at least a little bit closer to their division.
We've had some amazing, what's the word for it? My brain has shut off.
Underdog wins?
Underdog wins this season.
Yeah, so
this week.
The Colliers and Plan Z were both the lowest scoring teams with only 7 points. And both of them have gotten their first win here.
Yes.
Oh, and Cora pointing out, technically because it was all free agents who built Plan Z, it was a match of 4 builders versus 4 builders.
Yep. KJ got a bingo square for all the crabs winning.
Cool.
All right, next match.
On to match 14. Bringing us No Beanie Robotics.
NB team.
They will be taking on Powerhouse Robotics.
That's Powerhouse, okay. Liam saying all he needs to do is score 1 point. We'll see.
Yeah.
No Beanie Robotics brings into the lightweight non-binary star, repping the non-binary colors. It is a double front hinged flipper. It is very low to the ground, and it has lightweight ring outs.
Does indeed.
It is pretty good little lightweight flipper here. Powerhouse Robotics has Impact. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer. It's designed to look like a real-life robot in the UK Antweight class. Impact is pretty good at pushing fights.
It can be for sure.
Especially against flippers, because it's got that slope on the rear. It
Yeah.
can just come right back down. How's it going to do against non-binary star?
Well, Impact has plastic armor, so it takes damage very quickly. And non-binary star has a very effective weapon for damage.
Yes.
So if non-binary star gets under impact at all, it's going to have a very bad time.
If it gets under.
Yes, I would say Impact not only has a drive advantage, but also the maneuverability and could get to the side of non-binary star.
Yep.
Do a little bit of damage with those razor spikes.
Absolutely. Chat, however, thinks this is non-binary star's fight. Let's get the match underway and see if that's what takes place. Impact much faster than non-binary star, but
Ooh, a
going right
huge
up the
hit
wedge.
immediately.
Look at the gashes on the bottom of Impact as non-binary star is holding it with its wheels off of the floor. It is invertible if it's totally fully upside down.
Are you going to back
But
off, partner?
It's not, and non-binary star is not gonna back away, so we're gonna end up having to restart this for a pin.
Yep, that's a restart.
Welp.
I hope we don't see that more often.
Ooh, Impact bounced on the
Bouncing.
floor, and that allowed it to go up non-binary star's wedge. And it's been tossed away twice, but has gotten right back down because of that sloped rear panel. And up it goes
Ooh,
again, and
huge
non-binary
control board
star's got the control board hits going.
Once again, holding Impact up in the air.
Is it going to back away this time? Yes.
It does.
So Impact comes back out. Non-binary star is going to push Impact into the grinder.
The grinder.
And
And get a KO with the
that
grinder
is going to be a
instead.
grinder KO for non-binary star. And so No Beanie starting off with 3 points to lead the match.
Very clean, very effective win.
Yes. All right. Middleweights. We have remote control.
control?
No Beanie Robotics. It is a piston poker with 4 piston spikes that come out the center of the remote control to shut stuff off.
Yes.
Can shut stuff off very quickly.
Well, yes and no. Remote control has the highest DPS out of the middleweights. However, it has only won 1 fight.
Yeah.
It does a ton of damage, but it takes hits pretty badly.
Yeah, it's all chassis.
Yeah.
Powerhouse Robotics has Side Strike with the 2 side axes and the plow on front in order to absorb blows. And it's used it to great effect so far, holding opponents at bay and then getting the side of the chassis. What does chat think is going to happen between Side Strike and remote control here?
I'm not sure the plow on Side Strike is going to withstand remote control's weaponry, at least not for long. So it's going to have to get those side axes into play quick, or at least get to the side of remote control and just hit it from the side or the front or whatever it has to do.
Yeah, the thing with piston spikes is they have the reach advantage. And I'm not sure Side Strike's going to be able to get close enough to remote control to hit the chassis if it's taking piston spikes to the face. Chat seems to think Side Strike's got this one.
We'll see. It's been one of the more impressive middleweights this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not fancy, but it gets the job done. Let's see if it can get the job done here against remote control. It does not have the reach. Remote control's going to push it back near the grinder, but Side Strike is getting to that corner. As remote control takes off the left side axe and now takes the plow off. And Side Strike just cannot get away.
Yeah, with being unbalanced, only having one of the axes, it can't really get the hits right.
Grinder's taking a wheel, and remote control's just pounding away at it in the corner there. Is it going to get the KO? It's going to back away for a count, and Side Strike's going to get away from the grinder and take the KO shot.
38 seconds.
So, no Beanie up very quickly with 6 points. Well. Liam's saying it's going to be one of those weeks again, isn't it? It's looking that way, buddy. Got a chance to come back in the heavyweights though, because it's multi-bot time.
So I just put in the stats to see what would happen. Remote control's DPS before that fight, 191. Round it is now 255.
Remote control just keeps getting more DPS.
Yep. At least I got a win this time for it.
Yeah. A lot of the heavily damaging robots have just not been getting their wins.
Nope.
All right, heavyweight time. No Beanie Robotics has Phobos and Demos, the multi-bot. Phobos, a rear hinged flipper with kind of a U-shaped chassis. Demos with the horizontal 360-degree spinner. They've not been doing great.
They have been good at pushing decisions, however.
Yes.
Which could be useful in some circumstances.
Mm-hmm. One of the very few advantages to having smaller robots is the ability to push decisions and prevent points being scored.
Yep.
They're up against Death Grip for Powerhouse Robotics. It is these 2 spiky overhead axes on a load wedge. Death Grip can deliver some damage.
It all depends on who Death Grip targets first. If it goes for Demos, it's going to open it up to attack to the flipper, but be able to do more damage. Where if it goes against Phobos, it's going to have trouble getting through those fork wedges to begin with, but also those flippers are going to come into the axes and maybe damage them. So,
that's possible, but Phobos we've seen flipping itself over a lot.
Well, also the main thing here is Death Grip needs a KO to stay in the match. And
Yes.
it's going to have to KO both of these robots who struggle to get up if they flip over. So.
Yep. That's one of the few advantages to multibots is you got to KO both of them to get the 3 points, and Death Grip needs the 3 points. Mr. Circuit's rooting for Death Grip. Most of chat is on Phobos and Demos' side. What is going to happen here? Can Powerhouse get back in this match?
Death Grip goes after Demos.
Going after Demos, the easier one to attack, and it
Oh,
gets
no.
flipped by Phobos. And now Death Grip struggling to right itself as the multibots end up over by the grinder. And once again, Death Grip flipped up into the air by Phobos. So the multibot effectively taking control of Death Grip here, and now Demos is going to come and try to get some damage in, as Death Grip is just kind of stranded up in the air. Phobos is going to back away, but Demos isn't.
Yeah, I believe Death Grip has a count on it right now.
Yep, I think this is going to end up being a pin if they don't get free.
Oh, they did. Wow.
They did get free, and so Phobos comes in for some more flipping, and the damage is piling up on Death Grip.
Taking control board hits now.
I think the multibot swarm is going to come out on top here. As Phobos takes parts of Death Grip's axe off. Demos looks like it's running out of battery power. It's not able to get that
Demos,
spinner going.
Demos is not able to get up to speed, but they only need one more hit to get Death Grip dead.
Yeah, and Death Grip is...
Thrown into space!
Death Grip has decided, and its people need it.
Alright. Huh.
That's a restart. It has gone home to the UK for some
all the way back to
upgrades.
Southport.
Alright, restart time. Death Grip going after Demos,
Got a
taking
hit
a
on it.
shot to the chassis. Oh, it's faced Phobos, and Phobos went up the wedge. But now Phobos has gotten a good lift on Death Grip and pinned it up on its rear end. Sleepy Moon says it's the craziest physics they've seen. You're going to see some crazier ones during the season, for sure.
Trust me.
Phobos is stranded, but it has gotten back up as Death Grip
Taking it to Demos now.
absolutely rips into Demos, but loses part of its axe in the process and is now up on Phobos's lifters. But Demos, not caring about its teammate being in the way.
Good friendly fire there.
One of the wheel guards is off of Death Grip. And
the axes
now the
coming off Death
axes
Grip.
are coming apart. Phobos being an extremely effective flipper here against Death Grip, who tries to self-right. And Phobos pushes it
Not
into the
letting it,
grinder.
nope.
Demos actually tearing into its teammate and taking
Yeah,
a wheel
took
off
the wheel
of
off
Phobos.
now.
The multi-bot friendly fire is not helping No Beanie Robotics here. As Death Grip finally gets down and can drive away because Phobos is unable to chase after
Now
it.
it's focusing on Demos.
Yes, but those axes are horribly broken.
I think it's lost all of the front damaging spikes on. Ooh.
And Demos has Death Grip down to control board hits. Death Grip tries to push Demos towards the wall.
I got a wheel off of it now, but
Can it get the second wheel? No, it loses the last of the axe. So now Death Grip's just a wedge. And it's going to shove Demos into the wall. And
now
throw
shove Demos into its opponent.
Demos into
But-
Phobos, but it took the KO shot in the process.
Yikes.
Had a good strategy there, trying to use the multibot against itself. But
Didn't quite get it done in the end.
didn't have the durability to make it last.
Well, that is 3 straight KOs for Nobini. They're on a perfect score watch yet again.
Yeah, and they were a little bit down the standings, and this is a big points day for them.
Ooh, actually. So without even running this fight right now, Nobini has 28 points, which puts them 1 point behind Sinister of last week. So if they get it here, they might be tied with Sinister for first. They will legit go from 7th and almost bottom of the league to tied for first.
That Division 3 is really close.
Yeah. If they can get something here.
Yeah. Well, they certainly have a knockout artist
Yeah.
in the super heavyweights.
Yikes.
The Canadian team of No Beanie Robotics has Ace of Spades representing the Ace colors. 8 axes on this one, 4 overhead, 4 from the side. brings a tremendous amount of killing power.
Yeah, it's scary.
If it stays on the ground.
If it stays upright, yeah.
It's facing Karabas, a flipper. Big rear hinge flipper.
That could knock it over.
That could easily knock it over. And like, it doesn't even necessarily need to get under Ace. Ace's own axis can hit the top of Karabas and knock it over that way.
Not even that. Like, Ace, when it fires all of them at once, it pops itself in the air.
So, it's a matter of, can Karabas take the blows and get Ace of Spades upside down and keep it upside down?
We'll see.
Chat's on Ace's side, hoping for the perfect shutout for the non-binary team from Canada. Liam says he has a chance. You got a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
Ace of Spades has killing power, but it doesn't have a whole lot of wins to show for it.
Just gotta hope the glass cannon falls apart.
Well, chat split. We're split. Karabas might be split soon. Let's see what happens here. Both robots come out, and Ace goes right up the wedge. Karabas has got Ace of Spades up in the air.
Not quite over.
But is kind of got Ace of Spades stuck on top of it.
And physics is having a fit.
That was a great physics bomb.
Thank you, Karabas, for the little dance. Oh yeah, that looked great.
It's just whipped around into a new dimension that time. So here we go on the restart. Ace of Spades bounces a little bit into the air, but does not go over the top of the flippers first.
Oh yeah, the wedges on Karabas are keeping it at bay, but they are falling apart now.
Yes, and Karabas is taking damage. The Ace is up on top of the lifters, but not... the flippers have come off of Karabas now, and Ace of Spades is stuck on them. Karabas coming in to exercise some control and aggression, while Ace is stuck. Ace is totally stranded. And Karabas is doing the sporting thing and freeing them.
Does free them, yes.
So Karabas with a lot of damage to its front end. Ace not really able to land these blows. It doesn't quite have the reach.
Not quite. It's definitely doing some damage to Karabas.
But it is working through those wedgelets on the front of Karabas. Karabas has the ground game, though, still.
But one of the wedges on Karabas is now off.
Yeah, and it's going to be easier for Ace to get in and land these blows now. Ace of Spades steadily working through the front end of Karabas, and that's the knockout. That is a perfect
74 seconds.
Perfect week from No Beanie Robotics.
I'm gonna have to do the math, but I think that means No Beanie's tied for first now. Scary, scary.
Never know what to expect in the Robot Rampage League, and No Beanie going on a perfect 13-0.
It's also the second of this week. From two teams at the bottom, by the way. The Rebels got one, and they were like last? They were in last in Division 2.
Never know what to expect. Sometimes the Rebels have a perfect week.
Sheesh. Everything combining for No Beanie this week.
Yep. Our next matchup is the Legends from Egypt against the Wiltshire Magnums from Wiltshire. Cora says this week has been wild on practically every front. Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Really weird stuff popping up. Boolean throwing itself out of the arena. Colliers and Plan Z get their first wins. Two bottom teams getting perfect shutouts.
We said at the beginning that we're starting to see trends in the direction that every team is going in this season, and everybody's flipping that on its head.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, trends, eh? It's gonna take us until the final week of the season to actually see any trends."
Yeah, probably at this rate. So, our next match is the Egyptian Legends and the Wiltshire Magnums. The Legends have definitely not Tut-Tut. It is an overhead axe on a pyramid. Looks like Tut-Tut, but it is definitely not Tut-Tut. The Wiltshire Magnums have Acidic Lemon. It is a front hinge flipper with kind of a steep wedge on the front end of it. Definitely not Tut-Tut can sort of right itself from some angles.
Kind of.
Chat, what do we think is going to happen between these two?
I'm not confident in, definitely not Tut getting under Acidic Lemon so it can use the axe effectively. And I feel like it's going to jump in the air with the axe, so there's a chance Acidic Lemon can just put it over, but it depends on who gets under who first.
Yeah. It's going to depend on that wedge game from both of them, I think. And definitely not Tut if it fires before Acidic Lemon's on the wedge. Could definitely jump over it. Bob in the chat saying Sinister's still on top.
I don't know. I think I think I got 4 points. So yeah, I think they might be ahead of No Beanie by 1 point.
They'll be close.
God, that might be the highest jump up we've seen of a team go from 7th to 2nd. That's 5 spots.
So chat's on Tut-Tut's side. Tut-Tut's not in this fight. Definitely not Tut is. We'll see if it can do the job here. Ooh,
big hit to Acidic Lemon.
Definitely not Tut-Tut. Does not care about who's got the lower wedge, but it might now that Acidic Lemon got underneath and has it against the wall.
Both of them were able to get hits on each other while swinging, so...
Yeah, and...
Control board hits on
Control
Acidic
board
Lemon
hits
now.
on Acidic Lemon, but definitely not Tut-Tut is now definitely in the grinder.
And definitely getting ripped up in the bottom by Acidic Lemon.
Yes, so that strategy of attacking from above has not paid off.
A 26-second KO for the Lemon. Of the acidic variety.
Well, they tried.
Did what they could.
Thought they could get the KO without having to worry about the wedge, and they had to worry about the wedge.
Oh. See, if definitely not Tut-Tut was actually Tut-Tut, it would have won that fight.
Probably.
But, you know.
Cora says proper lightweight slugfest. It was a very short slugfest, but it was a slugfest.
Slugfest.
And it is now middleweight time.
KJ definitely got fucked up.
Yeah.
It's the best of us, you know.
The two NBs have found each other in the chat.
Excellent.
So, middleweight time. The Egyptian legends have Toth's Wisdom. It is an H-shaped rammer with spikes on all the corners. We've seen robots with those extended corners take a lot of chassis damage. That's where Toth has their weapons.
Yep.
Could be an advantage here. Invertible robot. The Wiltshire Magnums have Mint Chalk Crusher. It is a double vertical drill spinner. And it does a lot of damage.
Can, really. I think it's actually... I'll have to check which one it is, but it's second in either total damage or DPS for middleweights. It's actually doing pretty good.
Chat, what do we think is going to happen between Toth's Wisdom and Mint Chalk Crusher? So far, chat is on Toth's side.
Yeah, I think it has the weapon durability in comparison to Mint Chalk, but I don't know.
I think Mint Chalk's probably got the greater weapon power to bear.
Yeah. Mint Chalk is definitely something that does better over time.
Yes. But Toth might just push it into the grinder.
Could be. Or it could get wedged on the wall and force another decision.
That was wild. Let's see how this one goes. Chat is split. And Toth comes charging in, trying to go for the wheel on the side of Mint Chalk Crusher. Being lifted into the air and shoving Mint Chalk Crusher back into the wall. Taking these blows okay so far, even though Physics is getting upset.
Yep, very upset now.
Physics gave a warning, and they did not heed it.
Mint Chalk stuck that, like, triple backflip, though. Brownie points right there. Physics is unhappy this week.
Yeah, Physics has been doing some weird stuff this week so far, as Toth pushes Mint Chalk Crusher back into the grinder. It's getting underneath Mint Chalk Crusher's drills.
Yeah.
And that's giving Mint Chalk Crusher an opening to get into the chassis of Toth.
Yeah.
Toth's Wisdom, not as wise as it might appear, although it is pushing Mint Chalk Crusher around, so it might have the opportunity to get it into the grinder.
Definitely caught the left side wheel of Chalk.
Physics threw them both upside down. Do we restart that?
Let me rewatch it. Because that actually looked okay to me. No, that actually looked pretty normal. Like,
Okay,
that actually looked very normal.
it continues with the drills coming apart on Mint Chalk Crusher and
On a
the...
wheel now.
Oh, a wheel has just fallen off. Oh no. So Tot's Wisdom is taking control of this fight as Mint Chalk Crusher comes to pieces. And it's struggling for traction, stranded on all those parts as it's pushed into the grinder.
Top's just kind of leaving it be at the moment.
Yeah, Tot's Wisdom being very patient with this one. Trying not to throw it away as the last of the damaging components come off Mint Chalk Crusher here. So now Tot's Wisdom is free to attack at will, and it's gotten the
gets the other
last wheel.
Is it going to go for the KO to even the match, though?
Yeah, it needs a KO to get 3 points. And I think it's going to take a TKO probably as it hops over a seam in the floor.
Looks like it's going to take the TKO.
Well, a win is a win. And unless physics is unhappy about it, this is going to be a TKO for Tot's Wisdom and the Legends.
111 seconds. Yeah, rewatching that potential physics thing, Mint Chalk's drills so happened to catch the spikes on top at the exact time to toss both of them up in the air.
Gotcha.
So it looked like it could have been, but no, like there wasn't any havoc in really.
Well, the Legends are down by 1. So we go to the heavyweights, where we have more multi-bot mayhem.
Indeed.
Tots with a satisfying score. Yeah, 6,000 even. Vimming ain't easy, saying physics is mildly irritated.
Yeah.
What was the time on the last fight, says Liam?
111 seconds, pretty sure.
Alright.
There's 109 left. So.
Wiltshire leading by 1 in the heavyweights. The Legends come in with the Nile King. Rear hinge flipper with 3 flippers with 6 forks. 2 on each. Pretty powerful flipper. Has what it takes to get deep flips on robots, get them over the wall, do damage. Wiltshire Magnums have Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter is the big robot. It has 3 axes. Even though it looks like a flipper, it's got 3 axes on a wedge. Cherry and Creamer is just the mini-bot pusher.
Yeah.
But having a mini-bot has been very helpful for it so far. Chat is on Nile King's side. What do you think?
Well, Nile King is undefeated. 4-0 has been very impressive this season, probably the main point scorer for the Legends. However, Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer are 3-1. 2 of those wins are decisions, so I feel like the longer this goes, the better it would probably be for those 2, but they are facing a pretty good flipper.
Yeah. Mr. Circus says it depends on which one it goes for first.
Yeah, or if Nile King misfires and Banana Splitter gets underneath, then it can just wail with the axes.
Banana Splitter's been very good just as a wedge.
Yes.
So
we'll see how this goes.
We're going to have to see how it turns out. See if Nile King opens itself up to attack. It does go for
right at Cherry.
And Creamer. Opens itself to attack, but circles back around and is now getting distracted. Is trying to throw Cherry and Creamer out of the wall.
It threw the mini-bot at Banana Splitter.
But it took some shots from behind. It got Banana Splitter up in the air briefly as Cherry and Creamer comes in to try to help.
Ooh, that was actually,
it took
got
a wheel shot. So Cherry and Creamer are successfully distracting the Nile King as it's trying to get free from this attack by Banana Splitter.
Throwing itself in the air wildly.
Can it get free from this TO count?
Should be able
to, yes.
It does.
But it's gone up both of the wedges and its wheels are off the floor.
Yeah, and Cherry and Creamer's directly underneath it.
This is exactly the multi-bot strategy as Banana Splitter attacks. And now the Nile King's stuck underneath the grinder trying to drive on one wheel.
Taking a lot of damage just from the grinder.
And Cherry Creamer just rammed under it.
And Splitter coming back over for more.
Yeah, the Nile King kind of stuck with its wheel against the wall. Banana Splitter is going to push it into the grinder and take off the other wheel.
Yes.
And that's a
knockout.
knockout.
KO, yes. A 76-second knockout. The mini-bot unironically did a lot in that fight.
Yes.
Just going in for a charge to distract it, or in the one case, it went up the wedge and got flipped, and that gave Banana Splitter the chance to get underneath.
Yep.
I think it's also the first time Cherry and Creamer scored any damage points.
Curiouser and Curiouser. How many seconds?
76.
76. That wins the match for the Magnums.
It's currently 6-2.
6-2, only 3 points remaining. Maximum of 3 points remaining. We'll see if the Legends can keep it close. Two wild spinners here.
Oh boy.
So, the Legends have Anubis with its front and rear angled spinners. The front one has a lot more components to it, but it's a big robot. Has a lot of protection around the sides and the front.
It does.
And those spinners get everywhere.
Yeah, they
no
do.
matter what direction it's facing, those spinners get around and land hits. Wiltshire Magnums have Ice Cream Sandwicher, which has 2 side axes with horizontal spinners on them, and it has forks in the front on a flipper. It's made great use of that flipper to keep robots off balance while it attacks with the axes.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Rosewater's strategy in a way, just with side spinners instead of a piston poker.
Blackbird saying Anubis.
I don't know. Anubis is pretty defensive though. Like,
Yeah.
it's got the strats.
And if it bounces around, it's going to get those spinners into play anyway.
Yeah.
So, Robert Bull's on Ice Cream Sandwicher's side. Chat is looking split. Like an ice cream sandwich. So let's see how this match ends. Anubis bounces right over the top of Ice Cream Sandwicher, and it lopped one of the discs right off. It's been tossed around. I think physics got it in the way there.
Yes, it did.
I'm going to restart that.
That gave Sandwicher a chance to get underneath.
I'm going to restart that. It bounced off of that physics bomb in the floor.
Yep.
So Anubis goes right over the top and it gets flipped.
Duke's a hazard kind of stuff.
But it has its spinners on the floor.
Although they're not spinning at the moment.
Ice Cream Sandwicher is going to drive right underneath it.
Going to town. The rear spinner is now on the grinder.
Yeah, Anubis has been pushed over to the grinder and lost the rear disc altogether. Ice Cream Sandwicher swinging those horizontal discs around.
Looks like it's just going to leave Anubis there. It's not going to flip it over, even though Anubis is asking for it.
Well, that's a TKO win.
Yep, 34 seconds on the TKO.
And the Legends only get 2 points.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time keeping up in the Division 3 with that now.
Yeah, the Magnums have been surprisingly good this season.
Yeah, for being a team from a relative beginner to stock, they've been pretty impressive.
Absolutely. Ghost thought this week was going to be good for us. I mean, on paper, but you never know what can happen.
Yeah, pretty much. I wasn't 100% expecting Nile King to lose like it did. So
I didn't expect Anubis to do well and then get a restart and then just immediately lose.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how it goes. Sometimes, if it's 50-50, it's got to fall one way. So, on to our final match
indeed
of the stream.
And we have a sibling rivalry match.
This is a sibling rivalry match here.
Up first, we have the Night Vale Spiderwolves.
Yes. Sister Psycho's team.
They're taking on Pink Chaos.
My team. We had you and our sister fighting last time, and now it's me and our sister.
Look at you.
Okay. So, in the lightweights, the Night Vale Spiderwolves have Kevin. It is a sit-and spinner with 3 weapons on it, just maces. The drive is asymmetric.
Yep.
It wobbles.
It does.
It has a ram plate on the rear,
Yes.
which doesn't really come into play that much.
However, It has the second most damage points out of all lightweights, and has gotten consecutive KOs.
Kevin's doing some work for the Spiderwolves.
Yeah, it's highest point score, and like, yeah, sure, it can be kind of slow and weird, but it gets results. Who cares?
It gets results. Pink Chaos have Firestarter, the asymmetric horizontal spinner, single weapon component to bring to bear, and we've seen that be a weakness or a strength depending on the circumstances.
Yeah.
What do we think is going to happen in this one, chat?
I foresee a bit of an issue for Kevin here. Because even if it's able to take off Firestarter's weapon, that's going to make Firestarter very unbalanced and flop around. And because of that, Kevin's going to have a hard time getting in there and going for more hits.
Yes.
So this might be a long, drawn-out fight as a result. Or Firestarter keeps the weapon the whole time and just kills Kevin outright.
Or Kevin kills Firestarter outright.
I mean, that would be interesting.
Chat's on Kevin's side. They say they love Kevin.
All right. We'll see if Kevin can pull it off.
All
We'll
right,
be able to hear
Kevin,
Rookie laughing from here.
you have chat's votes. If you were a politician, you would win the popular vote and still lose somehow, because that's how the U.S. works.
Already gets the
Firestarter's
spike off
weapon
of it.
broke off immediately, and now they're both horribly off balance. And Firestarter is trying to right itself. It can do so with that off-balance sledgehammer weight. Kevin trying to get in there and
a couple more hits.
do what it can as Firestarter flails
Hit
around.
it again. Kevin needs to be careful to stay stable though, because it is not invertible.
That's true.
Kind of using the wall to brace itself.
Yes.
Very clever strategy.
Firestarter throwing its wheels at the floor, throwing its spinner around, trying to move it all.
I'm having a fun time with it, that's for sure.
Nope. Kevin's just patiently following Firestarter and threatening it verbally rather than physically. Oh, Firestarter bounces off of Kevin and then wanders off into the corner.
Yep.
Blackbird says you called this fight.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was seeing, but we'll see if Firestarter can even get back up at this point.
Yeah,
Not sure if it
normally
can.
it can self-right, but I think only with that long extender. It's not really able to do so here because its spinner is kind of being counteracted by its wheels.
I'm also thinking, because of how heavy the sledgehammer is, it straight up can't flip that over. Oh, it got a wheel to the
Oh, and
grinder.
Firestarter lost a wheel to the grinder, and Kevin's gotten a little bit more damage on it. Let it wander right back to the grinder again.
Some more hits for Kevin as Firestarter comes over.
Firestarter trying to swing that sledgehammer into Kevin
Yeah, see if we can do something.
and wandering off to the corner once again.
Under a minute left now.
Yep.
Indeed long and drawn out, but relatively one-sided.
Yeah, if this goes to the judges, I think it's going to be pretty obvious who the winner's going to be. Firestarter once again trying to swing that sledgehammer around into Kevin. And Kevin just kind of being like, don't care.
Yeah, go away.
Firestarter ending up in the grinder zone once again. Kevin trying to exercise some aggression. As
Kevin is-
Firestarter rights itself.
Kevin is running low on battery power, though.
Yes. And then Firestarter parks itself on its end with 16 seconds remaining. Is this enough time for a count out? No,
Ooh, it
Firestarter
got down
gets
just in
down.
time. Can it get out of the zone, though? Oh,
Yes.
I believe it did.
And now Kevin's got to break the count for sitting still and waiting, and we go to the judges. Well, okay then.
Well, how does it feel to lose to your sister?
You know what, Shushu?
I mean, to be fair, I got knocked out by Kevin last week. You didn't get knocked out.
At
by
least
Kevin.
we pushed it to the judges.
Yeah, fuck.
Well, I think the middleweights are going to be a little bit more decisive.
I think so too.
So, the Spiderwolves in the middleweights have Sheriff's Secret Police. It is a piston poker on a triangle.
Yes, please.
It's shown spirit, if not
It
the
has.
ability to win fights.
It got reasonably close against Cycloid last week. Like, when it can get the weapon into play, it can actually do some damage.
Yes. It's fighting Overthrown from Pink Chaos, one of the best middleweights last season. It's a double front hinge flipper with some damaging flipping arms. Does Sheriff Secret Police have a good enough ground game?
Because it's on a piston, I don't think it will.
Yeah.
But, see, the key is really going to be if it can get the piston to the side of Overthrown's wedge and either go for a wheel or try to stale in a microwave and get a bit of grinding damage over time.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if Overthrown is going to let that happen.
No, I think if Overthrown grows under it, I think Sheriff Secret Police is done for. And chat seems to be of the same mindset. So let's see how this one goes. There's only 1 point in this match so far. Ooh,
It didn't
Overthrown not able to get underneath the axe heads.
Those axe heads are definitely going to do
And so
something
it goes to
grinding.
the side of the axe heads, throws the
Police.
Sheriff's Secret Police onto the wall, and now
they'll
struggling
eat it again.
to get under the axe heads again as it pushes it back to the grinder.
That's going to do a ton of damage to the... What the
Oh
fuck?
no!
So, because it's stalemated, Sheriff Secret Police did a ton of DPS with that and KO'd Overthrown in 19 seconds?
Overthrown underestimated. It overestimated its wedge and underestimated the damage it was taking.
What the flying basket of fucks did I just witness?
And Sheriff Secret Police has a knockout over one of the
One
best,
of the best
middleweights.
Hmm.
This has been a weird week.
This is why you don't predict things. You never know what you're going to see.
The Spiderwolves are leading over Pink Chaos.
Who are 4th overall in the league. Oh boy. I mean, so the Spiderwolves are in the basement of Division 3 at the moment. They were 7 points behind... No, 6 points behind No Beanie, who obviously got a perfect score, so... Could they make up ground in their division?
Pink Chaos is down by probably 4 points right now.
To the Spiderwolves.
Heavyweight time. The Night Vale Spiderwolves have Koshak, which is side axes, overhead axes. Not terribly fast, but it can deal some damage.
Get damage in the play.
Kind of a cat thing without a scorpion tail.
Does not have the venomous spine, unfortunately.
Pink Chaos have the four-wheel drive rammer Second Amendment. It has a bunch of spikes on the front, kind of angled down for wedge attacks, and by popular request, a pair of bare arms. What do we think is going to happen, chat, between the axe and the rammer box? I'm not confident about this fight.
Yeah, Koshak has very exposed front, which is great for a rammer. And I'm thinking the bare arms on Second Amendment are going to prevent Koshak's side axe from doing a ton of damage. But that top claw is going to go right into the chassis if Second Amendment stays there.
Yeah, I think the longer...
So-
If Second Amendment rams up, or backs up and rams, it might do okay, but if it pushes, it's done for.
Yeah.
Chat is on the side of the Second Amendment. But as Blackbird said right before all those predictions, this is why you don't predict things.
You never know what you're going to see.
Mr. Circus says, at this point in this match, I'm not sure at all.
Yeah, I'm not even going to guess.
None of us are sure. Pink Chaos needs some knockouts. Can they get knockouts? Second man charges
Right
in,
in.
pushed Koshak away far
It's
enough to
gotten
not
underneath it.
take the,
Okay.
the blow from the hammers. Pushing Koshak into the grinder and around the arena.
Second Amendment not doing a ton of damage with this, but it is definitely controlling the fight.
Yes, and trying to exercise pushing.
Ooh.
One of the side axes came right off as he
But the
predicted.
top
but
axe
the
of
top
Koshak.
axes doing a tremendous amount of damage. And now Second Amendment realizing its mistake and backing
Has to
up
back
for a
up
big
a
ram.
charge.
Koshak not with the drive power to face Second Amendment properly, and it is going to take probably another big ram here to
There it
seal
is.
the fight.
41 seconds.
So Second Amendment had the wrong strategy trying
Yeah,
to push.
and then it's like, no.
And realized it, and then changed to a ram and got the win.
Oshek side axes did not last against those bear claws, but the top axe did damage for sure. That was reasonably close.
So now it's a 1-point match.
It's a 1-point match for the Spiderwolves, oh no.
What has this world come to? Well, the world has come to...
The game crashing. Fuck.
The game is going to delay this final fight just a little bit longer.
I think that's our 5th crash of the stream, so I think that's the most we've had so far. It's been relatively stable for all our streams so far. That's nice.
Yeah, it's been alright.
Hey, Quora, I swear to God, if Glow Cloud does something goofy.
Don't jinx it, Quora. Don't want to lose to my sister, who has, I think you can count the number of hours she has in this game on one hand.
Yeah.
And we've had this game since 2003.
Yes. Although, to be fair, you really didn't let her play that when you were a kid.
Shoosh. Okay, final fight of the stream. Final fight of the match. There's 1 point in this match.
Yeah, only 1 point.
The Spiderwolves have Glow Cloud.
All hail.
Sawblade spinner. 2 Sawblades in the front, 2 Sawblades vertically in between that do nothing.
No, they don't.
Armor plates on the bottom, which are surprisingly difficult to get underneath for a wedge.
Yeah.
Pink Chaos has Dysfunctional Stepsister with 8 flipping arms. It's been pretty good so far this season. Last season it was not great.
No.
But can it get under Glow Cloud? And if it does, there's a big gap in Glow Cloud's chassis in the front.
Yeah.
Can it get Glow Cloud over?
Well, the difference is, as we saw last week, if Dysfunctional Stepsister gets the flipping arms in between, it can take the saw blades off pretty easily. But if it mistimes anything, Glow Cloud could prop it up on the ramp place and just move it around. So, like,
We've seen Dysfunctional Stepsister mistiming flips a lot, and if Glow Cloud's saw blades are underneath it, it could take a lot of chassis damage.
Yeah, it could, so this actually could be close depending on how they meet up.
Yeah, that was exactly what KJ's predicting, is a flipper misfire.
We'll see. Pink Chaos needs a win here to win the match.
I should have worn the pink shirt and not the metal shirt.
Supporting the wrong team, eh?
Supporting the wrong team this week. And here we go for the final fight.
Yo,
and Dysfunctional Stepsister
toss.
straight underneath has Glow Cloud up and over again. They need 2 points to tie. No, 2 points to win.
Yes.
So it's a 1 point match.
Really tossing Glow Cloud around. Could probably get it out of the arena.
And now Glow Cloud upside down with the chassis on the floor, and Dysfunctional Stepsister not able to get fully underneath.
I can't tell if those saw blades are actually getting into Dysfunctional Stepsister at all.
I don't think so, but I think Stepsister's spiked flippers are doing damage to the chassis as Dysfunctional Stepsister throws Glow Cloud around by the grinder.
Ooh, but it's now slightly mistimed. There was a wheel off of Glow
One
Cloud.
of the front wheels off of Glow Cloud, as Dysfunctional
But now
Stepsister
it's
ends up
stuck
on
on
top
top.
of the ram plates.
no.
The saw blades are cutting at the underside of Dysfunctional Stepsister.
I don't
and
know how much damage it's doing.
I
but-
am about to scream. Oh,
Stepsister
Stepsister
flips
gets
over.
away and rights itself,
Okay.
and is now back under, well, pushing
I
against the
think
front end of Glow
those
Cloud.
saws are doing damage to Stepsister.
Yes,
right?
you can see the
I think
damage
it's only the one, though.
to the wedge of Dysfunctional Stepsister from Glow Cloud here. And that's a lot of damage, but the spike strips are doing damage as
to
well.
Glow Cloud. And it did KO it in 76
Oh.
seconds.
Pink Chaos just barely pulls out
You
the win.
lucky motherfucker. What the fuck?
Man, the Spiderwolves are the most beginner level team, and
They're just here memeing people. Like,
they're memeing everything.
are they going to really win a whole lot and make the playoffs? No, probably not. But, like, oh yeah, Overthrown's gonna kick Sheriff Secret Police's ass, and then it doesn't, and loses in 19 seconds. What the? The Spiderwolves are just here to troll people, I'm telling you.
That's exactly what's been happening.
God damn it, rookie. Alright.
Oh, that was all of the fights and matches for this week. I would once again, for the last time in this stream, like to thank our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring the Robot Rampage League. A $10 a month tier on Patreon helps keep the lights on, literally, for us. I would also like to thank Midnight McLeod for popping in with another super chat during that fight, saying, "Yo, you both still live streaming?"
Well, you so happened to catch us at the last fight.
Yeah, we're expecting 5-hour streams every week. This was our fastest stream so far.
I don't know. I think the one I soloed was like just under the amount we're at now, so
okay,
pretty close.
So yeah, just about 5 hours every week for the Robot Rampage League. Thank you for your $10 super chat, Midnight McLeod. I appreciate it. Oh boy.
Well, now.
We have so many notes and interesting things to talk about here.
Yeah, we really do. Random question for chat. Does anyone else have any other Fight of the Week candidates? Because I have like a couple from the early part, but some of them are kind of hard to tell when you only watch it live. So.
Yeah, when you're in the middle of trying to do commentary. Yeah, what were your favorite fights from this week? What are your Fight of the Week candidates? Any fight can be nominated for Fight of the Week, but obviously the ones that get the most votes will win. I'm amazed at the number of upsets we had.
Yeah, this was definitely the week of upsets. Like, I know it's still relatively early, but we have an idea of who is like really taking charge now.
Yeah.
And then all of those teams just lost, pretty much.
Yeah. And like the teams at the bottom were getting not just shutouts, but perfect shutouts.
Yeah, like Sinister took a loss today, and they only got like, I think 4 points out of it. I think they took a loss, but then No Beanie gets a perfect score and is like right behind them now.
Yeah.
And then Wiltshire just had a huge match and is right behind them now. Like,
or the Robot Rebels down at the bottom of the league. 2 shutouts.
Yeah.
How? Chat saying Death Grip versus Phobos and Demos, Sheriff Secret Police versus Overthrown, Boolean for Fight of the Week. I mean, we certainly have it in the highlights.
Oh, yeah, that's going in the highlights for sure.
Yeah, it's been a wild stream so far. Thank you, everybody who has watched the whole stream, especially.
Yes, definitely.
Anybody who's watched parts of the stream, we appreciate your viewership as well. It's been fantastic having you all here once again. So, we have some judges' decisions that we will get out during the week at some point.
We only had 5.
Yeah,
that's
not
at least
lot
so far.
So, yeah, we will post those to the Twitter account at Robot Rampage. We'll post those to the Discord server, and we will get the results out when we can. So, thank you everybody very much for watching, and we will see you next week for the beginning of our middle third of the season, because we are now officially 1/3 of the way through. So, that's it.
I believe that's it. So,
all right. See everybody next time.
Later.